The big hand on the clock has gone down to the bottom, so I guess it's time to start this fiasco.
Alrighty.
You know, I got to say, in the last couple of hangouts I've seen, Carson seemed like he was remarkably sober. Like, what the fuck's going on?
He's out.
Out. It's been a rough 2 days.
Yeah,
Rough.
on purpose or on brokenness?
On brokenness.
Okay.
Yeah. And let me tell you, man, it's rare for that to happen.
Hold on, you're not out like carjacking to get some money or giving some head to get some weed.
I'm trying my best to. You know what I got to substitute? Let me show you. Water.
Just water. Okay.
Not as good, but it's keeping my sanity. I'll tell you that.
Will they revoke your gangster card if you're not slinging rock?
It probably would if I was doing that. Yeah.
He's just gonna give up all the money. They're just not letting him keep it. And if he were to try to skim it.
Well, the interesting thing about being Carson in here and not being high is that I am bound to forget at some point. It's like going, "Hey, Carson, how's it going?" And I'll just be like, "Dude, what the fuck are you doing?"
All right.
Instead of going, "Whoa."
You guys always mess with me when I'm like.
Yep.
And then
fuck with you.
Hey, you know what I noticed too? I noticed that because I go back and look at these and just laugh. I noticed that the most bizarre things are said too when I'm like that, and like I'm like, why would you say the most randomly bizarre thing right at that moment? Knowing it's gonna...
why? Because we're fucked up and we want to see you going, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, you guys like my Bat Moose shirt, by the way?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Minnesota.
What shirt?
Bat Moose.
Oh, Bad Moose.
Yeah. That's Bat Moose right there. It's a Minnesota thing.
That's fine. Don't worry. I'm not going to be the bat squirrel sidekick. Okay.
Oh.
Then we would have moose and squirrel. Yes.
Bat Moose.
Invite Shar in here. Space Squirrel.
She has been invited through the Skype group, so we'll see.
I did. That reminded me. I thought about doing a podcast called Space Horse. I was going to call it Space Horse.
Space Horse.
There was no purpose.
What?
Space
Space
Horse. Like Barbara.
Horse.
Like clompity clompity clomp as opposed to.
I like Space Horse better, but I mean,
Hey,
it's personal preference.
It's going to sound like horse either way if you try to do it with that voice.
I only got the Flash.
Hey, you got the
There you
flash, sucker.
I would appreciate if you didn't flash us during live hangouts, though.
Did you just flash me?
Just for the record, guys, if you force my camera on, I am naked.
Ooh, baby.
Oh, jeez. Where's Brett Keane when you need him?
So
I
you're
fucked up with that once offline by mistake because I thought I could turn off screen share. I was wrong.
so you're saying we should turn your camera on?
You have no power, so what does it matter? There's a reason you don't get that. There are only three people technically that have generally earned that right. You're not one of them. The exception was one occasion when Rudy came in here and was pissing off everyone, and I gave everyone controls, and it was a challenge to see who was going to kick him first.
Hey, heathens. You gave me controls once before, and I didn't know because I didn't have the actual computer or whatever.
Yep, I did. It was that day.
Can I have them now?
No, we're not having a contest to see who can put up with Prudent the best, because that was kind of the thing, is whoever gave up first kind of lost the game. But losing the game was also kicking butt.
You're all missing out too, though.
What is the whole thing with the weird bomb thing, anyway?
The bombs are
It's
shit.
Ba-bomb, man.
Oh shit!
That's from Super Mario, isn't it?
Yep.
Super Mario 2, the best one.
Back in one of the towns I used to live in, there was a graffiti artist that would go around and draw pictures of this little bomb figure. It looked a lot like that going around smoking a J, and he just draw it on walls randomly.
Yeah, the bombs awesome.
Well, I mean,
I haven't seen it.
you probably would use drugs if your entire existence is revolved around exploding.
Right. Someone else winds you up and you walk a few steps and then blow up.
If your entire existence was about exploding, it might do you some good, even potentially. I'd think.
I totally dropped the ball on listening. What are you guys talking about?
Your mom.
Yeah, it was. Well, we started off on your mom. But then who doesn't?
Both of y'all mamas. How about that? Huh?
It branched off on the futility of being a Super Mario Brothers game character.
Yeah, what a depressing life he must live.
Yeah.
Cool.
Listed little asshole.
Oh, and usual drill, blah blah blah. Insomnia Shuffle. Something to entertain the insomniacs. Almost nothing is off the table as a general rule. There are unwritten rules. You'll find out about them once you break one and get thrown out of the room. Q&A is open in case anyone has any questions and stupid comments. I check it when I get around to it. Okay, sorry. Given my usual.
And if you are feeling adventurous, come check out the Beautiful Reality YouTube channel. I'm sorry, I couldn't help it.
How many subscribers do you have, Bunk?
Only 861.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And I'm at what right now?
50 something.
Actually, I'm up to 80 now.
Oh, you're up to 80. Nice.
Yeah.
That's quick.
But you come to the little channel to pimp your ass.
Yeah, you gonna bring Carson into that bet between Prudent and Jackie?
He's already past that though.
I had to break the
Prudent Discourse.
I'm sorry.
Made a little bet with Jackie as to who could get to 300 subs first. So as a joke, more than anything else, I said, I tell you what, this is my new channel. At the time I was at about, 54 or something. I'm like, I got 54 subscribers. I bet you I can beat you to 300. 300's not much of an objective.
Right.
That, and considering the content I'm planning at the beginning of the year, I figure he has till the second week of January.
I remember by the time I put like 10 videos, I only had like 3 subscribers, and I was like, yeah, YouTube is not for me. But then I just kept trying. I don't know what possessed me to keep trying, but I did, and now all of a sudden 861. I'm like, people actually like my videos.
Consistent content is actually a big part of it. I mean, as long as you're putting up at least a video a week or 2 videos a week, you'll do pretty good with getting subs.
Yeah.
Just as a rule.
Yeah,
it's what's funny is so there was like some drama in one of the rooms the other day where some atheist, something happened. I don't know, but anyway, so the guy did this video about his side of what happened, and next thing you know, I got my entire feed like looking through like people that I've subscribed to and stuff, and everybody's subscribed to his channel now because he put out one video talking about the drama. So I was like, fuck, man, you know what? I'll put out one video about somebody that's pissed me off in this small community of us and then of ours, and then I'll have fucking 300 subscribers.
I put up a video basically telling G-Man to kiss my ass, got me a good solid 10, and I'm like, okay, these aren't necessarily the subscribers I'm looking for. Let's see if they stick around.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, should I have? I've yet to do any content on my video. I'm probably going to do some in the next year, in the new year there, but I got 20 subscribers. I'm like, what's wrong with you?
I did a farewell video. I did a farewell video, and then I got offered a network partnership.
Yeah, but that's normal. No, that's normal here.
Yeah, the YouTube partnership thing.
No,
network.
There's a bunch of different content networks out there, and they randomly go around to people with varied numbers of subs on their channel, and will send shit out. I've gotten like 300 or 400 heathens, and I always look at them like, oh, fuck you. But the reason why I get them a little bit more often is that I do have a video with over 1 million hits on the old channel.
Yeah, I got a bunch of those in my inbox too. They just keep coming. It's the same message from the same company, but they use a different name every time, and it's like
some of them are friggin' scammers to begin with.
Oh yeah, and they say, well, we'll promote your video, and then we'll take so much of your ad revenue.
And then we'll take a little bit more that we're not telling you about. Yeah, a lot of them are pretty crooked.
Yeah,
a certain amount of revenue in a month, they take all of it. This kind of crap. There's a lot of fuck up shit.
But speaking of which, guys, I'm starting a network if any of you guys want to join it.
No.
Does it involve a lot of angelic foxes and wolves and other creatures?
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh yeah, that sounds interesting.
Yeah, sure. If that's your interest, and yeah, that's what it takes. Yeah.
Exactly what it is.
Well, I actually applied to this network just for shits and giggles.
Well, what's the network?
It's called Freedom.
Okay.
And I can leave anytime I want, for any reason I want.
Well, what do they offer?
They have a bunch of tools and a bunch of It's pretty good. I looked into it and talked about it with a couple of other friends of mine, and it's a pretty good network. So I'm gonna try it out.
Okay.
Just be careful, because the Jonestown people, they said they could leave anytime they want to, and you see how that one turned out.
Yeah.
Apples and
you
oranges.
gotta watch out for those YouTube cults, man. Those YouTube cults, though. Once you get in, it's hard to get out.
Like the Tommy Sotomayor YouTube cult. I can't. I hate that man so much. I can't express to you how much I hate Tommy Sotomayor. I hate him with a burning passion.
I watched one video of his, and I felt awkward.
Yeah, I
don't think I'm the demographic that this show is geared towards.
Oh yeah.
The demographic his shows are typically geared towards the self-hating black people.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
Yeah, that's more specifically.
I'm watching it. I think I like black people more than he does.
Yeah. Wow. He's definitely a sellout by classic definition. Like a few months ago, I did the whole G-Man Beckel thing, House Nigger thing. That guy is the epitome of that. Every time, in almost every video that I see of Tommy Sotomayor is him starting off by saying, well, first off, before we get going, I want to go ahead and thank my white subscribers because they got the money, and all my white supporters, and all my white, all blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, wow, dude, really?
So, do you think that guy's honest, or is he just a character he's playing on YouTube?
It's both, but he's actually like that.
The money, where the fuck's mine?
No, he's not a character. He's actually for real. In fact, he's gotten so.
Getting that shit out. I want mine. Damn it.
Yeah, he's gotten so bad that even a few celebrities is putting him under the radar. And like he went after Jill Scott a couple years ago and called her a fat bitch. And Jill Scott is probably one of the sweetest musicians, actresses out there, right? Very sweet lady. She just doesn't deserve that, but he called her a fat black bitch. And yeah, he's probably by far the worst kind of Klansman. Now this is a black man I'm talking about. You know what I mean? Like, it's sad. But he, last I've heard, he lost like more than half his subscribers. His butterface Russian wife left him and all this stuff. So
I gotta agree.
The reason why I quoted it like that.
I want my white people money.
I only qualify calling her Russian is because he keeps putting that in there when he talks about her. And my Russian wife was like, oh, here we go. Apparently she took like half his shit or whatever. He got everything bad that's going on him. He deserves it. He really does. And I hope he learns something from it, because he burnt a lot of bridges. And all of the partnerships and sponsorship that he got from his white supporters out the window as well. So
it reminds me of the Chappelle Show sketch with the player haters ball, and he's like, "I hope all the bad things in life happen to you and you alone."
you and you alone. I hope every bad thing that happens in life happens to you and you alone.
I'd like to stay, but I gotta go home and change Dag Nasty's mother's dog dish.
What are you guys talking about?
Tommy Sotomayor.
I know I've never actually watched him. I see that he does videos, but
yeah, don't watch him. You're gonna get furious, and you're gonna be sick to your stomach watching that dude. There's not a lot of people that I say I absolutely hate, but I absolutely hate that man with a burning passion. I really do.
Do you guys ever watch any of David Pakman's videos?
I tried to, but I don't know.
He did one today that was bust out hysterically funny. There was a guy in Wausau, Wisconsin, that got busted. He got caught giving a horse a blowjob, and he had pot with him.
Oh my god.
And all of the anti-marijuana people are saying that that's what'll happen to you if you smoke pot.
You know, it's funny, man. I was just talking about this.
Oh, you had Vaseline with him also.
I was just talking about this in the last hangout there, that was off air. It was just I was going through my YouTube videos and all. They give me the the recommended video on the side there, what you might want to watch. And one of them was that video. It was man busted for smoking marijuana, then giving oral sex to a horse. And I'm like, what the fuck have I looked at that this is my recommended video?
It is so funny. It is so funny. And David Pakman is just about to bust out laughing. And the guy Lewis is so dry. And it's it's like a comedy. There's also a really good video on. There's a couple of really funny ones tonight. What's that guy? Who's the guy that's the atheist that does his own show? Fuck, I forgot his name.
Everyone?
Yeah, that's down a bit.
No, this guy does a news show. He does a news show every single day.
The guy from Secular Talk?
Yes, and he did one today that was great about the GQ poll of the 20 craziest politicians, and 17 were Republicans. And Fox News jumped on that poll, and they said, well, that it should be 10 Republicans, 10 Democrats. And he's like, no, it's not like 10 people say the stork delivers babies and 10 people say it's from reproduction. And then he does this thing where he shows the video of the Fox in the Morning crew talking about how Jonathan Gruber should have been one of the people listed as crazy, a crazy politician, and he's a college professor. He isn't even a politician. They just don't like his politics. And it was just, it's so outrageously, ironic that, and he showed how it went through the producers of the show beforehand. So they didn't even, catch that they were so off target. And I'm just, watching this stuff and laughing. It's just really outrageously, how do people get to be so imprecise?
Speaking of that, recently Fox was, I'm pretty sure you probably know about it, but, they got caught tampering with videos and tampering and to manipulate something to get a weird story out of it, right? So there was a story recently where, I forgot where the state was, and, feel free to jump in if you know, where they were making a chant, and the chant was, we won't stop, we can't stop till killer cops are behind bars or something, right?
It was in New York.
It was in New York, okay. And what Fox News did was they took that clip and they made it seem like they were saying kill a cop. And I found that to be so repulsive that I wanted to go on Twitter and see if I can find a Fox News correspondent or whatever, right? And be like, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. You sit there and you lied and you were caught in your lie. You and your company or whatever, whoever's that's in charge of editing, you guys ought to come on TV and you need to apologize to America for that type of nonsense. That is reason why no one likes Fox News but old people and racists. You know what I mean? That's it makes no sense how you can sit there and supposed to have the right kind of story. You're supposed to be reporting the story as it is, and you're sitting there tampering with it.
Well, Fox News tells a certain demographic what they want to hear, but I mean, you can basically say that for any news organization, really.
To a degree.
Fox is much more egregious. I mean, to call them journalistic would be an abuse of that word. You're basically gang raping journalism at that point,
Yeah, and I just want to berate them and let them know, listen, I can do a better job by myself reporting the news if I have to, than to sit there and rely on whatever team you assholes got working for you, because that's just sad. It's pathetic, really. Well, it really is.
There's a weird definition thing. I want to go back to the whole thing. Now, if somebody were to say, there were problems with Reagan during his administration and reference things like the Iran-Contra affair, etc. They'd be like, that guy's crazy. On the other hand, we have Bachmann standing up there and saying things like, the other day I went to go to the bathroom and I saw the devil in my toilet, so I had to flush 2 extra.
I know.
And they say, oh, she's completely sane.
Did she say that for real?
No, I'm exaggerating.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, I am done with this planet.
I'm exaggerating, but not by much.
It isn't by much. That's the sad thing. She says things that are truly not worthy of even listening to. It's really hard to fathom what are people thinking that they can't challenge themselves to be right. They would rather have their biases confirmed.
Now the big question is why do we even pay attention to these people?
Because they get quoted. They get quoted in debates.
And unfortunately, half of these people are in power. Yeah. And the reason why we have to have a voice and really start fighting back is because, hey, if we have more of these people in power, we're screwed as a nation. We're already screwed. Like, we're already screwed.
We're going in a very poor direction. And this is what I was talking about the other night about the racism that people are demonstrating in social media, where they're saying it's almost like a gang mentality of, well, I hear so many people saying this, and it makes me feel like I'm vindicated, that they're saying that my racism is vindicated, so I'm going to say what they're saying.
It's a mob mentality. It really is. It's the digital age has brought on the rebirth of the mob in the Frankenstein movies, pitchforks and flames going after people.
Yeah. And tonight I had a guy saying to me, why would a Jew support Obama when he hates all the Jews? I'm like, what are you talking about that? And the guy came up with these ridiculous things, and I was like, essentially what you're saying is that President Obama criticized Israel for building settlements in contested land. And I'm a Jew, and I'm critical of Israel for that. So am I a Jew hater also? I mean, it's absolute. It's like you are critical of a president. Does that mean that you're anti-American? Of course not. There's just no thought beyond this very thin, superficial level of oil slick almost, It's like they slide right off it.
Yeah, the main discourse is very black and white. There's no nuances, there's no intelligent discussion. It's just, you're either this or you're that. You're for this or you're for that. There's no in-between for the narrative that they're trying to put forward.
Hey Lee, would you say that is a very prudent discourse?
It's, well, perhaps. Maybe, perhaps.
I don't think that President Obama is an ideal president. I have no idea, truly no idea,
to be honest,
what he has done that deserves this level of ridicule.
My ideal president would be no president, but maybe that just.
Well, I don't think there can be an ideal. I mean, I don't think any person can do a good job as
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean. My ideal president would be no president.
I just want to say this, and this is my opinion. Take it as it is. My opinion is America, as a whole, and it's not even speaking of individual folks, because it'd be false. But America, as the country, is still very racist.
Oh yeah.
And I think that's what the ridicule comes from. I don't care what these people that's ridiculing him say. Half the time, it's not even a good reason why they're going after Obama. They're going after the man's wife. They're talking about how she looks like a man, how she's ugly, and all this stuff. Meanwhile, you got Barbara Bush look like she jumped fresh off an oatmeal box, and no one bats an eye. You know what I mean?
You know what? It's either way. No matter what. First of all, either way, it's a distraction. To say half the time they don't have a good reason, dude, I have yet to hear a reason at all. Oh, Obamacare is bad. Well, what's bad about Obamacare? Well, people lost their coverage. People don't seem to understand that the coverage that they lost was coverage that did not fit the new coverages that are out because of Obamacare that are offering more comprehensive services at less money.
Right.
Yeah, the insurance companies removed the policies. So, yeah, he was wrong or he was dishonest. I happen to think he didn't anticipate that the policies would get scrapped by the insurance companies. But these people they don't understand it.
Right.
Obama getting elected was like signing up for Facebook and friending all of your relatives. You get to see who all the racists in your family were.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it might eventually. I think it's going to be a good thing.
Dude, I turned up your volume because you're far further from your mic. Hang on, let me put you back to normal. There we go.
Yeah. Sorry.
Sorry.
I just going back on my tangent here. Barbara Bush looked like George Washington.
That's the Robin Williams joke.
Oh, did he actually say that? Because I swear
years ago he said a joke. He said, that George Bush, he is amazing. Look, his wife is already on the $1 bill.
Look, I swear I didn't even see that, but that's funny. Yeah, she do look like she jumped off the dollar bill. I mean, and no one said anything about her man-face looking ass, but Michelle, who's probably one of the most beautiful first ladies out there, get all this. That's a nasty attack. They have children. You know what I mean? They have.
Yeah,
kids,
I get that too.
It makes no sense.
I happen to think that Michelle Obama is also probably one of the smartest first ladies. I mean,
she is without a doubt one of the most active first ladies.
Well, you know what? Laura Bush was pretty active. I actually thought she was a pretty good first lady. She was
all right looking, I guess. But look at then you go back to Kill Dog and Barbara Bush, and we don't have a good track record for first ladies.
No, Eleanor Roosevelt was pretty heinous. They think she was a lesbian, by the way.
She probably was.
Yeah.
Well, if I remember correctly, they had polyamorous relationships.
Nancy Reagan. Well, they're older women. I mean, they're older women, so it's not.
And now they hating on a younger, beautiful, first lady, because all the other ones look like butch lesbians. I do get it. I get it.
But I thought Laura Bush was not a bad. I thought she was a decent first lady.
Well, she's smarter than her husband.
I happen to think she's much smarter than him.
Well, of course. But
how much would that take?
Not exactly. It's not saying much, but I mean, it's a big compare and contrast there. It's like you've got dog shit stupid, and then you've got someone who looks like she actually graduated elementary school. So you take what you get.
I'll tell you, I remember Rosalind Carter. She was a good first lady. I think she and I don't even think Jackie Kennedy was that great of a first lady. She brought a certain level of glamour to the White House.
She wasn't that active, but she was a pretty face.
She was, yeah, I guess so. Maybe it's a different generation. I just don't see that.
From what I gather, it's like when you look at the Kennedys, they're more like symbolically something than rather their actual substance. Like you look at there's the ideal symbolic American wife of the time rather than what she's actually about.
Well, she definitely was more glamorous. She brought something different.
It must have been great for John to be able to bang his hot wife and then bang Marilyn Monroe. That was great. That had to have been great.
Yeah.
It must be great for Clinton to bang other women and not have to bang Hillary all the time.
But you want a hot first lady? Check out Helen Taft. Whew.
She was a looker.
Hold on, because hold on, let me see.
You want to talk about a crazy first lady? Look at Mary Lincoln.
Mary Lincoln.
Is that her name, Mary? No, it's not Mary. What was her first name? Lincoln's wife. Was it Mary? No.
I don't know.
You mean his husband?
I actually I actually had to Google a picture of Helen Taft as well, and I was like, oh, never mind. Disregard last.
Anyone else's Safari?
Mary Todd Lincoln, yeah.
Anyone else's Safari browser broken?
No, I don't use it. I'm on my phone.
Okay, Safari is down, I guess.
You guys could have potentially had the hottest first lady ever if Dennis Kucinich actually got elected president, because he's got this hot, young, fucking redhead as his wife.
Do you know that he used to live out of his car?
He looks like he used to live out of his car, yeah.
Yeah, he was really yeah, excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
He's where are you from, Canada?
Yeah, Canada.
What part?
Nova Scotia.
Oh, cool. Are you near, shit, where is it where the tide goes highest and lowest?
Bay of Fundy, yeah, I am very close to that, actually.
That is cool.
What happened? Why do you have to live out his car?
I don't know. I don't know what the story is.
No, I guess Helen Taft wasn't that bad looking. I mean, for the time, she wasn't that bad looking. Taft, fat ass, was hideous.
Yeah, he's the guy that got stuck in the bathtub, right?
Taft looks like Rand Cam.
Oh, wow.
Taft still has family in politics in Ohio.
I went to school with a guy who was blood related to Lincoln, and that was interesting because he basically didn't have to do jack in school, and he had a full ride to whatever college, and I was like, that's kind of unfair. I don't care who down the line you know are related to, but you should probably at least try.
Well, unless you were related to Jefferson.
You know, looking at these pictures of Taft, though, you know what's missing in politics nowadays?
What's up?
Amazing mustaches.
like I know. What your
stash? Yeah, none of them do.
I can't. I don't even. You know, when Obama does the whole State of the Union thing, I can't understand him because the man ain't got no stash.
Well, you know what? I like Teddy Roosevelt's mustache because it looks like Nietzsche.
Yeah, and I'm sure John Milius would agree with you quite a bit, director there.
Yeah. See, if I'm telling you, if Burt Reynolds was president, everything would be okay because you know that mustache.
Tom Selleck.
Yeah, you know what? I mean,
that's more to say right there.
Sure, he may not have been the best leader, but you know what? Stalin, great stash.
Great stash, yeah. I mean, that stash buried a lot of dead bodies. You know, really.
And you can
very powerful stash.
You can tell, you know, the ones you can't trust is the ones, the funny-looking stashes like Hitler.
Yeah, fucking. Well, you grow the whole stash.
Oh, Mark Twain. Yeah. Mark Twain had a great mustache.
Yeah.
Great
he had a Nietzsche mustache also. It was way overgrown. If I wasn't such a small person, I'd have a Nietzsche mustache.
Makes me wonder if a president could rock facial hair these days. Like, are they allowed to even do it? Like,
they're probably not off somebody names them.
Yeah, there seems to be like a real public image thing about presidents and stuff. Like, where
you would probably have to have had it beforehand. I don't think you could be unshaven. Maybe if he comes back from Hawaii and has a big gray beard, you know.
It feels like you'd have to have taken the presidency by killing the president before you and drinking his blood or something like that. But now you have to be elected, so you can't wear a mustache anymore. But I mean, if you just chopped fucking Barack Obama's head off and you had a big beard and mustache, you know, everyone would be like, okay, yeah, you can keep that.
Oh, well, who was the last president with a mustache? Was it Roosevelt? Must be.
I don't know.
I think it might have been Teddy Roosevelt. Yeah.
That's over 100 years ago. That's 110 years ago.
After the whole Hitler-Stalin thing, I think they just made them illegal.
Well, that's probably a good point, actually. Is that kind of a generational thing?
I don't think we've had a leader with a president since then, though.
Since Roosevelt?
Yeah, I don't think we have. It's possible. I don't think so, though. I can't think.
Because I think that's 1904, or I'm pretty sure.
40s.
Yeah, no.
40s.
No, not Franklin Roosevelt. I'm talking about Teddy Roosevelt.
Yeah, Teddy.
Teddy, yeah, but I'm saying I don't think I'm pretty sure that we haven't had one since the 40s at least.
Of any country, you mean, for the most part?
Well, U.S. or Britain, I don't think. I think they kind of went out after that whole thing, no mustaches, mustaches are evil,
I don't even think there's anybody in Congress or in the Senate.
That's kind of what I mean, yeah, even in Congress, yeah.
I mean, the only leaders in the world you see with mustaches and facial hair are like
dictators,
Middle Eastern and stuff like that,
right?
Yeah.
Well, again, let's go back over to Barbara Bush. I mean, I think
she did have a mustache. You're right.
Yeah.
Great.
No wonder Bush only got one
term. Last mustache in the White House was probably. I'm sure Clinton had some woman in there that gave him a mustache ride.
Well, some of the women he was having an affair with weren't exactly, all that kosher.
Yeah, I get the ugly one sometimes.
They weren't kosher. Are you calling pork here?
Yeah, there was some pork on some of them. Yeah.
Are we talking pork or shellfish?
Cottage cheese.
Are we talking visual or are we talking odors here? What's going on there?
I'm not really sure. I'm just kind of throwing it out there on the floor and seeing.
I think we're talking college cheese thighs.
College cheese.
Cottage cheese.
Oh shit.
I thought you said college cheese too, but I assumed I knew what you meant.
Well, here I'll throw something out. So Bill Gates recently invested in a low-energy nuclear reactor project, also colloquially known as cold fusion. Very interesting. And this is after his previous investment in thorium reactors, which I'm also very interested about. But it's kind of a much more far out there because obviously thorium reactors have been proven to exist and work, while cold fusion is a bit more controversial. Although I find it very interesting that Bill Gates has now just in the last couple of days invested in some of these projects.
Isn't it interesting how his public image has changed?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, he's now gone into full philanthropist mode.
There's actually a Wikipedia page for a list of presidents of the United States with facial hair. And,
really?
Yeah.
Awesome.
And the last
God,
one
I love Wikipedia.
The last one was Taft in 1913.
That's right.
Are you guys talking about the old dead guys?
I bet.
No, we're talking about great facial hair in U.S. political history.
I bet Taft didn't kill a bear with his bare hands. I bet he did.
Roosevelt was the bomb.
Hang on. Wait.
But yeah, I'm personally very excited. I was actually waiting for Bill Gates to invest.
Hang on 1 second. People, get your sound level.
All right, check 1,
That's
2.
better. Okay, I just wanted to check levels there. Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No worries. Yeah, I mean, because about a half a year ago, he invested in thorium reactors, which I was very happy to hear about, and something that I've been interested in quite a few. Well, the thorium reactors, it's the liquid fluoride thorium reactors, which is a type of nuclear reactor that uses thorium instead of uranium. With a multitude of benefits. It can actually use quote-unquote depleted uranium as its fuel, because depleted uranium is only about less than a % depleted, because it's mostly still uranium.
I keep thinking you're about to say depleting Uranus, but go ahead. I'm sorry. I just wanted.
Yeah, no. Instead, we're using it as bullets in the Middle East.
Oh right.
Well, I mean, the thing with the thorium-based power is that there's a higher abundance of what they need for that. But one of the reasons why it doesn't get a lot of support, or at least one of the conspiracy theories is that it's really hard to weaponize it.
Oh well, that was the main reason why it wasn't implemented. I mean, because uranium is so easy to weaponize, and that was the big choice. It was like, oh, okay, do we have this energy source that can also make weapons, or do we have just this pure energy source? And so, I mean, there's a plethora of benefits to using with thorium, and like I said, Bill Gates invested in it like almost a year ago. Where I mean, it runs at higher temperatures, so certain chemical processes that we first convert to electricity and then convert back into a higher heat. There's those losses on both of those conversions, so those would be eliminated, as well as that it runs at atmospheric pressure, so you don't have to construct this nuclear reactor that's with all these materials that have to withstand high pressures. Just as well as that it's what's considered walkaway safe. So
it's like a no-brainer essentially.
It is. I mean, the type of the amount of thorium that's available. I mean, I'm sure you've heard a little bit about thorium reactors. Some of the.
Well, I mean, they did have one going in the '60s, if I remember.
Mm-hmm. They did.
They ran it for like less than 10 years.
It was generating power and everything. They didn't hook it up to a generator though, but. Yeah, the core of it was working. It was actually meant for a nuclear-powered airplane originally, but anyway, what I mentioned though, I mean, gosh, there's so many benefits with thorium. I could go on for a long time.
Yeah, it sounds pretty amazing. I'm gonna read about it.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the other thing is thorium is highly abundant, as well as that the cycle that is used to produce energy, you actually have to continue adding in energy for the reaction to keep going. Unlike uranium, which it's about to blow up and you have to stop it from blowing up. So it's much safer that way, as well as that it's much safer in the sense that so it's liquid, right? And there's this drain pipe with a little blower on it that keeps a solid plug frozen. And so, say all the electricity goes out in the plant, that blower stops blowing and the plug melts, and all the liquid flows off and the reaction stops instantly. So you don't even have to do anything. The reaction stops instantly as soon as the power goes off.
That's cool, but I mean, I'll say this: they don't want to market this by saying this is a low-powered nuclear facility because everyone's going to go, "You're a pussy. We're going back to the real shit."
Yeah, right.
Well, what do you mean? Oh well, the liquid fluoride thorium reactors. I mean, they can create. Actually, they're using thorium as a cooling salt to transfer energy because they use water. What happens with water is that it expands when it heats. So they wanted a form of a liquid that you could transfer the heat into the generator without it expanding. So they're using that, as well as the fact that it also creates its own side reactions, which adds to the heat instead of.
Isn't there some sort of a salt brine that's used to store energy?
Oh, I don't know.
But one of the things you did say was that it was less dangerous or something like that.
Oh, by far, yeah. I mean, and the other thing is
that's one of the things that because I remember that whole because the first time I heard about the whole thorium-powered car thing.
Oh God, no, that was complete bullshit.
That was bullshit. But I remember I was looking into thorium power back then, and I think one of the things that came across is that when the stuff that I was reading was that the thorium, one of the byproducts for that would make I can't remember what the name is. Uranium something another. There's like two different types. There's different types.
There's quite a few. I mean, like cesium and a whole bunch of them. And actually, some of them are very valuable and can be extracted and sold in the medical markets and stuff like that. Sorry.
One of the ones from thorium though was actually very dangerous.
Yes, absolutely. The nice thing about it is that they're much less dangerous than the nuclear waste that we're taking out of current nuclear reactors. Actually, the half-life for the waste that comes out of thorium reactors, 90% of it goes away in about 10 years, and the rest in about 100, compared to like the millions and millions of years that we would expect with the uranium waste.
Yeah, but doesn't that just make it more dangerous for a shorter period of time?
Yeah. Oh, sure. Yeah, it's much more radioactive, but I mean, you're only having to hold it for 10 to 100 years, so.
Right. It's not going to be like an existential threat to the planet.
Yeah.
Quick question: Is there any truth to the notion that hippies are ruining the advancement of nuclear power and energy?
I think so. Yes, absolutely. There's very anti-nuclear people that just don't understand it.
Like, for example, one law I heard that was being kind of pushed back is laws that will allow nuclear power plants to update their security measures. So now they can only use models that are, 20, 30 years old?
That's pretty dumb.
Guys, I have to run. I just want to wish you all a Happy New Year.
Yeah, man.
Happy
Have a good one.
Yeah, you too, man. Be well.
See you later.
But what I brought up originally though was cold fusion, which is what
I see.
Yeah, which is actually Bill Gates recently invested in a couple of cold fusion projects, and what that uses is actually palladium inside of deuterated water, or also known as heavy water. Which is water that has 2 deuterium atoms instead of hydrogen. What happens there is that the deuterium atoms separate from the oxygen, and they go into into the palladium lattice, where they as soon as the palladium lattice is filled up, what happens is that the deuterium atoms move in a wave-like formation. They kind of lose their individual jiggles and enter into a state of what's called the Bose-Einstein condensate. And what happens is that at certain points in the lattice, the deuterium atoms will actually fuse together and form into tritium or helium, and that causes a massive release of heat. And you can utilize this heat to produce energy, pretty much. And Bill Gates recently invested quite a bit into some of these projects, which I'm very excited about. Because it was deemed as bunk science when it first came out, but there's been increasing evidence that it's not.
Cool.
So
very cool.
Yeah, that's great.
All right. Next topics. Tits or ass? What do you guys prefer?
Definitely booty.
Actually, we have 15 minutes till the hour. I wasn't planning on shuffling for a few more.
I definitely should have been stoned for this hangout, talking about nuclear reactions and shit.
Yeah.
but on to more serious questions. Tits or ass?
Ass.
Both. What the fuck?
Why are you forcing me to choose?
Right. Why is there a decision? Why is there a decision on this?
That is actually one of the most profound things I have ever heard. You're right. Fuck the dichotomy.
Right. All day I've been doing these hangouts, and that's been my message, is fuck the dichotomy. Have you seen that hangout earlier?
I have not, but that is a message I will start taking to heart from now on.
Which hangout are we talking about?
Oh, the one earlier when we're talking about Shani was hosting earlier.
Oh, the Keen roast.
Mm-hmm.
Of sorts. Yeah. I had a little part in that.
I hope my point was clear, what I was trying to make in there. I'm not in the business of trying to tell someone not to be Christian. That's not what I was trying to do. I was saying acknowledge everything, handle everything as humanly possible, as a human, and not with these labels, because it doesn't work. It just doesn't. I mean, yeah, you're Christians. You're gonna do that anyway. Fine, but protect your ass.
The problem was, Carson, the wording you were using was basically be a human before being a Christian. Put yourself before Jesus is what they were hearing. And when you're dealing with somebody like Veckel, you can't do that. You have to frame it a little bit differently, or else they're going to initially go, bah! Regardless of anything else you say and how valid whatever you all say is, they're going to hear that and just go, bah! And flip out. It's not going to work.
Right. The thing is, the example I wanted to put out there, and you're right. The example I wanted to put out there was, a scenario where you have two people. One is a Christian, one is an atheist, but none of them know that about each other. One guy needs help bad, and ask the other guy, total stranger on this. Let's say the stranger helps him with whatever he needs, right? The first thing that they did was communicated and acted as human beings, rather not if the person holds some particular theology. And that was the main thing I was trying to say. You are a human first. You're a Christian second. I don't care what you say. Veckel was absolutely wrong when he said, no. Okay, I understand, you can't really talk.
No, in his mind, according to his theology, he's supposed to be Christian first, and that was going to be a massive hang-up.
Wait. Here's the thing. How could you be a Christian first without being a human first? I mean, dogs can't be Christians.
Yeah, I get what you're saying, Epi, but
being a human is kind of a prerequisite to being a Christian.
Well, that's kind of the point, but that's what we're saying. That with Vakel, you can't, say that with him because he
sees that as being an affront to his belief that he should have Christ first.
And Vekel's looking for something to attack, no matter what the fuck you say, anyway.
Yeah.
Possibly.
And that's why I was like, before I left, I asked Vakel, is everyone in here human? And he said yes. And I said, is everyone in here Christian? And he said no. And I'm like, that's my fucking point. Okay? So I don't care what you say, with the whole bracking thing. Yeah, handle that the Christian way, whatever, do your thing. But you are human first, and the first thing you need to do is protect self.
No, Sokka's a raccoon.
And
fuck all you guys. Whatever, man.
But that drinks too much coffee.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. It's just be a decent fucking person. I mean, like, it doesn't matter what anything beyond that. Just be a decent fucking person. Don't be a fucking dick.
Sokka, did you die?
And I know, right? I see the angel wings and stuff. What's the deal? He'll be back next week.
Oh, you know what's really funny? You guys know GeoCities, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow, I haven't thought of GeoCities in ages.
I know. You know that if you follow any GeoCities links and you try to go to a GeoCities page, Yahoo actually will rickroll you.
Really?
Yeah,
I shit you not. Yeah.
Oh, that's great.
I thought it was the funniest shit.
Yeah, the only way you can see GeoCities now is if you fucking Wayback Machine, I imagine.
Well, they have a Wayback Machine, and then there was this one guy who dumped everything from GeoCities, like, in the last couple of days, so you can actually download all of GeoCities onto your computer.
Oh my fuck.
What is GeoCities?
Hang on, I should look into that. I'd like to find my old Baldur's Gate mod.
You don't know GeoCities, Curtis?
GeoCities was GeoCities was the shitty server provider that allowed losers to make their own makeshift websites.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was pretty innovative back in its day. Come on now.
Well, I mean, if you're looking to just be able to help share a file or two, it was very useful. I mean, I had a Baldur's Gate mod. It was just a skin mod for it, which is funny if you don't know what I'm talking about, I suppose.
I mean, all you kids now have the Facebook and your fucking MySpace and all this other shit that you do. We had fucking GeoCities and Alta Vista.
We had to go to GeoCities to put any files out there. We didn't have no fancy fucking Dropbox or shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
I had a conversation with this young guy. Oh, go ahead, Epi.
Oh, I was going to say, and I also imagined you had to download and upload twice when doing stuff as well. Sorry, I was trying to. Never mind.
No, but back in the day, I did have a point at which I was really happy that Z-Modem Resume came out. I thought that was fucking epic. We could actually resume file transfers. Holy shit! Before that, you sit there, spend 5 hours on your 2400 baud modem uploading, then it fucks up, and you're like, God damn it! I got to start all over again.
It was a real investment in time back then. Yeah.
I have a total unrelated question here. I have a USB, well, it's a mouse. I have this little mouse right here, right? But I've noticed that my USB drive is not recognizing it. It's not even on. Do any of you guys know how to turn that back on, or am I screwed?
Your USB isn't recognizing your mouse.
It doesn't recognize anything.
It's probably got a bunch of different drivers. Have you plugged a lot of shit? Have you plugged a lot of shit into that USB?
Yeah, actually, yeah.
Yeah. Like I don't know technically how to correct it, but I mean I do recognize the problem where.
Are you on Windows 8?
Have you turned it off and back on again?
I've actually dealt with this issue. No, that's an actual
question, Carson.
I've actually dealt with this issue with many USB devices. Are you on Windows 7 or 8?
7.
Okay, good. It's going to be easy for you. Pop into your device manager by holding down Windows key and pause break.
Windows key and what?
Pause break. It's in the top right corner of the keyboard.
PB.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I accidentally leaned into the headphones and it totally went mute when you said that.
You're holding down your Windows logo key and the pause break key in the top right corner of your keyboard.
Mind you, he's on a laptop.
Let's see. I'm using
maybe
a laptop.
Maybe right above your backspace on a laptop.
Okay, so around my backspace key, I see home, page up, page down, and
you know print screen where you take a screenshot. It's right near print screen.
Oh, okay. I see print screen.
Okay, right near print screen, you'll see either pause or break or both on the same button.
Or PB.
Or PB.
I see no such button.
Fuck it. Click on your start menu.
Alexander, what you might want to do is a screen share. That way Katie could...
Yeah, don't worry about it. Let him just go through it this way, and if this doesn't work, I'll get him in one of my corporate hangouts later, and I'll let them square it that way.
Sounds good.
All right.
So click on your start menu, right-click on computer, and click on properties.
All right, hold on. Computer. And then you said right-click, and then hit property.
Yep. Click Device Manager on the left.
Also known as Device Mangler.
Device Manager, alrighty.
On the top, click View, click Show Hidden Devices.
I'm sorry, where is it located?
On the top, it says File, Action, View. Click on View.
Okay, hold on.
I will screen share.
All I see is when I click on Device Manager, and my computer might be still loading, I think. But I clicked on Device Manager, and what I'm seeing is View Basic Information about your computer. Okay, wait, something's popping up now. Okay, all right. So, all right, where did I click now?
Click View and Show Hidden Devices.
Yeah. Where the fuck is my... Okay, here it is. View. Show Hidden Devices, all right.
Good. It's going to refresh real quickly. You're going to want to pop down and open up both mice and pointing devices and universal serial bus controllers.
Okay.
By the way, you may want to create a restore point before we continue.
Wait, do a what?
Behind your device manager window, you're gonna have that view basic information about your system.
Right. I see the mouse and pointing devices. I double click that one. And then there was another one you wanted me to click on.
Look at my screen. You have this window still behind it, right? The view basic information window.
Right. Yeah.
Click on System Protection.
All right, System Protection. All right, hold on. Hold on. Where the hell did that screen go?
It's behind the screen you're on right now.
There we go.
Hit Alt Tab.
No, it fucking was behind. All right, sorry.
In System Protection, click Create right here. That'll let you create a restore point. So if you fuck something up, you can always go back to before you started.
Okay, create a restore point. All right. Okay, and create.
Just name it something you can remember, like before I fucked up.
Okay. I'm gonna call it a checkpoint.
Sounds good.
Okay. All right.
Once it creates successfully, head back to your device manager.
All right.
Everything that is hidden has a yellow shield over it, yellow exclamation point in Universal Serial Bus or mouse pointers. Right-click and click Uninstall.
Okay.
Just the ones that have the yellow mark, if there are any.
So my mice and other pointing devices shows my touchpad, and then the other one you wanted me to click was Universal.
Anything that has a yellow exclamation point uninstall. Then go down to Universal Serial Bus Controllers.
Wait, hang on. Okay. Do you have anything that has a yellow exclamation point over it?
Yes, I see a Teredo tunneling pseudo interface. What the fuck is that?
If it has a yellow exclamation point, right-click it, click Uninstall. Don't matter what it is. You created a restore point, so don't worry, you won't fuck anything up.
Cool. All right, hold on. All right, well, I'll work on that for a while, because there's a lot of shit that's doing it.
Well, don't worry about anything that's not in pointers or USB. Anything that's not in those two, skip it.
Gotcha.
You shouldn't have that many things with a yellow exclamation on it.
You'd be surprised.
Well, yeah.
Pointer. So my mice and other pointing devices, right? Mm-hmm. It has nothing. There's no explanation marks.
Cool. Next, go to USB. Universal Serial Bus Controllers.
Where is USB? Fuck it. What the hell? Oh, here we go. USB. Okay, there we go.
Anything in there with the yellow exclamation point?
Nope.
Okay, we're going to come back to that one in a second. Do you have one labeled Other Devices?
Yes, I do.
Click on that. Do you see your mouse in there, or anything that says optical mouse or USB mouse or whatever brand name your mouse is?
Not at all.
Cool. Do you see anything that says Human Input Device?
Nope.
Anything that says Unknown?
One I see is Bluetooth Peripheral Device.
Okay. You don't have any unknowns? Okay, cool. Back in Universal Serial Bus Controller, find it'll either be USB 2.0 or USB 3.0 Extensible Host Controller, 0100 Microsoft.
Okay, hold on.
Right-click that and install it.
All I see is Bluetooth power copy cable, generic USB hub, Intel 6 series, C200 series, chipset family, USB enhanced host controller.
You have enhanced? Okay. You have enhanced control instead of extensible, that's fine. Don't uninstall that one. That one doesn't have the same problem. Just uninstall any composite devices and reboot your computer.
Alright.
You have composite.
Logitech USB camera, Pro webcam, composite. Oh, there's composite devices. Okay.
Cool. Uninstall those, reboot your computer, you should be good to go.
Alright.
And then come back and rejoin the Hangout after you've rebooted.
Yeah. If nothing works if no devices whatsoever work when you reboot your computer, pop into System Restore and go back to where you started.
Alright.
And if you're so fucking up at that point, at some point after this Hangout, I can set you guys up in one of my corporate-style Hangouts that I can do, and through that we can set you up with remote control between the two of you.
Cool.
Okay, now that I have you here...
Oh god, now I have a flashback to work.
No shit.
I'm just kidding.
I used to do this shit too. It's been long enough that I'm like, yay, I forget some things.
Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and restart my computer, guys. So I'll see you in a bit.
We'll see you when you return. Dun dun dun. And now that we've completely broken the flow of the shuffle, it's about time to shuffle anyway. Truth be told. So
and that was one of the smoothest tech calls I've ever seen too.
Because I had a camera.
Yeah.
Also, the other thing is when you sit there and you spend enough time doing this, because I did this for fucking years, and after a while you just get into this groove and you don't even fucking think about what's coming out of your mouth because you just get into a routine.
Yeah, that's true.
Every once in a while I was like, wait a minute, what was I just saying? Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, can you repeat that? I have no idea what I said. I'm sorry, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay, get some volume on this here. Let's see now. Let me go to the showcase crap here, and I'm going to put a link in showcase. Just because if I'm going to be referencing a video on YouTube, I apparently have to put the fucking link in here on showcase or some such shit like that. It's not to be fucked with. There we go. Don't bother with that crap, but I'm putting it in there because, as some of you folks know, one of the projects I'm working on is going after folks like Spirit Science and some of the Woo Meisters. And yeah, I'm after sitting there and looking at some of the videos that are out there, I'm starting to potentially regret this decision.
How come?
Case in point, if you'll give me a moment.
They channel their distress into usually one. It's really ironic. Some people get back pain from stress. Some people get chest pains from stress. Some people get ulcers from stress. Some people get upper neck and headaches from stress. This is all channeled energy and distress from the brain going to various parts of the body and manifesting as physical findings and signs from essentially brain stress being channeled elsewhere. Because the brain, I think, has only a certain capacity to hold on to nervous energy, then it has to discharge it into the body. So there's definite mind-body connection.
Now, it doesn't sound that fucked up yet, does it?
Except for the whole brain stress.
Yeah.
Did he not say chi there somewhere?
Oh, just wait.
A lot of people channel their stress into their heart, and we know that stress and adrenaline that's produced by stress goes into the heart and can affect the heart in an adverse way that can create abnormal heart rhythms, spasm of the arteries of the heart, and clogging up of the arteries of the heart.
Stress causes clogging of the arteries now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's really great.
Getting worse.
Adrenaline causing platelets, which are the blood clotting material in the body, to coagulate. Adrenaline does all that. And in addition to spasm of the arteries.
Spasm of the arteries.
Yeah.
See, the heart is an electrical organ. It produces by far the strongest source of bioelectricity in our body, up to 40 to 60 times stronger than the second most powerful source, which is the brain.
Produces?
Yeah.
This electrical energy travels through every single cell in our body and, in a sense, kind of binds the cells together.
Okay, I'm going to tell everyone to brace themselves for stupidity.
It's strong enough that it even can be detected outside the body, out into space, beyond the skin. It's not an audible energy, anything like subtle energy. What it is very measurable electromagnetic energy, much like radio waves. And what we found is that the heart produces an electromagnetic field that surrounds our entire body in 360 degrees, and that it can be detected about 3 to 4 feet with magnetometers outside the body. Researchers at the Mason Clinic in Kansas say they detected it 10 to 12 feet. So regardless of how far it goes, what's interesting is that we produce this electromagnetic field that can be detected.
By aliens. They get into that later, though.
Oh, God, no.
Fuck off.
Oh, God.
The human nervous system is an electrical energy system where positive and negative ions flow.
I have a question for you. Does it sound to you guys like Ben Stein is fucking narrating this?
For low, idle magnetic waves.
This fucking thing is 2.5 hours of pain.
Clear aura is awesome.
Okay, ignore that idiocy. Did you know that actually there's been a practical test for string theory that recently came out that they might do soon? Actually, they're going against the idea that string theory is impossible to test. And it's actually really simple. So, like, okay, in general relativity, it's assumed that gravity couples with all forms of matter equally. And string theory actually says that it doesn't, that actually some forms of matter couple with gravity more strongly than others. So what that means is that the idea that all objects falling at the same rate in a vacuum actually doesn't hold anymore. So if string theory was true, if we could build these special objects, then some of them would accelerate faster than others because of their higher coupling. Cool. So that's pretty interesting.
All you'd have to do is make an object out of dark matter. Oh, wait.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, exactly. It's you know, very difficult still, but it's at least it's practical compared to some of the other tests for string theory that have been proposed.
I know.
Wait, that's a fucking great idea. I want some dark matter pottery.
I got it. We're gonna send an expedition out to the membrane of the universe and build it out of that.
Well, you know, talk to these guys, the guys that make this fucking video, and they seem to think that you could sit there and will it to come to you.
Yeah, see, that's much more interesting than this Dragon Ball Z shit these guys are talking about.
Oh wait, let's have some more pain.
If we need to measure the surface electrical activity of the body
Oh shit, it's a multimeter. That means it's serious.
Ethan, are you doing this because you hate us?
Yeah, so they just I hate you all.
Beings have far less than 1 volt total.
Is his power level above 9,000?
Oh, wait, hang on. Catch us.
The numbers oscillate due to the numerous electrical pulses in our...
Dude, it's Ben Stein, I'm telling you. This guy's like evil New Age Ben Stein.
Hundreds of individuals. The study has shown that everyone has different voltages at different moments in their lives.
Does it remind anyone of anyone of an e-meter? Just wondering, for anyone that knows the Scientology reference.
Can I just send him an email and tell him what electrolytes and fucking alkali are?
Oh, just wait.
A quarter of a volt. While adults can range anywhere between 0.5 and 30/100ths.
Wait till he talks about the super psychics.
If we're less than a 1.5 volt battery, how can we broadcast a powerful energy signature? And how can we space a message that is meant for us? The greatest mind control the government ever did on us is tell us that our minds are not powerful.
Are you guys ready?
Government?
Are you guys ready?
Yes.
In the year 2009, I conducted hundreds of voltmeter tests on the human nervous system from age groups from, literally children to teenagers to middle years and to elderly years.
Pretty graphic.
I found that all human beings have different millivolt ranges in their nervous system. Our nervous system runs positive and negative ions throughout our body, through our hands and our feet and our chest. Our entire body is being energized by the central nervous system and the autonomic nervous system.
That's not where the energy's created.
Nope.
People who have medical conditions such as severe depression or nervous system disorders such as MS have millivolt ranges that go between somewhere around 5 and maybe 9 millivolts.
He hasn't mentioned qualia yet, or force fields.
No, not yet.
To give you a comparison,
Not yet.
The average person ranges between 50 or maybe even 30 and 100 millivolts. That's the average person in the average state of consciousness.
When you're talking about averages, how does the word maybe fit in?
I don't think it does.
A millivolt is 1/1000th of a volt. So our body is running between maybe 30 and 100 millivolts optimally. That's when we're really in our optimal range. If there was a way to raise the human body voltage, which is the electricity in our nervous system, to higher levels, that super athletes train to get their nervous systems up to 2 full volts per cell, which is 2,000 millivolts.
Quick question. How many volts before I can become Storm from X-Men?
I'm not sure.
246
I'm not sure, but we might find out in a moment because apparently there's super athletes that train their cells to produce more volts.
Oh wow!
And you got to grow tits to become black as well. By the way.
You know how you produce more volts on those voltmeters? You take the 2 fingers and you take some sweat off your scrotum and then you pinch it again.
It would actually raise it. That is true.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. Yeah.
What will happen to our consciousness? Would it be easier for us to...
Oh God, you went Tommy Hall.
Look, tit.
Yeah.
Oh, not fully Tommy Hall. He doesn't have a complete man crush on me.
Oh, God.
Stronger signal to the law of attraction. Think of a...
Incidentally, this law of attraction is actually referring to the book The Secret.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh, boo!
Yeah.
You're trying to listen to your favorite song on a radio, and you can barely hear it because your radio doesn't have enough power. Well, your body is like a radio transmitter receiver. If you don't have enough energy in your system, then you're trying to send thoughts out into the universe to cooperatively affect your reality, to attract your soulmate, to attract a business idea, to become more creative.
By the way, we don't think up business ideas, we attract them.
I'm sorry, I heard him say to become more Korean. Did I hear that wrong?
No, you heard it wrong.
Sounds legit.
No, you're trying to become an antenna receiving things from the cosmos, apparently.
Yeah.
And sending to.
You don't have enough power in your nervous system. The chances of you manifesting your reality, the way you want it to be, are going to be much lower. So you need to increase your energy levels first, which you can do by meditation, and you can also do by
taking massive amounts of drugs.
Or by screaming the name of the attack. Law of Anime number 54. It does increase the power.
Yes, indeed.
Is he claiming that you can change actual reality by thinking about it?
Yes. Yeah, this is where I'm getting confused, because on the one hand, he's doing like the consciousness woo stuff that's like, you can't just reduce consciousness. And then on the other hand, he's like, you need to directly alter your nervous system. It seems like mutually contradictory lines of reasoning.
It's like he didn't. Wow, it's almost like he didn't think through this.
Oh, no, they gave a great deal of thought to this. They just came up with bullshit at the end.
So if I...
Then it's self-consistent bullshit, though.
Oh, yeah.
If I thought hard enough, it'd be redhead porno land in my life. Like, reality would change, yes.
Why redheads?
We dare continue
because I like redheads.
Hey, don't knock redheads. My second girlfriend was a redhead. And she wasn't... And for most of the relationship, she wasn't a total bitch, so... That's the great thing I have to say about redheads.
High standard right there.
Can I go back to torturing everyone now?
Let's go on with the ear.
Doing a simple experiment. When we get a weak signal on the radio and we place our hands on the antenna.
That's a VCR.
This is fucking epic.
I was about to say he's programming his VCR of his brain.
Did you catch that?
He called the VCR a radio.
Oh, no. Hang on.
You know, if this law of attraction thing worked, couldn't he attract himself a DVD player?
This is fucking epically funny. This is really the key of it all here. Hang on. Can you back up a touch?
And you can also do by using technologies like we're talking about here. Doing a simple experiment. When we get a weak signal on the radio and we place our hands on the antenna, the signal mysteriously improves.
It even says VCR on the front of it.
Yes, but they have an antenna attached to it. And he touches and he says, when you touch your hand to the antenna, the signal mysteriously improves.
What?
Mysteriously.
Mysteriously? Damn it.
Yes.
Anyone who took grade...
explain this.
Grade 5 science classes explain this shit.
Yes.
The stupid is hurting me.
Oh god.
But this is because you're like an antenna to the fucking universe. Oh my god, we're fucking morons.
This
what the hell have I got myself into deciding I was going to go after this shit? Holy crap.
This might be an important way to get your VHS transferred to DVD perfectly without any problems. It might...
You just have to will it into being.
Yes.
I would like to take this moment to apologize to every pagan, Wiccan, or occultist that I've ever insulted. You guys are completely sane compared to these fucktards. Just, okay. Isn't it great that they have the music going up louder on the VCR? Just saying.
It's almost like magic. David Blaine, eat yourself out.
Shadow, isn't that interesting? That's kind of the effect of the defector effect, which is that
Rocky Mountain High
people that were like you, but then turn away from.
Oh God, is it John Denver?
I'm sorry, but when I had bad reception on my VCR, I would press the channel up and down button to adjust the tracking.
Yeah, the tracking, yeah, exactly. Is that John Denver he's bringing out?
Yeah. Hey, don't diss John Denver, man. Rocky Mountain High was the shit.
No. Listen, if you bring out John Denver, I already disavow this entire line of scientific reasoning. It should be dismissed and destroyed. I hate John Denver with a passion.
Well, I feel the same way about the Eagles, so I can't harp on you.
Well, there you go. I can still respect you then, because I hate the fucking Eagles, man.
See, I've just been convinced that these people do not believe their own shit. For there's no other explanation. Because
no, not Victor. The antenna receives messages from beyond.
No. If a lot of people are crazy enough to believe their own shit, but these people can't be because they have got to be pushing their luck on purpose, trying to see if anyone would notice that's a VCR. There's no way they couldn't think, let's get a radio to demonstrate our radio thing.
Old radio? I don't fucking know.
It says VCR on it.
well, I mean, kind of the other coin. The other side of the coin of that is that there's so many gullible people that there's so much money to be made that they might as well.
Yeah, no, come on, Nodvik. It's those radio VCR combos that you saw in all the stores.
Oh, obviously, because that's what we needed on our TV, is a radio. We need a talkie box on our picture talkie box.
Exactly.
Oh, God. That fancy type of rich people TV where you need the radio to hear the sound.
Where did he even get a VCR? You could still buy radios. You can't buy VCRs anymore.
You don't go to pawn shops. You go to pawn shops, you can get anything.
I'm also not sure when this thing actually came out, mind you, but at the same point...
I hope this guy, fucks a dude.
I'd like to point something out, though. It's not gotten to the crazy part yet.
Oh, well, good.
That hurts even worse.
Yeah, doesn't it?
What hurts worse is the number of views.
Yeah, tell me about it.
I hope this guy falls face first into an AIDS tree.
Oh, God, I'd give me that insult to the memory banks.
Post this hangout as a response to his video. Oh, you can't do video responses anymore.
No, you can't do any fucking responses. You can't even do a text response. That's part of why I'm doing this shit.
Oh, God, keep it going.
Okay.
I'm trying to broadcast us a message.
Our soulmate might be trying to broadcast us a message, is what he was saying.
But if we are not tuned, we will not hear what they are trying to tell us. You either need more power or more finely tuned radio. Did the ancient stone builders know the secret healing powers of spiritual vibration, stone technology?
Or is that spiritual vibrations?
What's the difference between
vibration, stone technology?
Oh,
can somebody tell me what the difference is between a spiritual vibration and a regular vibration?
One's
a spiritual one.
The other
one doesn't result from
one's
a
bullshit and
rubberized
one's not.
electronic device.
It's the difference between physical and mental masturbation.
Physical and mental masturbation, that might be it.
Yeah.
I see.
And did they mention Stonehenge in this?
Well, actually, I fell asleep before the end of it. They might. I don't know.
Oh, God.
Honestly, the Ben Stein sounding guy bored me the fuck.
Oh, God, we should do the YouTube Blue bingo card game where we just have a list of shit all across the bingo card, and first one to get all of them wins. But in any case, keep playing.
Oh, we can do that with another one at some point. But I'm just going to fuck with a little bit of this. Hang on.
All right.
Stones and crystals can hold memory.
Oh my goodness.
Fuck.
Technically, yes, you can store memory in a crystal. Scientists in Germany have been able to freeze a laser in a crystal recently. How much information you can recover from that's up for grabs.
Okay, Nodvik, you're going to have to brace yourself for this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At the University of California at Stanford in 1993, scientists were able to store a movie of a hummingbird.
Did they just say the University of California at Stanford?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
Oh, God.
Okay, just
stupid bird.
Hang on. Hang on. Try and gird your loins for the moment.
I have to use the bathroom, but I can't get away from the screen.
Wireless headset, dude.
It's like a beautiful car crash. You can't look away.
Yes, it is.
Oh, God.
You got to stay there. If that sounds impossible to you, this is an ordinary sheet of plastic. It's called a DVD. And all
it's an ordinary
mirror, shiny coating on the bottom. A laser bounces through that sheet of plastic, bounces off the mirror coating on the bottom, and sends back the information, a movie, a song, your computer files, whatever you want to store in it, to retrieve it so that you can see pictures.
It's not in the plastic.
You can voices, and you can see photographs and all of your data files.
Yeah, it's in the coating.
Yes.
Wait, here's a question.
It's
now, the way he kept overemphasizing the word information, who thought they were listening to Arcane for a minute?
I thought they were listening. I thought I was listening to True Empiricism.
If anyone's watching and wondering how a DVD works, when the laser burns, it burns little bumps and dents. A dent is a 0, a bump is a 1. It saves it as a binary code.
Yep.
Oh god. You mean it's not information?
It's not magical information in the clear plastic.
Oh, wait till we get to the part about rewriting your DNA.
Oh god.
Oh god. I want to nut this guy.
Please do it. Please do.
I want to.
This motherfucker's looking for the spiritual commentary to life or something on the DVD.
I was having a debate with one of my cousins recently about population control, and I am all for it if this guy's in the gene pool.
This guy has made me change my mind on population control.
Hitler was right.
Well,
as a Catholic, yeah, as a Catholic, it's much harder to defend the pro-life position now because these guys can be born.
No, I think what you're talking about is retroactive abortion. That's a little different.
Yeah. Or it's castration.
I am all for expanding abortion up to the 900th trimester just to kill this guy.
well, if this guy's right, you can just think him into death.
Oh, I wish.
If I think too hard and I pop a blood vessel, am I doing it wrong?
Well, clearly this is wrong because I've fantasized in multiple ways about painful deaths that this guy could involve that may or may not involve crotch punching.
Oh god.
Kinetic crotch punching. That's awesome.
Ooh, that hurts now.
Yes, but did you increase your mental wavelength first and make your...
Apparently I didn't do that enough.
Clearly. Okay. Hey, Epi, go to John, because this guy's about to get his rocks off.
Man, this...
Alright, I'll be back in a bit.
He's going to get into stone technology, don't worry about it.
To steal a line from Billy and Mandy, not even the Tangelos can save us now.
Okay. Here we go.
Awesome. It's actually the same shape as the Earth's magnetic field and the same shape as the eye and the iris. And what we do is we send these stone pendants, which you can wear around your neck and hold in your hand. We send them into a series of 5 quantum energy generators, and we charge them with tachyon, which is faster than energy.
You knew they had to go quantum and tachyon and all this other bullshit, didn't you?
Yeah.
Wait. Quantum necklaces? What the fuck?
Yes. They're claiming that these are quantum necklaces and they're the shape of the iris as well as the Earth's magnetic field. And somehow these do something.
And the Earth's magnetic field is not a circle. Think 2 pussies back to back.
Quantum necklace, is that like when God comes on your chest or some shit?
Hang on, these necklaces are available for only about $249. I mean, that's cheap.
No,
is that like the quantum Ray-Bans or whatever? You put on your wrist and shit?
That's like overpriced for some bullshit that...
Oh, we know.
Definitely. That is not something any sane human should spend money on.
Anyone wants to know what a quantum necklace is? It is the resulting tears and sperm from Johann and Rantz's internet gay porn ravages because his life is very depressing.
You know what? I don't mind that people are duped and buy this shit because to me that's a stupidity tax. It's well worth it.
For anyone wondering what the actual quantum necklace is they're selling, those extra washers you got from IKEA furniture, they scratched it with a grinder and sold it back to you for $150.
Pretty much.
All right.
Okay, let's play with this.
And the frequency vibrations of the tree of life and the frequency vibration of the NASA actual sound of the sun.
Yes, you heard that.
What the fuck?
The tree of life, they're referencing the Sephiroth because they want to try and connect to the old Judaic mysticism. And then they're going to say that it's linked to the sun.
And the tree of life is a physical thing that vibrates now.
It's a vibrator, yes, indeed, with twigs.
Mm-hmm. So it's a physical thing that spiritually vibrates. Makes a lot of sense.
Hard drives, we found a way to track, just like it.
Yes, he calls it a miniature hard drive, not a
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid that one.
DVD days, perhaps a movie or a song. We can track the healing vibrations of the universe in a stone.
Oh yeah, okay.
Wow.
I hope that becomes a butt plug really soon and goes up his ass.
Now
that connects oddly with what I described as the quantum necklace.
Where do you think he got all that information about the quantum necklace and it's specified right up his asshole?
Well, I'm getting positive that we are like
at least he'll enjoy the spiritual vibrations when he does it.
He's already claimed that we are antennas sending out information into the cosmos and able to receive information from the cosmos. And much earlier in this, they referenced like we can even communicate with aliens this way.
Wait! Antennas send out signals?
Oh yes, we do as antennas. Yeah.
I think these fuckers saw too many Star Trek: The Next Generation episodes where they sell like crystals of information in them and shit.
Yeah, this guy's already shattered the Kabbalah, so what the fuck?
Yeah.
Okay, more pain?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's
Please stop. I'll talk. I'll tell you anything.
I'm in ecstasy. I'm just eating chips to this.
Well, just let it play.
Okay, play on.
Then what we did is we tested people. Hundreds and hundreds of people were tested. Wearing the pendant, holding it with the left and the right finger. And we could clearly find, within seconds, the human body voltage would come to much higher levels.
Adding a conductor made it better at conducting?
No way! What? Mind blown. You know what? I am just going to put this mind blown GIF on for the rest of it.
I'm getting stupider as I listen to it.
Help me about it.
Someone help! Help!
I can't even comment because I'm just like this is like absolutely everything that I hate about everything. Like this is the reason why when I think about reproducing, I think, fuck it, why would I do this to someone? Like,
no. I want to
I forgot how to breathe. Comes after breathe out.
No, this actually wants to make me reproduce more just to counteract all the idiots who are breeding. That's actually my duty now.
Wait. Following Aristotelian logic, you're horny by this video.
Exactly. I want to reproduce with smart people as soon as possible to counteract the stupidity.
So, they tested hundreds and hundreds of people, and once again they were able to confirm that Louisiana has the highest AIDS rate.
Wait, what? Seriously?
Yes, Louisiana seriously does.
Yeah.
I'm glad I have lots of booze right now.
Oh god.
I'm not near any whiskey, so I'm kind of.
I might have to get high again.
Find something, dude. Find something.
I can't. I'm in fucking Colorado. I should be getting really high, but.
For the rest of this video, I am going to play this GIF just out of the irony.
Okay. I'm going to mention one other thing. Now, mind you, many of us deal with fundies in our regular, time on YouTube. Now, I think we have officially bypassed the G-Man level of stupidity at this point.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, far
we are on our way towards Nephiland at this point, but we have not.
It's hard, man.
Well, have you heard of... So, I made a challenge to creationists, which is to just pick any peer-reviewed article that you think supports intelligent design or calls evolution into question, and we'll have a journal club on it. And literally, Nephi says every article ever written
I saw
in
that,
biological science.
Oh god, it was hilarious.
To quote Sarah Palin, I don't know all of them.
Well, we have not yet. We are exiting the G-Man sphere, and we're heading toward the Nephi sphere, which means we're going to pass through Ronnie in the process.
Oh god!
I don't want to pass through him. That's disgusting.
If I have to pass through Ronnie's sphere, I'm gonna have to go like a kidney stone.
Yeah, that's gonna be where all the shit's coming from about that specified sequential bullshit. Like Sam, did you ever get a response from him about that?
No, but you saw my little quip response because he made that video comment, and all I did was play the clip from Scrubs of Dr. Kelso boxing Dr. Reed's father saying, "Bring it on, bitch."
Oh god. Well, it is actually a nice change from the clip where he's like, "Wrong, wrong, 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 wrong. You're wrong." Yeah.
I do use that one a
It's
lot.
funny.
Okay,
It's a good one. It's a good one.
let's return to the pain.
Oh god.
While these amazing stone pendants and laser vibration scientifically demonstrate.
I knew there was gonna. I figured there would be a response to scientifically demonstrated.
I almost lost my orange juice.
He forgot to put science in air quotes.
Apparently.
Science.
To be applied,
Quote unquote.
broadcasting our thoughts and true intentions, giving us a stronger signal. Super athletes and psychics and healers and telepaths have much higher body voltage than
I want to buy a timeshare from this guy.
And telepaths. Super athletes and scientists and telepaths.
He hasn't gotten to these super psychics yet.
Because those are a regular job. Hey guys, what do you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a telepath.
I want to be a telepath and a healer.
I'm a telepath. Buy my book for only $19.99 right now and get a free fucking juicer with it, you know?
Lee, if you buy my book for $100, it'll get you well on your way to making your first $10,000.
Well, shit. That's great. That's great.
Order now and we'll throw in a Snuggie.
No, I want a juicer. If you throw in a juicer, I might be...
The juicer, but you know what? I never use the juicer, but
well,
I might
if you upgrade to plan, if you upgrade to plan 2, you'll get a juicer and a teddy bear.
Oh fuck, a teddy bear?
And also candy bars that make your life feel like LSD.
Oh god.
Okay, just so you guys know, the image on that is him trying to will himself to fly. Flap, 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 flap.
Flap, motherfucker, flap!
Well, flying is a good sign if we're going to Nephilim-free levels of stupidity, so let's go.
Yeah, we have to pass through the Ronnie zone first.
Do you think we could look at the escorts that are at Planet Nephilim-free?
Yeah, we'll find out when we get there.
I don't know. What's his taste in escorts, really?
Ew, gross, you're right. I did not think about that.
Okay. William Tiller.
I like being petted.
William Tiller conducted something.
Just come over and tell me I'm right.
Slap me with the Bible, baby.
You're so right. You're so right. You're so right.
I'm right. Oh, you're my sister.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, God's gonna turn you into a pillar of salt, baby. Tell it.
Well, all you have to do is will it, and then you'll enter the right reality for that. Never mind. Let me put this shit back up. No.
Yeah, we're giving some of that lunar bukkake, baby. Yeah.
Baby, for the rest of this endeavor, I'm gonna call you Sam Roth for no apparent reason.
I'm sorry. If your modern average Joe managed to contact aliens telepathically and brought them to Earth, knowing the world now, the first thing that would happen is they'd knock them unconscious, and when they wake up, they'd use them in sick porn and sell it online.
So true. All right.
The aliens come to Earth to abduct us to make alien porn.
That's
alien anal autopsy.
All right.
Zip. Okay, here we go.
They gave him an anal probe in the night.
Bring on the inspector truck.
Anal up his butt.
200 millivolts is natural. If you put electrodes on the ear, which is a norm for the body in physiological tests, then you're talking about a few millivolts. But if you're working with a healer, as we did experiments, copper wall experiments with Elmer Green, I did this back in the 70s, then the healer, you can measure body voltages on the walls, and we found that a healer could increase the body voltage on a wall, reflected, of course, from the body or received by transmission from the body. 25 volt.
Wait, how the fuck can something be received by transmission from the body. Receiving means you're getting something. When you're transmitting something, you're giving something out, you retards.
We found that these people can make the voltage on an illuminated copper plate can be adjusted somehow through their magical means, and it probably wasn't casting a shadow on it. I'm not sure.
Like I said, we have entered the Ronnie zone.
This all well, no, listen, guys. I mean, this all happened in the 70s, and some of you weren't born in the 70s. You might not understand. I was
born in the 70s, yeah.
The 70s, the decade that was trying to be just like the 60s, but lamer.
I was watching something that was much more intelligent. It was called Hong Kong Phooey.
He was a super guy.
Oh, shit.
Okay, back to the pain.
Yeah.
250 volts. We have been able to get signatures of that size. And basically, I was very interested in that, and I created a theoretical model that what happens when...
Models are theoretical by definition, you retard!
Is
or hypothetical.
Someone that at some place in the body there is a site where the action occurs to bring about this transmission of energy.
Okay, we have not quite gotten to... We are about to cross the actual Ronnie threshold, where we are exiting out of the Ronnie zone and heading towards Neverland.
Wow, I no longer see
about that. I have to warn you. Okay, are we ready?
But, I mean, do we have to? Can we just talk about specified sequential information for a bit or something?
No.
I mean, I'd probably enjoy that.
No, go, run! This is a chopper.
Okay.
And when I looked at Elmer's data, he had 5 pieces of experimental data. He had the voltage on the ear, and he had voltage on 4 walls. 1 in front, 1 behind, 1 above, 1 below. So 5 equations and 5 unknowns that should solve, and so I solved those equations, and I found that for this particular healer, the source, the primary source, was the Dantian point, just below the belly button.
Oh. Really? Because that's actually pretty close to where the energy does come from.
Wow, I'm going to call this the Pillsbury Doughboy theory.
Yeah, that's where my beer goes. I mean, it might be...
This is literally the most
large chunk of
thing.
A large chunk of the bioelectricity that your body does generate is in the kidneys and gullet, so...
But next thing they're going to tell me is that this is just like mayonnaise.
Well, I like how they're just like, we did calculations. Listen, I understand that we as the American people are so math illiterate that you can just say, we did calculations, and you believe that the math means something.
We figured out.
By calculations, they mean geometry.
No. This was from the chakras.
Yeah, we stuck our fingers in a lot of people's belly buttons.
Yes. That's that usual pre-sup. Well, that's a combination of the whole pre-sup my quantum consciousness bullshit. That's sort of been that sort of polluted our academia for the longest, trying to pass on the science, and it's not.
That's the horseshit I'm going after next.
Yeah, nice.
And I'm almost regretting it after having watched this shit last night.
Let's go back to analyzing their calculations.
Are you good, Carson?
Oh, no, their calculations aren't published anywhere, of course. That would be revealing the great secrets of the universe.
Oh, my bad.
It didn't work, but I will work on that some other time. At least I know where to go to at least tamper it or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Well, now you could join us in teabagging New Age bullshit.
Yeah, and for you, we have passed the G-Man level of stupidity. We have just gone past the level of Ronnie stupidity, and we're heading towards the Nephi zone.
You're hardcore now, baby.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man. Of all hangouts and of all days, did I run out.
Yeah, sorry, dude. Bad day to not be high, right?
Yeah, man. Man.
Let's play. I'm going to run this out a little bit longer.
I had to make me a cheeseburger.
Well, eat your cheeseburger.
Consciousness, likened to a living computer system, having its own power supply, memory, feelings,
Wait, memory's a fucking power supply? Seriously?
Power supply is the cheeseburger Carson's eating.
Yes.
Yes, that is more of a power supply.
Wait, he just said that?
Yes, he said your memory banks are the power source.
Memories and feelings.
Power source for what? Power source for what, though?
Yeah, no, I actually...
The electricity you produce.
It's true, I actually do run my car off memories.
You're like the power supply, dude.
What are we watching? Something with Deep Throat Choker?
No. This is not Deep Throat Choker right now. This actually somehow makes less sense while trying to...
Yeah.
Whoa. Choker Generator made more sense than this horse shit.
2.5 million hits on YouTube, and it's mostly likes. What the fuck?
Hang on. No. Just hang on.
Well, a lot of potheads watch this shit.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure.
Hey, no honesty allowed.
I'm one too. I'm just saying I haven't seen this. There are a number of them that like this shit, and I'm just saying I'm not one of them. Neither is Carson. Okay.
Well, I don't know. Alex, this makes
memory.
Why can't you guys just be like alcoholics?
I want to point out that
we're not fucking subjected totally to this bullshit.
Why can't you just wish violence and death upon people and just drink the sadness away?
Fucking right.
In response to the pothead comment, while I am against marijuana use and I think people are weaker for using it, it is not marijuana users that tend to believe this shit. It's acid users.
Oh, fuck.
Yeah. That's more accurate. That is more accurate. People who are on LSD are more likely to buy this shit.
Yeah, but that shit fries your brain, so, what can you expect?
Anyway, play on.
On to the net.
Well, imagine if we yourself have been designed...
Happy, I appreciate your gift right there.
Come on, Carson.
I'm sorry.
Positively brilliant quantum level computer processor solution generator.
Quantum
evolved, designed, devised on planet Earth. The huge problem is that over the course of us growing up, most of us have taken on a whole series of computer viruses.
Oh my god.
Believing this shit? No, this is fucking stupid. They're stealing from Scientology. Replace themes with computer viruses. What is the fucking difference?
That motherfucker needs to comb his hair before he says anything.
Hey, wait a minute. I resemble that remark.
I want the drugs this guy's on. I want to try them.
They must be on the good shit.
Based on the claim that the human brain is, more advanced, the most advanced processor ever, obviously this was made before.
Which is false.
Yeah, because I'm running a 386 right here, bitches.
You know what will be awesome is if at the end of the video you see the guy with the joint in his hand and he's like, "Nah, I'm just messing with you."
That would make more sense, my friend.
Okay, sorry, but just to summarize, so where we are now is I think I understand it. So that God is the wisdom of a symbolic representation of phenomena. Is that what we're getting at here?
No. That actually makes sense to me. This does not.
Sucker's bored.
Something about it made sense.
Okay, no, I figured out. This guy's not on any drugs. He's just drinking too much Brondo.
What's Brondo?
No, that's Sterno. That's fucking Sterno, man. This is Sterno.
Is it anything like purple drink? Like
No, Brondo has electrolytes. That's what plants crave.
Brondo. Okay, I get it now.
You will.
Idiocracy. Nice.
Well, we are heading.
I meant scissor, but yeah.
You will notice though, since we are heading toward the Nephi zone. Right now, it's all talking about computers and information processors, so we may actually officially be in the arcane region.
Oh God, I'm suffocating from the stupidity.
Yo, who's Trey Smith, Pruden?
Within yourself, you might have as many as 100 million.
I can explain that. Hold on.
Just answer in the group.
Pruden.
Go for it, Squid Boy.
Oh, should I answer the question that Carson asked, or?
No, just do it in the side chat. I can do side chat now. I'm live.
The ability to of that computer to function at its most brilliant level. But on the other hand, imagine if you could learn to clear that processor to the point where it would begin to totally hum in tune with the quantum field.
Of course, clearing out a CPU certainly makes it work better.
Eternally hump the quantum field. That guy looks like Mr. Deity almost.
Humming to the quantum field.
I bet his penis is quantum sized.
Of course, we need to have quantum in here a few extra times just for the hell of it, because, you know, it's mysterious.
Quantum. Yes. We are living a quantum life. Yes.
Yes, quantum life. Yes, quantum.
Quantum.
Yes, quantum.
You have to understand the separation of the quantum world from the physical world.
Well, there's the physical.
Actually, your accent is fucking atrocious.
That was really racist.
That was actually pretty good.
I really don't fucking care, Sam.
Actually,
it's called
my knuckle. Dude, you gotta come out from under the nose. Like, look at my knuckle. I'm talking to you.
Actually, I was talking to Avicenna. He actually, after one point when I was doing my Abu impersonation, he says, actually, it's okay to impersonate Abu because we like Abu. He is a very good.
Thank you. Come again for the quantum possibilities.
All right, come on. Let's explore the arcane region.
Okay. Let's try to get through the arcane skullduggery.
Level of openness and vibratory awareness. It would actually begin to function at the level that it was truly designed to function at.
Designed?
What we found is that the frequencies in that field, the electromagnetic energy and the frequencies that are in the radiation from the heart,
kill me.
change what we are feeling. Our emotional state influences changes in that electromagnetic signature.
Like fucking school.
No, the electromagnetic signature influences your emotional states.
This is just like going to a
state is the power source for the electromagnetic field. Your feelings power the antenna to the universe.
And we've
I'm sorry, that's simple.
Battery up your ass.
Yeah, we're sticking 9 volts up your ass.
If you guys are wondering what I'm doing, it's I'm actually bundling up before I go outside. It is that freaking cold.
Okay.
Well, that's because you haven't increased your internal vibratory harmonics well enough that you can actually keep yourself warm and create a reality in which the world around you is warmer.
Exactly, it's all your fault.
Yeah.
And the guy in the video right now is showing Ray Comfort where the banana goes.
Oh god, that's funny.
You guys are witty. I like the witty shit.
What researchers?
None.
Monkeys with typewriters.
Kind of like you'd see if you were looking at a pattern of an earthquake. And we see that kind of electromagnetic signature again when people are feeling these negative emotions.
Wait, your negative emotions control earthquakes?
No, that's not actually what he was saying.
What was he saying?
He was just equating to the signal to earthquakes.
Serious note, I think I just found out why I'm not experiencing so much pain anymore. I don't know where these scratches came from.
I think you're clawing and you're sitting there gripping onto your computer trying to make the pain stop.
I think I was too.
It's from mocking he psychically attacked you.
Alright, do I look like a 500-pound dude?
Yes.
No, 360 at the most.
I don't know, you're looking... Yeah, you need a few more layers before you start looking like Viscera.
He's dead anyway, so whatever.
Oh, what happened to Viscera? That dude... Oh, yeah, they told him that he cannot return until he loses some weight because that guy was close to death.
He died. He had a heart attack or some shit.
Oh, he did actually die?
Yeah, he died.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Jeez. Damn. I did not know that. Rest in pimp, Big Daddy V.
Big Daddy V. Yeah.
Big Daddy V.
Let's all have a moment of silence and rest in pimp for Big Daddy V.
Respect.
Rest in respect.
Yes.
Rest in pimp.
Those big ass man titties.
But they were awesome.
Anyway,
It gave me my first. Yes.
Let's actually jump ahead a ways just to get some of this shit, because I just noticed what time we're at.
Of each person, and you actually create two blueprints, put them together, just like a musical, two melodies or harmonies, and you put them together. And what does it create? Does it create something jarring or not? And certainly people, we can see how their numbers will either work well together.
They're on numerology.
You know, I just have to say, bitch would not be sounding half as intelligent if she was not standing in front of books.
No, worse yet, not only are they talking about numerology, but knowing some people that are numerology, they're doing it wrong. Just saying.
Wow.
Because numbers are techniques. They describe something that is key to who you are.
Your soul energy is a unique signal that is broadcast into a field where your soul energy is being broadcast as well.
Oh.
That is where your souls are bonded.
Ow!
Bitch, define your terms.
You're already having a relationship, you just don't know it, but it's out there somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, great.
Yeah, so let's take two bits of music and put them together, and it will make harmony. Kind of like how they took Beethoven and put it into rap, and I wanted to kill people.
Exactly. Beethoven ruined the rap music.
Is it wrong if I think this chick is hot and I kind of want to bang her?
No, as long as you put a muzzle in her fucking mouth.
You just kind of have low standards, but that's okay.
Don't worry. It totally makes sense.
Woman, I want to bang her.
It totally makes sense, Prudent. Just tell her, look, I think her soul frequencies are vibrating on the same channel. So bang me now, bitch.
If you say that shit to her, she'll bang you. I swear to God. People like this, if you know that they're into the shit, you go up and go, you know, I'm sorry, but I really feel like we're vibrating on the same frequency. I really feel drawn to you. And you've got a date, and you're probably getting laid that night.
Yeah, and just go like, don't open your mouth, just open your vagina.
No, you
have them open their mouth and then you stick something in it.
That's the exception.
You go up to a chick and you're like, you know what? I think the universe wants us to align.
Align, baby.
You know what I mean?
Horrifying.
You know, we're going to merge our dimensional cortexes together, and we're going to have a lot of parallel realities going on, baby.
No. They know you're outside of the lingo then.
Prudent, you now see the similarities between this chick and Nadia.
You didn't say quantum vibration once, man.
Hey, baby, Hey, baby, I want us to vibrate on the same channel with you on top of me, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean?
Multiple realities.
Now, here's the thing. Did I pause on the right frame for this conversation?
Yes. Prudent, you're now looking at this girl and noticing the similarities between her and Nadia.
You just ruined that girl for everyone.
Wrong.
Oh, fuck you, Katie. Fuck you so much.
I bet she got droopy titties.
Why did Prudent? Wait, why did Prudent?
That was a little revenge.
Okay, stop repeating.
Okay.
Sorry.
Both of you.
Alright, let's play this. Come on.
Okay.
Because you're already bonded with your soulmate on that level. And the goal
Oh, wow.
So I was never lonely this whole time? Cool.
No. You were bonded on that level. You just weren't aware of it because you weren't in the right frame of resonance.
I see.
It's relative to the quality of the consciousness.
No, you have to broadcast your soul into the conscious field where you can meet with them.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Is that what ChristianMingle.com is?
I really want to.
No. This is kind of like PsychicFucktard.com.
Finding your soulmate in a physical plane so that you actually are meeting them and are able to have a relationship.
Isn't it convenient that everyone's soulmate lives right down the street somewhere in the same city?
I know, right?
You know,
But I've lived all over the world. Which city do I go to?
I doubt it.
You're in at the time because they'll be there too for some weird reason because they're meeting you in the resonance of the fuck if I know.
The quantum qualia consciousness of resonant frequency shit or whatever.
This girl did not have 2 wet holes. She would not be useful for anything. This is hard to listen to.
If she wasn't talking sophistry, that would almost be sexist.
And I want to be clear. I want to be clear. I am not saying that all women are only worth their 2 wet holes. I am saying that this woman, in particular.
All you have to do is
yeah. The scientist is totally being empirical in this case.
Oh wait, look. I will say this. Wolf, you should take it back about the sophistry thing, because sophistry requires talent. You have to fake philosophy. This bitch is just putting Chopra generators. That's it.
Yeah. Well, honestly,
all you have to do is enter the conscious field through the quantum gateway, which, as seen on that picture she was displaying, is just the quantum anus of the universe.
I mean, honestly, could we all agree that, with this whole bullshit about quantum consciousness, anytime some dipshit wants to actually come on and say, through quantum mechanics, they've literally uncovered some spiritual truth about the universe. They don't know dick about quantum mechanics, period.
Oh, yeah, I had to talk to someone for a second. So did we conclude that I was not being a sexist? I just hate this girl.
Yeah. We know. We're not gonna tell fucking We're not gonna tell Rebecca Watson on your ass and get you in trouble.
I want.
I'm actually tweeting her right now.
I really want to speak to Rebecca Watson just for the irony.
That's a healing tone in that special space more than anything.
As human beings, each one of us is characterized by our own vibrational frequency, which is a reflection of the proteins in creating our biology.
We are in the next zone.
What?
Is that as individuals with individual frequencies, there are some people whose frequencies are more complementary and more matching than other individuals.
Wait, just out of curiosity, what was that guy's name?
I didn't even say.
That sounds really racist. Like, some people's frequencies are better than other people's frequencies. By the way, all the black people don't have the same frequencies as black people.
Hey, take it back like 3 seconds. I want to see what the guy's name is.
Okay, hang on a second.
My frequency is much bigger.
Yeah, well,
it's not the size of the frequency.
I can hear. I'm high as fuck, so my senses are better, so I win.
It's not the size of the frequency, but its resonance.
It's Bruce Lipton?
Hang on, it's blurry shit, but I think it's Dr. Bruce Lipton.
Okay.
Looking him up.
Whitest motherfucker ever.
Someone to never go to.
And if you look at the picture right now, he's going.
Yeah.
Oh my god. So he does have a Wikipedia page, this Bruce Lipton.
He has his own website right there, brucelipton.com.
Yep, he has a PhD in biology from the University of Virginia. That is a top-level school, and he has a PhD from it.
Not in biology, but
okay. He minored in zoology.
All right, what else?
He taught anatomy as an assistant professor before coming to the American University of the Caribbean School of Medicine, wherever the fuck that is, where he was a professor of anatomy. Blah 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 blah. He's been involved in research since the 80s and 90s. He's even done research at Stanford Medical Center. Holy fuck.
Caribbean school. Okay, maybe it is pot.
Yeah. But this is the funniest thing. He's been a speaker at the Institute of Noetic Sciences. Oh my god.
God, the Noetic Sciences kill me now.
What the fuck is that?
If you have to preface science with anything, then it's probably not science.
Oh, this is the best part.
Yeah, like feminist empiricism.
His current job right now. He is a visiting fellow lecturer at the New Zealand College of Chiropractic Medicine.
Wow. Oh my god. Oh my god, you've got to be freaking kidding me.
But yeah,
guys,
like
serious note. If you're looking to become some kind of scientist and you can't get a grant, this guy did exactly what you need to do for money.
I bet he knows how to give a killer massage.
But his best known idea, I think he's already said it, it's the idea that genes and DNA can be manipulated by a person's belief. This is the idea that he's been promoting for quite a while.
And the best this guy can do is the best he could fucking do is this backwoods fucking chiropractic in the same fucking country as that dipshit New Zealander Ray Comfort comes from.
damn it. Yeah. You fucking ruined it, dude.
Oh, damn.
You just gave the spoiler.
Yep, that's what the whole
in this video, he sits there and tells people that you can, by sheer force of fucking will and with the right internal resonance, change yourself on a genetic level.
Yeah.
Tell me how all the way, baby.
Sam, you're the resident biologist, and you know a lot about molecular biology. Where in the literature would I find such a thing of that?
The only thing there is only one part of my anatomy that I can change with sheer force of will, and that is my penis. Everything else seems to be pretty much offhand except joints that I can move. That's about it.
You should have worded it thusly. There is only one part of my anatomy that I can change by sheer force of will, but when I'm done, it goes back to normal.
Exactly.
All of a sudden, mind over matter doesn't count.
Mm-hmm. Are we done? Did I ruin it early?
And I also feel quite sleepy.
Are we finishing the video, Shadow Heathens, or what?
I don't know. Do we really need to see more, honestly?
It's just fun. I was getting a good laugh out of it.
I was done when he was grabbing the antenna to increase the reception on a VCR. I don't know.
Yeah, that was enough.
This is very difficult to listen to.
Hey, can we watch some Vagina Power? That'd be pretty funny.
Vagina Porn would be funnier.
I just gotta look for all the hippie chicks at my school and go to them and say, "Hey, baby, I feel like we're connecting. I think our resonant frequencies are connecting on the second level qualia."
Then
couldn't be worse than your current efforts.
Then why am I getting some negative vibes from you?
Hey, be careful, Squid Boy. Dick will make you slap somebody.
That's true. Well, actually, Dick will make someone slap you, but yeah.
Only 1/3 of the time.
So just the final hour, the second hour of the Insomnia Shuffle. Yeah, when I decided that I was going to go after some of the New Age Woo, I had no idea how fucked up it had gotten, and I am screwed.
Pantheism is cool, though. I will say that.
Yeah, but that's only because Spinoza.
So what you're saying?
There's really and Carl Sagan.
And Carl Sagan.
So what you're saying, Shadows, you have to reevaluate your method of attack with these people?
No, I'm still going after it, but I might actually invite people to sit in because it'll be more fun that way.
Okay.
Like a Mystery Science 3000 thing?
What I'm probably going to do is that some of these are very fucking long presentations, so I'm probably going to do basically a clips reel, a highlight reel of them, and I'll invite like one or two people to sit in and we can just lampoon the fuck out of some of the very funnier parts.
So what are you saying, Mystery 3000? Mystery 3000, yeah.
You think that'd be a good format to go with?
Well, yeah, I think it'd be pretty entertaining. I mean, but it's what I find funny is that like all these some of the parts that they're talking about they're really quite like unexplainable, and it fascinates me that this kind of this intricate chaos that's really kind of holding the universe together, and things I didn't think about before watching them. So I mean, it's great.
I mean, imagine the mystery of touching an antenna and getting better reception. Who'd ever figure out something so mystic?
I'm sorry, but if I saw him grab an antenna attached to a VCR and I started hearing music, I would be pretty impressed.
Oh boy. You could, just do the Mystery 3000 shit, and you'd have a good series going on. Just pick the fucking crazy ass fucking videos and just fucking go through them, rip them apart.
You know what? If it wasn't for this guy's New Age series, he'd be grabbing a different kind of antenna. You know what I mean?
Yeah. That would actually be a really good format because you could put guest starring at the beginning of it and have people there, and you could even end up having other YouTubers like Armored Skeptic and them people.
Yeah, I could certainly have some fun with it, but well, if I can get a fucking audience on this channel, that'd be nice. But
well, and that's exactly what that one channel, A Very Public Spanking, does. A lot of they just spank a new. Oh, it's pretty good. What they do is they spank a new topic every week. Like they'll go from spanking like Deepak Chopra like 1 week, and then they'll go to spank they'll just watch like fundamentalist videos and just tear that apart.
This is going to be entirely New Age weird ass crap like that. No, initially I was like, I'll go after Spirit Science and see what pops up after that because his videos aren't that long. These things are all like, between an hour and a half and 3 fucking... Actually, sorry, I was linked one by Ben and Barry. Love you, Ben and Barry, you fucker. That was like 5 hours.
Oh, yeah, well, yeah, no, don't do that. Like you stick to the Mystery 3000 format.
Exactly.
You just do it.
Bullshit for a while, have a couple clips.
Yeah, you do a 90-minute, like, at the most of the movies they did were like 90 minutes at the very most. So, keep it around that.
Yeah, cut most of the shit out, but I was thinking, I do like, a little video here, a little video. No, this is going to have to require some serious lampooning.
It's Atheist Riff Tracks is what it is. Atheist Riff Tracks is what it is.
We are a way the cosmos to know itself.
I just don't want to subject anyone to any of these things in entirety, because holy shit.
I don't think you could hate somebody that much.
Okay, I've clicked shows to show the thing on the audience in case some poor soul wants to actually watch the fucking thing. So now it's official. It's been linked to some fucking house, so I should be covered for DMCA and all that crap. That and all the commentary. But
didn't you say it was 2.5 hours?
Yeah, that thing's 2.5 hours.
Holy fuck!
There's nothing wrong with like looking at the video and just like critiquing it for just interest.
Yeah, I'm just not going to do it for that length of time. I'm just going to basically grab the highlights.
Yeah. I mean,
right. That works.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just take the highlights and splice them together, and then do Mystery 3000 shit. And
I know there was some fucked up shit out there, but I had no idea it was this fucking long. I mean, okay, tell me who it is that goes out and watches the 10-hour video titled "Celestial White Noise."
I don't know who watches
it. I don't know, but I want to cock punch them.
People with too much fucking time on their hands.
But the people who produce it are very motivated to sell, washes for $150.
Oh, by the way, that video has 7.37 million views.
There was a point in time where I thought eugenics, controlling the genetic population by way of sterilizing people, was immoral and unethical. That viewpoint has been seriously challenged right now.
I'll say that 10-hour white noise video, it's like you take like even half of that and stick it on a fucking DVD or CD or whatever, and just put it in your player, and it's good for going to sleep. It really is.
Well, just be thankful that I turned the thing off we were in the Neffy zone, because it does eventually get to Tommy Hall territory.
Wait. You mean by Tommy Hall territory? Do you mean everybody's going to have impure thoughts about Sam while spouting conscious woo?
Possibly.
I had to block him from my channel after warning him multiple times to stop just trying to create drama to get my attention.
Quick suggestion, I know Shadow, you do know how to do basic video editing, obviously. Throw a meter at the bottom of the screen for every episode that counts up the stupid levels, starting at G-Man, through Neffy, and through Tommy Hall, all of them, until it gets to a new territory.
That's such a great idea. That's so cool.
That's brilliant. That is brilliant.
That would take, like, actual work. I'm not sure I want to do that, but maybe I'll just...
But it is cool.
We'll see.
I wonder if I really hope True Empiricism answers my creationist challenge. I know he won't.
My friend Jesus is God seems to be challenging it. Like, he seems fairly interested, although his main defense of his young Earth creationism is geology, so I'm not sure if
fucking hell.
I know. It's one of the views we disagree on, but he's actually he's a nice enough guy.
Yeah. Fortunately, since our big geologist in the community, Claire, doesn't do, that kind of video, meaning that she doesn't do Hangouts or anything like that, we're probably going to have to see if we can get Womble. So I'm going to try hitting her up to see if I can get her attention. Granted, she's geochemistry, but...
He mostly cites Steve Austin's work, if anyone knows who that is. And
the wrestler?
Not that guy. That would be awesome.
As we can tell by how he slams the chair on this guy's head, we know the Earth is 6,000 years old.
That would actually be the best evidence for young Earth creationism. If y'all think that the Earth is if you guys think that the Earth is less than 6 billion years old, give me a hell yeah.
Hell yeah!
Hell yeah!
Incidentally, I do have to point out that we are technically in overtime.
Effie, you're insane. I mean, all papers ever written on geology support a young Earth. What are you talking about?
I'm going to have to officially close out the hangout for whatever the fuck that means. And
So
instead of bothering with closing comments, I'm just going to say this is Shadow Heathen signing out. Have a nice fucking day. But you know what? Fuck it. We're having fun. We're going to keep rolling anyway.
There, bitches.
Fuck all you people.
I was just gonna suggest though. I was gonna suggest because I linked his channel and I was asked earlier. Has anyone ever seen anything by Trey Smith? He's this creationist, but like he apparently he is Tommy Hall territory. Like he's full of a lot of woo. He backs up creationism with a bunch of woo shit.
Okay, that awkward moment's over. So the reason I wouldn't hang out on geology would be because I don't have any qualifications in geology, so why would I be addressing peer-reviewed literature? And at the very most, I'm not knowledgeable enough in it that I would feel like I would only feel comfortable like addressing peer-reviewed literature of something maybe I've taken a college course on. But beyond that, you know, like, if I'm going to actually put my opinion on the line regarding peer-reviewed literature, it's not going to be on something in which I have literally zero training.
That's fair enough. Like, this is why I don't go out and debate creationists unless I have to, and it's usually on their philosophy stuff. So when a creationist needs to go to precept, that's where I come in. But if a creationist goes to the old Ken Hovind stuff, I'm fairly clueless.
Well, it's funny.
Can I get the contact number of that guy from the video? Because I'm touching the antenna on this weird radio and I'm not getting any music.
You have to touch it in a certain way.
That's what I told my ex-girlfriend, but then she was like, "No, that's kind of weird," and then that was a whole.
Well, she wasn't in tune with the universe. What can you say?
Yeah, really.
You didn't
Her chi must have been, off.
Right. Like, Dad, I met a girl. Is she quantum life or is she not quantum? She's not quantum life. I don't want to know.
She is not in the realm of possibilities. How is it possible for you to fuck her? If it's not possible for you to fuck her, can you exist in a reality where you can fuck her?
Her vagina is in another dimension.
I remember my buddy Kenny, every time he would go to his dad and say, "Hey Dad, I met someone," and he's like, "Girl?" He's like always checking to make sure he's not gay. I'm like, dude.
I hope one day Kenny comes back and says, "Nope."
Nope. This dude's got balls.
Or maybe one day he could come home and say, "Well, yes and no, kind of. It's a long story, Dad." Well, let's just say this. She wasn't born in the correct body. Damn it, son!
Ask me after the surgery, Dad.
She's not even a woman, Mr. Beyonce, but no answer.
I was born in the wrong body. What kind of body would you like to have been born into? How about a earthworm?
Let's put it this way, Dad. You're going to give me away at the wedding.
Right.
Yes, Dad. I am girl now. I'm independent woman. You're not even a woman, Mr. Beyonce.
I was gonna make a joke, but I definitely want to wait till we're off air.
Come on, man.
It's not right.
I would love to see. I would love to have Arcane in a hangout just to witness that stupidity because it's so entertaining.
It gets old.
Well, the reason why this sounds like gibberish is because he isn't invoking God, bruh.
Yeah, I like it. It's like, come on, bruh. Like,
I considered inviting him, but we're full. I'm almost relieved.
What's up, bruh?
I hate when he does that. I'm like, nigga, you come on. Like, what you telling me for? I'm talking about, come on, bro. You're the crazy one.
Well, you know,
who we say that? Arcane or Rankin?
Arcane.
Whoa.
I think Arcane claims that he could get a PhD in philosophy.
No, the fuck he can't.
I'm sure he could. The bar
like during
is
a
so
home
low.
invasion or what?
Yeah, no. Actually, I'll have to say this: philosophy does have its fair share of weirdos, like any other discipline.
No. I really do think that Arcane could get his PhD in philosophy. The question is, which philosopher does he plan on mugging to get it?
But the other thing about like the non-hard sciences, how do you tell a good philosopher from a bad philosopher? I mean, you can very quickly tell a bad engineer from a good engineer. I mean, does their bridge stand up? Does their airplane fly? Does is it more efficient?
Sure. Do their arguments. Oh, usually it's do their arguments hold. So let's say you have a really good philosopher like who writes from a high institution, and there are all these other philosophers gunning for his position. Usually they will try to critique the shit out of their arguments. Like, that's one way you could go about it. Like, your argument should really be airtight if you're publishing it in peer-reviewed literature.
Fair enough, but I think one of the most important philosophers of all time, Kurt Gödel, never even had a position as a professor until...
He's not a professor. He's a mathematician.
Exactly. He wrote on the philosophy of mathematics, but that was very secondary.
Well, hang on a second. I think the way to tell if somebody's a good philosopher is whether they try to get other philosophers into debates, or whether they chase around Dawkins forever with an empty chair saying,
well, it actually went both ways by him talking about the philosophy of mathematics. He was also talking about the mathematics of philosophy. I mean, philosophy is rooted in logic. There's no way you can
I'm not debating that, but I think it's very short-sighted and almost it's kind of disrespectful in terms of where Gödel's actual intellectual influence is to call him a philosopher, because the gigantic amount of influence he had in math is that's what he was. He was a mathematician.
Exactly. It would be like calling Daniel Dennett a biologist when he's a philosopher, despite the fact that he has tremendous influence and has actually been cited plenty of times by neurologists and people in the
I mean, fair enough, but just because I think that you could say he was a true Renaissance man in the sense that he touched so many fields with his work. Yes, he was mostly a logician. Absolutely, he wasn't even a mathematician. He was mostly a logician. But that doesn't mean that he is also a philosopher, in my opinion.
So what I'm hearing is just because I'm a molecular biologist doesn't mean I'm not an expert on geology.
Pretty much.
Yeah. For my money, I would consider one of the most prominent philosophers of all time to be somebody like Gottlieb Frege. Like, that is someone
I would agree. He's definitely at the top of that list as well. But I mean, that I don't think was quite true. I think that you can be both a molecular biologist and a very famous geologist if you do significant work in them, right?
So here's why I wouldn't call a lot of the stuff I like doing philosophy, because I'm not a philosopher. My stuff is religious studies and theology, with religious studies being my actual academic training and theology just being an interest that I have that I study on the side in my graduate training. So I don't do philosophy because I don't look at knowledge from the bottom up. I actually work things from the top down. I wouldn't call myself a philosopher because that's just not my bag. Every field has kind of a different niche, if you know what I mean.
Huh, that's a very interesting way to put it. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Why don't weed? I think philosophy has to be relevant with regard to understanding the world and how it functions. Not necessarily on the level of science, but just to the degree with.
Well, the thing is this is the tragedy of anyone who's actually taken any type of university philosophy course. No one in a philosophy course talks like people do on YouTube.
That's true.
Most, at least in my experience, philosophers go, well, this is, there's science and there's philosophy. These are different tools by which we understand. They're just different interrelated tools. Just like mathematics is just a tool. These are just intellectual tools that we use. You don't have these people who are like William Lane Craig that think they can philosophize things into reality. I've never encountered a person like that.
Well, I don't think that's the aim of apologetics. I think he's just trying to put a rigorous foundation on it, and in trying to do so, he philosophizes a lot of things into reality.
I mean, potentially anyone is a philosopher because we all have a philosophy that we adhere to, at least. Not necessarily known, but.
Well, I mean, technically, you could also. I'm going to take issue with that, right? There's a way that people are technically trained in philosophy. In the same way, you could say, "Oh, I'm a scientist." If you create a potato battery in your backyard as a scientific experiment. I mean, you can call yourself a scientist. No one's going to take you seriously. But it's sort of the same thing, right? Like. There are a lot of people who pretentiously call themselves philosophers when, in reality, that's an actual field.
Exactly. That's why I always hesitate to call myself a philosopher or someone who's academically interested in philosophy. Philosophy is fairly secondary and more of a hobby.
I think I got a perspective. My perspective on this is why the fuck don't I have weed? I really need some fucking weed. And
okay.
Well, see, brother, my brother. See, you gotta be like water. See, it's like a finger pointing to the moon. Don't concentrate on the finger, or you miss all that heavenly glory.
Weed is just a scratch, man.
There's what echo going on.
Echo.
There it is. It's good. It's good. I was just gonna say, guys, I'm gonna head to bed.
Have a good one, Carson.
You guys have a great night.
Yep.
Take it easy, Carson.
Peace.
The funniest thing that I encounter on YouTube is people who actually don't understand a topic beyond YouTube apologetics. And you find it among so many people that it just makes me laugh because it's like they have no interest in actually learning about the topic.
No, they just want to spout rhetoric and they want to pretend they're smart and browbeat other people. That's all there is to it, really.
At the same point, I'm going to say something that's almost a defense of that, almost. Because the simple fact of the matter is, there's a lot of subjects that I know a little bit about, and I know what the standard YouTube answers are, so to speak, in terms of quote YouTube apologetics. But once they get beyond that, I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, but an honest person will say, I know this much about something, and I'm not going to pretend I know more about this shit.
Yeah.
But then you see a lot of people just pretending they're fucking astrophysicists,
Yeah, there's a big difference between what, like what 13 Heathen said. Let's take by the same token, like, I have read Lawrence Krauss's A Universe from Nothing. That's about as much as I understand about early cosmology. But I also don't go around saying, oh, I know all of this and this and this about early cosmology. I'll say, well, I know this and that just from this. I'm not pretending to be knowledgeable about that. I've never known, Shadow to do that either. But then you have people who have read The Idiot's Guide to Intelligent Design and think they understand biology.
Yeah.
That's exactly like the issue. See, like whenever I get into science, reason, or empiricism, talking about the concepts, I make it very clear that I'm not a scientist. I don't have a PhD in this stuff, but one of the main things is that I'm scientifically literate. I understand how these things work by scientific laws and stuff like that. And I talk about the data to a degree to basically make a point. I tend not to, try to go on authoritative things. I just go with the consensus of the experts trained within the field because they explained it and studied it far better, greater deal than I did. So
that's also how you live your life, right? I mean, I trust my auto mechanic to, fix my car. I would I trust a dentist to fix my teeth. I would challenge, any sort of.
But do you trust a dentist to give you an exam for prostate cancer?
Yeah.
Only if that dentist is Ronnie True Empiricism, because he's got.
or a photographer to make conclusions about geology.
Yeah.
We know that. Is that what Neffy does?
I don't.
No. He in his spare time, he looks up escorts.
Yeah, I don't know what the fuck he does. I don't even know if he does the escorts he has. He probably just hasn't put them to bed. Tuck them in, you know.
He looks up Asian transgendered midget escorts.
The funniest thing was one of the comments is he was complaining. He said if I had a hangout where I was in control, that I would just mute and talk over him. And I was like, wow, that is the most ironic thing I've heard in a very long time.
So in other related news, the pot and the kettle have committed mutual suicide, and hearing that.
Yeah, I mean, G-Man says the same shit all the time. I mean, it's no different with any of those fuckers.
Yeah. The thing that amazes me about G-Man, and like, I almost want to have like a personal discussion with him because it seems like he thinks he's good at everything.
No, Sam.
It's not that he thinks he's good at everything. He thinks he's the only one that can do anything.
No, it's not.
Hold on. I need to get this out. Sam, you're wrong. You're wrong. No, the fuck you don't. You do not want to have to talk to G-Man. You will get the cells in your brain will commit apoptosis. I'm telling you.
So
you will not come back from that.
So here is my interaction with G-Man. I actually had a private hangout where I explained Catholicism to him, and it was nice and quiet because he decided to listen for most of it. And after I explained it, and after I thought he understood it, in other subsequent hangouts, he dressed up the same shit and misunderstandings. In one ear, out the fucking other. He doesn't know how to hold any information between those two ears of his.
No, he does. It's as long as it's information that confirms his biases. I know exactly how you feel, Abby, because I've done the exact same thing. I tried to explain. I made a fucking 19-minute video where I explained what evolution was and what it wasn't, and why his whole show me the kind turn to another kind bullshit. And I spent 19 fucking minutes explaining why that was irrelevant in biology. What does he keep doing? He keeps asking the same stupid shit. Show me a kind turn into another kind. It's like,
hold on, that's 19 freaking minutes. Aaron Ross spent over 6 fucking hours, and people still refuse to get it.
Yeah, in a private hangout, he'll listen to you and shut up. But anything public, he'll just keep doing the same bullshit. I mean, because he doesn't listen.
No, that's not true. No, I've talked to him off air before. He does the same exact shit off air as he does on air.
No,
I mean, this guy does a show though. Like he plays up to his audience and shit. He's about poning people. Like that's his.
He's naturally fucking obtuse.
Does he realize that he's like? Does he realize that most of his audience is just atheists laughing at him?
I don't think he gets it.
So
I really don't.
So here's that's what
he doesn't give. He doesn't care. He really does not care. He does not care at all. He's a clown. He's naturally obtuse. He says the most ridiculous fucking bullshit about like reality. He says slaves are the same as athletes. He says that his dog is his slave apparently.
Yeah.
What the
apparently,
fuck?
yeah.
Well, it's only
I had to answer this stuff, and I'm like, what the fuck? Lack of self-awareness, because like he thinks he's a good rapper. He thinks he's a good athlete. He thinks he's smart when he is mediocre or shitty at all of those things.
Yeah. And he's 40 now or
he
some
has
shit?
Dude, it's not hard. It is not hard. He has delusions of grandeur.
He's not quite 40 yet.
But he's like almost 40. Like,
yeah,
I find it very difficult as a guy in my mid-20s that I have much better perspective than him, and like I have so many blind spots because I'm in my mid-20s. I don't know shit.
Well, you're saying, dude. You're sane. You are sane. He is not.
This is true. Obviously. This is true.
This is why. This is actually why I hate a lot of people because they never develop a sense of self-consciousness. I honestly don't think he's self-conscious about himself at all. Me, I'm always second and third guessing myself. That's why I'm fairly nervous. And it's a good thing.
He talks like a teenager. He really does. Like he just talks like a guy who. He thinks he knows everything, and he's fucking incredibly dull and stupid about just about every fucking thing he knows. or thinks he knows.
I'm amazed that he's. I don't believe he's really fucking 30. He's almost 40. Like, I'm 22. I'm like, I think on a different level than this guy. He's fucking deluded.
Wait, you're 22?
Like, he says the most obtuse. Yes, I am.
Wow,
I know you're like.
I know some people speculated on whether he's like a drug abuser or like he abused drugs in his past or something. It's like it sort of fits. Like,
I don't speculate on that kind of thing, but if there's one thing to speculate, then yeah, it's not a hard argument to sell.
Because like, did he spend like the last 20 years abusing drugs, and then he just sort of got out of it all of a sudden with his Jesus shit? Because I mean that would explain a lot.
Yeah.
So in one comment exchange, I remember way back, I gave him resources on philosophy. I said, here's a PDF on basic logic and structuring an argument and fallacies, and here's one on metaphysics, and here's William Lane Craig's Defenders class, because if he at least listens to William Lane Craig and copies that script, it's still better than the script he has. I gave him all of that, and he said, I don't need any of that fancy shit. I'm a fool for Christ. And I'm like, oh, you fucktard. No. Fools for Christ don't argue with people and defend the faith. Fools for Christ gain insanity from being imprisoned in a dungeon for their faith, you retard.
Wait, Epi? He actually sat there and claimed that the age of accountability was biblical. Claimed it was scriptural. He didn't even bother to have the sense to say either, I'm not sure, let me check. At which point a quick Google search, which he ended up doing without checking any of the links, but a quick Google search and clicking on any of the fucking links that come up would have said, no, this is doctrinal, not biblical. But he goes out there...
What a dumbass.
Puts up the link without seeing what the results were. This is the caliber of person we're talking about.
Yeah, so basically, Sam, you're better off trying to explain emergence to Rocket Ronnie Rodriguez.
I don't know if it's worth explaining to any of these fucking people, really. I mean...
Well, that's why I do things for the entertainment of my audience.
Wait,
like, I don't...
Like,
why would... Like, do I honestly think that I'm gonna convince, like, a person that's that retarded? Like,
yeah. I mean, G-Man's still defending Brett Keane, for fuck's sakes. I mean, Brett Keane, as soon as he befriended him...
No, that changed today, Lee.
Has it really changed?
Well, he did call out Brett for turning the camera on somebody in the hangout.
Yeah, but he said
the title of the video
took responsibility, though.
Brett, you was wrong.
Yeah, but then he took responsibility.
If he's
Brett, you was wrong. Brett, you was wrong.
Yeah, but in the video, he took responsibility, though. He's like...
You catch Shanny's hangout.
By the way, 13, are we still... I thought... Did you end the broadcast after the... our review on the New Age stuff, or are you keeping it going?
No, I'm going to keep... we're at 2:36. We got 25 minutes, unless you want me to cut it earlier.
No, I'm good. Do whatever.
Yeah, but fucking G-Man, like, ever since he befriended Brett Keane, he's had Brett Keane's hand up his ass. I mean, he's just another fucking puppet. I mean, you know, it's the same old shit with Brett Keane. Everyone who's been on YouTube for any amount of time has seen this shit year in and out, and it's the same fucking crap. Like since like what 2006, even early, I think it was.
The Butt King.
Yeah, pretty much.
Knows about Brett Keane, like it.
Yeah. And that guy's still sitting there.
So Sam, do you have any empirical data that we came from a rat?
I read the Craig Venter papers that Arcane was talking about, and I am about 100% sure that he did not. I don't really know how his description of Craig Venter's work follows from what it actually was. And it's because he's taking creationist sources and because magic. I don't really know. Like, it's very strange to me because, again, like, I want to know how you can be such a low achieving idiot and still have that kind of confidence. Like it like I feel terrified every time I go into the lab sometimes because I'm like, I need to seem smart in front of these people. And they're like, you know, like my next primary investigator is a guy who like could potentially win a Nobel Prize. Like he's that level of genius. And like I'm fucking horrified, but like I just go into like try to learn stuff and be humble and try to get as much knowledge as possible, but these people are just like, oh, fuck it. Like, I'm not going to learn anything. Like, just Jesus. And then...
Well, I'm sure you ivory tower scientists with your fancy lab coats dancing around everywhere are definitely... Sorry.
That's Tommy Hall rant. That was so funny.
As a quick note to the viewers, on the YouTube page, I just put up the link to join if you want. The show officially ended about a little bit more than a half hour ago. You're welcome to comment if you want to chill out. We're just going to be hanging for a while.
Well, you know, Tom, you know, it's a shame. You know, I'm not trying to better society as much as a guy who mows lawns for a living. So, you know, it's my cross to bear.
Yeah, it must suck when you go into a bar and all the ladies start flocking the lawnmowers and landscapers as opposed to PhD scientists and academics and athletes. Those guys are just losers in comparison.
But, I mean, you know, what do you expect going? YouTube's a fucking cesspit. It really is.
I know. That's why I don't take it seriously. There are people who take it seriously, and I think they're fucking retarded. And I say that with all due love to those who I know take it seriously. But, like, it's really pathetic when people do, because this is not the way that people actually talk about these issues. Like,
yeah.
And it's just like... I've said this again, like, there's so much that's interesting that's going on in biology that has nothing to do with evolution and is actually worth, like, serious discussion that's very interesting, that even is accessible to the public in terms of what are the implications of these types of findings and, you know, what are these discussions happening. But no, we have to focus on correcting a semi-illiterate idiot who decided to use terms from the Idiot's Guide to Intelligent Design.
You know what? Actually, in Debating Creationist, I have learned more about science than I have in my grade 11 biology class, which is very sad indeed. But I actually think that we could improve scientific literacy by having creationists just misrepresent shit and having smart people actually correct it. I think that would be a good strategy myself.
Yeah, that would actually work.
Yeah, you know, debate's a good way to, you know, put impressionable minds into actual discussions and make them think for themselves.
Mm-hmm. Well, definitely, I mean, I think definitely one of the things is that, like, there's a reason why, you know, YouTube's definitely a part of the reason why, you know, public perception of creationism just goes down and down. Everyone just sees them as a, you know, because, like, look, you know, say what you want about Aaron Ra, but you have Aaron Ra as a representative of, you know, evolution, and then you have Nephilim Free.
Yeah, who is marginalized beyond... like, that fucker's... I don't know. That guy's marginalized.
He's one of the biggest bullshit artists on YouTube.
Yeah.
Who gives a fuck? I mean, he even had a video out one time where he admitted that he was basically living off of his roommate until her son figured out, and then he was basically homeless for some time and then came back.
I think they're married now, so I don't want to...
Oh, that poor woman.
That's convenient and gross.
I hope that's not true.
Allegedly, I do not know for certain.
I hope that's not true.
I have to say this. If the poor woman who did indeed marry Nephilim Free is listening or watching this, please, I don't know who you are, I don't know what you look like, but I can guarantee you could do better than this. Please.
Abort.
There's an outside world.
Abort mission.
Katie Holmes
run away. Run away.
Yes. Katie Holmes escaped Tom Cruise. You can escape Nephilim.
No. Hang on. Wait. Actually, I think there's a much better message to be given. Okay. Now, if you carefully look over at the straps where it actually connects, all you need to do is sit there and put your arms in a little bit closer when they're sitting there and rotating you around to catch the right hand. And at that point, when they go for one arm, just make sure to bite while he's trying to fasten down on it. What you need to do to get to the other strap is... Oh, wait, never mind. I'm sorry. I have shit to deal with. I'll be back.
I gotta see, like, Nephilim Free looks sort of pasty and white and slow, so you could probably batter him and win and escape. So take the chance.
Also, if you get a tank of helium and one of those oxygen face masks and put it on him while he's asleep, they won't detect it, and you can get free that way.
Yeah.
Well, the funniest thing, I love Nephilim when Nephilim Free emailed Ken Miller, and then Nephilim Free decided to put the email up because he didn't realize that Ken Miller completely cleaned his clock.
Oh wow! I haven't.
And in the process, that's when Nephilim Free officially dock dropped himself.
Oh God! I have to read that so much.
Because he released the email where he said his name in it.
Oh, he pulled the Gary Moore?
Yeah, he pulled the Gary Moore.
See, for me, when I started rewatching like Great Debate shit, it's like I gravitated towards Insomnia Shuffle just because, hey, everyone here is talking, doesn't sound like a fucking retard, and they're not going on about bullshit.
Yeah,
like, they're not going on about this. They're not going on about the same bullshit I saw years ago when I was first watching this shit.
What's this? Discussion without drama? What the hell is that?
Oh God.
Well, it's because, like, I don't know. It's frustrating because you listen to the same... Sometimes you just listen to the same thing over and over again. And, like, at some level, I just want to say, like, shut the... Like, just why do you have a face hole that you can speak out? Like, I honestly get very frustrated with some of these people because, like, you know, the thing that annoys me is not that people are mistaken. People are mistaken all the time, right? Like, that'd be fucking persnickety and annoying of me to get pissed at that. But it's the fact that, you know, like, it's the fact that these people keep asserting.
I think you just gave me something new to say to them. I see you really like using the holes on your face, the ones in front there. You're talking a lot through the big one. You're breathing in real fast through the two small ones. But did you know you have two on the sides of your head, too?
No, Sam. I sympathize sort of with what you're saying because this actually did happen off air. It was actually in a Nephilim Free hangout. I think Nephilim Free is the only person who has caused me just to full-on lash out, like, but with full-on fury and anger. Because in a hangout, I had explained that I was trying to explain the Linsky experiment and what it meant for evolution, and he said, "Well, part of their fitness declined." And I said, "Well, yeah, that in order to gain some, that's called an ecological trade-off. Sometimes that happens, or evolutionary trade-off, where sometimes in evolution, to gain some new feature, it comes at the cost of others." And what happened was this. After I explained this to him, he then showed a Georgia Purdom film or clip. She's a creationist scientist, where she was just explaining the exact same thing Nephi had said and the same thing I had just refuted 5 minutes ago. And at that point, it was like, motherfucker, I literally just explained this 5 minutes ago, and you're gonna pretend that I never did. And at that point, I may have just lost my mind a little bit, and thank God it was off air because I would have looked really bad. But he had an official film, so you're refuted, Bruton. It's over.
Oh yeah. Like apparently the 3-point mutation rate completely, which demonstrates a growth in complexity. That doesn't demonstrate that evolution is possible. It just demonstrates that, you know, Neth is right no matter what because he has a phone.
Well, my question is why, you know, if these people are so brilliant, why don't you present your ideas to the people that matter? And no, like, look, you can, you know, I'm not saying, you know, like, oh, like something crazy. Nephilim Free is claiming that he's able to synthesize, literature better than experts, better than people who have PhDs, right? Like, he's trying to synthesize these things better than people who have PhDs in, relevant fields. And so if he has that ability, then why isn't he writing articles for peer-reviewed journals?
Yeah, where's the peer... Exactly, where's the fucking peer reviews?
Or designing experiments, because let's face it, like, all from a selfish point of view, right? I will run the experiments that he designs, because if I can actually legitimately write a grant proposal that'll get money for, like, fuck, why would I play this game on YouTube, right?
Yeah, hey Sam, let me ask you a question. What are your what's your view on emergence?
That's a really vague term. What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, basically,
because emergence is just a general term to mean that the parts are bigger, or the whole is bigger than the sum of the parts. But that's like a very general term.
Well, it's great.
Applies to a lot of different things. So I don't know what context.
Well, okay. Let me make it more specific. Like biological systems, like performing, like basically having that sense of self-organization.
Can I possibly give an example, Wolf? For example, water emerging out of H2O. Like, you have H2O, and then you have qualities in the whole that aren't really relegated to the parts, such as
I know
the non-flammability of water from the flammability of the hydrogen and the oxygen, that kind of thing.
Like, no, I mean, I know what that means.
Well, I made it specific, like with biological systems, because.
Oh, I see.
Well, yeah, the cell is an emergent. The phenotypic properties of the cell are emergent. That's the study of systems biology, basically.
Yeah.
Which is one of the areas of my PhD. So
okay, how does it feel basically when you hear like Ronnie or Neff, like whenever they talk about like because information, because the cell has information, therefore it must always come from a mind. Like how does it feel when you hear that in contrast with emergence and stuff like that?
Well, I don't think that they're necessarily opposed. I mean, fundamentally, all of the stuff that makes a cellular phenotype to a large extent is in the genome. I mean, obviously there are environmental cues that affect it and cause there to be different cell reactions. I mean, I think that's just an instance of where people are just using really random definitions. Like, I don't know what they mean by information. If by information you mean some sort of encoded instructions, well, like, obviously that's not the case. Like, in no definition, coded message does any of the
can I ask you a question?
But like, if you just mean the sequence of nucleotides or amino acids, then sure, it's information, but that doesn't tell you it comes from a mind.
Quick
yeah,
question.
it's laws of chemistry and stuff like that.
Oh, hold on. I think what we usually mean by information is how we can describe the way that the amino acid sequences are. But the fact that we can describe them from a human conceptual standpoint, that is the real information. It's not that the DNA itself is encoded information.
No, it's just sloppy definitions. Like, what they mean, we mean a colloquial, when we say information, like, colloquially what we mean by, like, the information in the genome is just, when you see it in the literature, it's just people describing, where the source of the phenotype is.
Quick question.
It's just a sequence of nucleotides, but like, it's not used as a technical term. Like, it's used just sort of as a colloquial term in the literature.
Well, and they usually, I'm just gonna say they usually they try to use that to intuitively assume that it must come from some esoteric, like, non-physical mind or something like that.
And that's ridiculous, because so I was going to make a video, and this is sort of be a preview of it, and it's the 3 definitions of information. So there's the technical definition of information, which is just a sequence of distinct symbols. This is like just very classic information theory type of stuff, right? So this is why a sequence of bits turns into is information, right? A sequence of ones and zeros. That makes sense. And that under that definition, information can come from any non-random physical process, any probabilistic non-random physical process. You know, and obviously biochemistry qualifies as that, and that's what Claude Shannon wrote in his famous paper. At least that it could come from any physical process, and that's just basic information. That's what is quote unquote Shannon information. Yeah. Which Ronnie doesn't understand because he just read the Wikipedia page. Because the Wikipedia page talks about how you calculate, you know, using Shannon's mathematics. It doesn't talk about what the information is. You only get that from reading his actual work. And then there's the other definition of information that is used by Francis Crick, which is basically just the sequence of nucleotides that determine the protein. That is that, you know, that under that definition, like what about that implies that there's a mind? Absolutely nothing. Then there's the third definition, which is basically like colloquially what we mean by information, right? If I say, you know, the cat is black, that's information, right? Like I'm conveying some sort of subjective, meaningful message to you. That does come from the mind, right? You can't have subjective meaning without a mind. That's just definitional. But, you know, how do you prove that you know, that definition doesn't apply to DNA? What is the meaning of DNA? Like, DNA does not have a meaning. DNA is just a molecule.
My quick question. Is there anything in biology that you could legitimately call irreducible or non-reducible? You know, like, forget just irreducible complexity, because that's been pretty much exposed as being nothing but empty. But, you know, just something biologically that is we can observe in the whole that we really can't break down into the parts.
I mean, I think the general just whole phenotype, you know, it's obvious that our cells are, and my new PI actually wrote an article about this, and I'll link it in the side chat, because I don't want to doc drop him or myself, but it was an editorial about how basically the cell, you can think of the cell as being sort of hierarchically organized, right? So things are like modules, like you can't really reduce any of it down to, you know, just singular components. It's how the components
because there are emergent properties, right?
Yeah, to a certain extent, yeah, that would be why.
Well, it would also be like trying to reduce a square down to something else. If it by definition doesn't have 4 angles and 4 equal sides, then you're not working with the square. But that's just analytic. I'm pretty sure this one is irreducible in a much different sense.
Indeed, Epi, your boy Aristotle was right. The whole is in fact greater than the sum of its parts.
I mean, and that's not really a challenge to evolution in any way. I mean, there's actually there's a lot of articles about how this is actually common sense if you accept evolution, because how else would genetic networks evolve? Basically, like, what would you expect? If it's evolution, a basic principle of evolution is that if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So there's a lot of reused parts in evolution. So let's say that you have a genetic module that works. Well, you know, that's great. And then you have one gene that's a response to this one given environment, right? But then we duplicate that gene. Then imagine that we duplicate that gene, and, you know, that duplicated segment is going to be able to still interact with the existing network, right? Okay, let's take that, but let's say that we mutate that gene such that now it serves as another response for that network. Well, guess what? You just increase the complexity of an entire network just by duplicating a gene.
Damn.
And
this is why science is awesome.
And it's a very intuitive, it makes a lot of sense. You just would never think of it unless you know, have read, you know, people talk about this as being a sensible way in which networks could evolve.
Or smoke a shitload of weed and watch Cosmos.
Yeah. Which is still better than whatever Ronnie does.
Yeah. And you know, I think the strangest thing is, I mean, I've actually heard a lot of these guys talk, and one of the weirdest things I've heard from them is, see, the whole thing with intelligent design, right? It's sort of like a variation of sort of like a semi-variation of the Kalam, where its claim is they're not trying to prove a specific God, but rather demonstrate like a general consciousness or intelligence behind the universe in some sense. But the thing is, no, hold on. I know, but one of the weirdest things is that they've actually tried to push like the possibility of aliens producing us like some form of panspermia with intentionality, and it's kind of, you know, with that they're sort of desperate to hop on any type of idea to substantiate their idea on some level. Like if they could at least try to demonstrate, oh, we were designed by some other entity, you know, they feel like they want a point, but it's ridiculous. It's just demonstrating a God of the gaps hypothesis every freaking time.
So the interesting thing about the intelligent design argument is that it more or less actually is influenced by William Palian kind of watchmaker arguments. So, for example, a Kalam cosmological argument is based off of, other cosmological arguments. A cosmological argument proves God's existence by him being a necessary factor for the universe's existence. Whereas the teleological argument would say that God's existence is proven by the organization of the universe in some way, shape, or form. So William Paley, of course, gave his argument. Let's say that you were to walk and you were to run into a rock, you would think nothing of it. It's a very simple thing. It doesn't have any functions. It doesn't deserve a second thought. For all you know or care, that rock was just always there as it was. Now you would keep on walking, and of course you see a watch. And the watch, of course, has all these intricate parts that do not work, that don't have their functions in and of themselves, but only work as a part of the whole thing. You know, for the end of the function of the watch to keep time. So because you have some kind of artifact with purpose, it needs an artificer, you know, someone to organize that stuff. Now, if you are justified in thinking that watch came from somewhere because you witnessed some kind of extrinsic source guiding it and giving it some meaning, then you'd also be justified in saying that the intricate formation of the universe deserves just about much the same. The only problem is that we only know of watches having artificers because of prior observation. Nobody has ever seen a universe no one has ever seen an artificer design a universe, and that was David Hume's kind of objection, and I think that's pretty much the most commonsensical one.
Yeah. All arguments from that sort of natural theology bent all suffer from the same thing, which is all they try to do is, let's say, oh, this is a gap in our knowledge, now let's fill it with God. As a meta argument, they all commit that, you know, sort of argument from ignorance fallacy, in my experience. I've never heard one that doesn't.
Well, I mean, the whole argument. I just want to say this one thing real quick.
Sorry, go ahead.
The whole argument is supposedly based on causality, right? So it's just like
no, it isn't. It doesn't even reference causality.
Well, I know. I'm just okay. I'm basically taking the claim from Rocket Ryan when he says it, and it's like the whole problem the whole argument has inherent contradictions, like the mechanism by which this stuff occurs, and like the nature of the entity itself or the cause or whatever. And you know, it has inherent contradictions at the basis, and the idea that the universe self-organizes does not. That's the whole like contrast between those ideas. But go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say William Paley's argument doesn't really commit this fallacy because his argument is more along the lines of one of analogy via the best inference of explanation. So what he's saying is if you're justified in case A of saying that this artifact has something that gave it shape and organization, then you'd say the same thing about the universe. Then you'd just be as equally justified about the universe. Whereas David Hume, the empiricist, comes along and says, not so fast, that's not how we gain justification. We gain justification by observing things. And because we've observed watchmakers make watches and have testimony of people who say that watchmakers make watches,
then of course that inference is valuable. But we don't have any kind of testimony or experience of a universe being an artifice or being created or organized.
Well, the thing that boils it down is any of this sort of inference to best explanation, it's almost definitionally never an explanation, which is the ultimate irony, right? These are, it doesn't, as, and this is the difficulty I have with these arguments is, and inspiring philosophy does this in the most kind of dishonest way, is they'll say, oh, I'm just saying that this is an inference to the best explanation, when in fact what you're describing is not an explanation.
It's intuitive, not empirical.
Well, no, that's not even it. That's not... What is an explanation? An explanation, in its loosest form, explains how things happen, right? And if you're trying to make a grandiose claim about how the universe is organized, or some central guiding principle about that, and then you're also trying to prove something that could send me to hell, it behooves you to take the best type of explanation, which is a scientific explanation. But any type of explanation is always going to explain how something happens. It's going to make sort of novel observations about the phenomena that surround that explanation. And it doesn't just answer a question of, oh, X did this.
Just to state the whole send you to hell thing, that wouldn't be proven by the argument. It's more or less kind of like a vague god of the philosophers as opposed to a specific god of a revealed theology.
Right. I'm obviously mentioning one specific person and not... I want to be clear with that. But
oh, fair enough.
But no, my point stands. I believe that if you're going to allege something as big as the organizer of the universe, it stands to reason you should at least have a good scientific explanation. And maybe that's a personal standard, but I think it's not a personal standard when you look at what is an explanation and whether God in that context is an explanation. I just don't think God is. I think that a lot of people use it sort of as this widget word that's really kind of definitionless and just kind of you can stick it in there.
Well, I think I'll start by first saying where I agree with you. I would agree that God isn't a scientific explanation. But at the same time, what a lot of people who do practice natural theology will state is that what they're doing isn't science. It's not supposed to be science. It's a different kind of knowledge entirely, because there's more than just scientific knowledge. There's, of course, knowledge in terms of epistemology, and that's not really... like, they would probably argue that there's knowledge in terms of epistemology, there's knowledge in terms of metaphysics, there's knowledge in terms of ethics, there's knowledge in terms
into that prime mover stuff.
I'm not getting into the prime mover. I'm not making any specific argument. We're just talking about the approach. It's a totally different kind of knowledge, and they would just simply state that it would be out of bounds of science. It's no knock on science. It's just to say that this is where science's field is, and this is where these other fields are. And there are other people who would say, no, if there was definitely a God, it would be malleable to science. Scientific inquiry would get us there. And that's actually another debate. That's between people who are more who hold a naturalistic metaphilosophy, and then there are people who hold an anti-naturalistic metaphilosophy, where philosophy is more or less limited to the physical world, or it's more or less instrumental. It doesn't actually tell us anything about reality itself. It just whatever pragmatically works, that kind of thing. It really depends on how far do you think science goes, and would God be under it, and should theological arguments be scientific in nature, if they even or even if they could even be, that kind of thing.
Yeah, and again, like I said, it's a personal standard. I would think that, like I said, I would think if, you're going to allege something as big as the creator of the universe on the basis of an argument, in my opinion, it should be scientific, because that's the strong, in my opinion, that's going to be the strongest type of explanation. A scientific explanation is the strongest type of explanation out there, at least as far as I know. But my general point is always that God doesn't, and I was thinking about doing a video about this, but it just kind of ends up delving into this wormhole of what is an explanation, why, some accounts are preferable as explanations to others, and but the basis of it is I don't buy God as being an explanation even under the loosest of sense.
Well, God did it. God did it as it.
But that's always been my problem with natural theology. Like I said, the reason I don't believe in God is because I just haven't heard a sensible way of putting it for me. I've never heard one that makes a definition or some sort of argument for it that makes sense to me. The only one that I've heard that somewhat makes sense is that it's a personal belief and it's a personal faith. And I'm not. I used to be sort of like that ultra empiricist, like rational atheist that would be like, well, that's fucking retarded. Now I just realize that no, like it's not. It's about pragmatics. It's not about every little detail that we all have irrational beliefs about things, and what one person's irrational belief is another person's faith, or something along those lines.
I don't know why, but I really enjoy this conversation, but I still think the highest point of death in this conversation is when, on this hangout, is when Alexander Carson says, why do you have to be either an ass man or a breast man? Why can't we just be both?
Yeah. Oh, I'm just came back. I'm reading the comments. Ronnie just logged into Skype. Oh, that's funny. Should probably invite him in.
I mean, it's I'm personally an ass man, but I mean, I will put on the little bit of caveat there that the breasts don't have to be super big; they just have to be well formed. The size doesn't matter, but the booty, right on. Let's go for it.
Well, this is kind of a change, but yeah, just making me think that like my ex absolutely held up to that image. Always date athletes.
Well, you see, I like thin redheads with really nice round asses. So I mean,
that's like a really specific market, though. That you're trying to.
It is a very specific market.
I actually know where Lee lives, like the general area and where you live, and I can say that there is definitely no shortage of redheads.
There is not. There's actually a surprising number of redheads here. I'm actually very, very well supplied.
Yeah, mostly the people in our area descend from Irish, Scottish background, so not hard at all.
Bunch of pale, pasty, freckly people.
Yeah, that's pretty much Nova Scotia, yeah.
Oh, good old Nova Scotia. I fucking love this province.
You're in Ontario now, aren't you, Epi?
I was, but now I'm here for Christmas.
Okay.
And New Year's.
Cool.
Yeah. How are
you
things?
All, and I think Prudent and Epi have both seen a picture of my most recent ex.
Yes,
I have a habit I have a habit of dating girls that or hooking up with girls that either are or look vaguely Jewish or Asian, generally.
Asian's good.
Not by choice. I think it's just my position as a founding father of a Jewish fraternity at my school kind of led me to those privileged groups.
So you're Jewish.
My culture, yeah.
How many women have you dated and or hooked up with, just out of curiosity? Are you at least above a dozen?
I've heard a lot of stories of Sam, and all I can say is this. I would give my foreskin to be with half those girls.
Okay,
well,
you've only seen a couple of them.
You're a Catholic. You can't do it anymore.
I know.
Wait, Sam, are you saying it's like more of a cultural or racial prerogative that you date these certain women? And
I think it would make my mom very happy, but...
Wait. What about tall black women?
I've never dated a black chick.
Man, you're not living up to like the code, man.
Yeah,
I mean,
no
what do you
newbie
think Bill Maher does in his spare time? He's a non-religious Jew. He does stuff like that.
That's not my bag, man. I'm not. It's just not. Black girls are just not my bag. They're
No
not my
Nubian
wheelhouse.
princesses, no lighter-skinned Egyptian high caste goddesses.
That wouldn't be bad. I did once hook up with a girl from Kuwait.
Kick ass. Yeah, this is the thing with Sam. Sometimes your stories sound a little too good to be true, though. Like, there's almost a part where I almost have to be skeptical of the stories.
Yeah, prudent. All I have to say is have sex, and then you'll change your tone.
I agree.
You have to realize, Prudent, I drink a lot, and me and my friends have very unpredictable, erratic patterns of behavior, especially when I was in college. So
yes, once you start having sex, it'll change your soul frequency resonance.
Exactly. Yes.
I should probably consider to start take up drinking.
Oh man, Pruden. I don't know why, but I guess Pruden would be a lightweight. That's my guess.
Oh, he's never drank before, and he's built like
You better mix it with some good boy.
I've had alcohol before, just not a very substantial amount in one setting.
You see, when Prude starts drinking and having sex, llamas will no longer be infertile.
That's messed up.
I've actually had to give up alcohol recently because my medication has been fucking up my liver. So I am pissed off currently, but what more can you do?
What do you have medication for, Epi?
Epilepsy.
Ooh, fuck. I probably should be on some kind of medication because I'm.
Everyone's been saying that for a long time.
But my mother apparently.
This is not news to us.
Yeah, my mother is very. Can I just explain something? My mother's a bit of a hippie, so she doesn't exactly like pharmaceutical companies. So I'm not on medication.
A bit of a hippie, quote unquote.
No, I'm not gonna say that. Epi, I've already said this before. Even if it might be crazy sometimes, I still love my mother, and I'll say it again on air. When she retires, I will let her move in with me, and I will take care of her. Damn it, I'm not putting her in a home.
No one's.
That seems very defensive. Because he says this to girls when he first meets them.
I never say that to girls when I first. I don't. No. That's gonna be something they'll learn later on. That's something they learn later on. Okay, I don't tell that when I meet them.
But you do tell them how many kids you want to have, right?
Oh, yeah, 0.
Listen, Prudent, don't let your mother talk you into start running a motel somewhere in the backwoods. Just because that will just end in really big disappointment. Don't get into taxidermy. It's not a hobby you should really indulge in, really, because it's just going to end into Mother, no! Mother, no!
All right. Let's. I'm just gonna stop. Let's just.
I'm not.
A little much with
back to the epilepsy, dude. I wonder if Muhammad. I wonder what Muhammad would have been like if he had medication. Probably wouldn't be seeing so many angels.
Would he have raped less children?
In all fairness, he didn't. Technically, well, yeah, it was statutory rape. It was only the one, though.
Oh wow! It was only the one.
That was the best defense. Sorry, Muslims. That's the best defense I can muster. Your prophet had sex with the 9-year-olds. She wasn't even post-pubescent, which was the standard at the time.
8-year-olds, dude.
She was
8-year-olds, dude.
I heard she was 9.
Well, I think this conversation, like Prudent just reminded me. So Prudent's version of a pickup line is, telling them, how many children he wants and like which room in the house his mother will inhabit.
Fuck you.
And the first conversation that I had with my most recent girlfriend was about hand jobs and about how I don't like them.
Oh, really?
This was for Studio Art Girl. That was how I met her.
You don't like hand jobs?
Just for the record, no, that's not the first thing I say to a girl. First off, I I try to move forward. I start off. That's my style. Okay, I start in the friend zone, and then you move forward. Okay.
And how successful has that been on a percentage basis?
Yeah, it hasn't really been yet. Well, it hasn't exactly. Again, I haven't really attempted anything yet. That's still.
How do you know what your style is?
Well,
Yeah,
sort
exactly.
of. How do I explain this? Well, Sam, maybe off air I can sort of explain maybe my current situation because it
We've
kind of got a
all
little.
heard your current situation.
Yes.
It got a little fucked up and out of hand. So
Always your safe bet, Prudent, is to always stick to similar interests. For example, the girl I'm seeing, our first conversation was on cosplaying.
Can I actually explain? I think that's one of the big problems though when people try to focus too much on the things in common they have, and I think some people what they'll do is they'll run with that. No, let me finish. And what they'll do is they avoid the fact that there might be a lot of differences, but eventually those differences will come up. And I think that's why a lot of relationships are unsuccessful because
Prudent. I think Prudent. Are you
literally relationships?
I had to get back.
An inability to comment on that.
Exactly.
You know what? I'm trying to explain it.
We need to get the vagina power lady.
I'm trying to explain it from a psychological point of view, though.
Prudent, you're not even citing me any psychological papers. You're just saying I think.
But okay, I'm trying.
Prudent. When you get here in the world and you start having relationships and you start dating this and that, cool. Up to that point, everyone's going to say you're talking out of your ass.
Exactly. Besides, I think shared common experiences are still a lot better than saying, "Hey, should my mom move in with us when we get in together?" I mean, sometime later. I think common interests are far better than that.
Yeah. I never say that to a girl. Okay, that's just something I tell amongst friends. That like the mother thing. Like, come on, I love my mother, and is it wrong for me to want to take care of her when she gets older?
Hey, baby, I want my mother to move in after we get found a good house.
No, Mama, I don't want to hurt her. She's a good girl. She just wants to check into the motel.
Yeah. In my experience, common interests they're not a fucking deal breaker. I mean, it's like common interests. If you have common interests with someone, great. But when it comes down to it, initially it's like, I want to fuck you.
Hey, Mom, if you want this three-way to happen, you better change your tune.
Yeah. I want to fuck you. You want to fuck me? Let's go from there and see what happens.
By the way, when differences arise, this is what you do. You explore them. Exactly.
And you talk about them like fucking adults. You don't. Oh, you agree with everything I have to say. I agree with everything you have to say. Fuck that. Talk about shit. Have differences, for fuck's sakes. You're different people.
Say that in general, when I've met, I don't know if I can think of some of the more recent experiences I've had. It doesn't usually just get premised off of like. It's usually just some random way that I end up meeting these people, and then then a conversation happens, and then you find out if you have common interests. I don't just go up and like with a resume of like this is all the shit that I do all day. That's not the way that I interact with male friends. You know what I mean? Like,
of course. Well, what you do is of course it has to come up naturally. Like originally, the breaking line was, she brought up the fact that her scarf was like Knives True from Scott Pilgrim's, from the Scott Pilgrim books, and I'm like, oh, I actually remember that, and of course that delved into a conversation of cosplaying, and later on her complimenting my luscious hair, which was pretty awesome.
Yeah, I mean, common interest can be an in for it, but it's like you talk to a person, you talk to a person, you're attracted to them, both of you potentially want to fuck at some point. And you work from there. I mean, common interests might come up, and if that's great, okay, the relationship might become deeper. Awesome.
And that's our social species in a nutshell.
Yeah,
we basically live our lives. Then we eventually meet up, and then we say, all right, can we fuck later?
Yeah,
is that a reasonable expectation, or am I just blowing smoke here?
Don't worry about a goddamn checklist.
All right. The more effort you put into planning it, the more you're going to fuck it up.
Exactly.
You have a set routine that you pull all the time. You fucking master talent for frickin' seduction, and that doesn't lead to goddamn relationships.
Expectations turn you into Nephilim free.
Pretty much.
Oh, wow. That's actually very good advice right there.
That is, yeah, I agree.
All right.
Well, things, in my experience, I learned this a long time ago, which is if I just go out to have fun, there's really no pressure on me to deliver with anything. Like, if I don't feel an obligation to, take some girl home just because, like, you know what, I'd rather spend time with my friends. We've all been there, right? Like, and I feel no pressure. I'm not letting myself down. And so, oddly enough, when I have that attitude, that's when things just sort of fall into my lap.
Yeah. Be casual, be a fucking adult. Prudent, start hitting on your, like, really hot female teachers, if you have any. Get some 40-year-old chick to fuck you and teach you how to fucking do it. And then you'll be more adept when you start dating chicks.
But that's the thing. I just want to make it. Hold on, wait. I just
want to say, Prudent Discourse lives in Arizona, not pornography land. Go on, Prudent.
Oh, yeah. Oh shit. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't treat things like a checklist. Okay, like it's.
Really? Because you seem to have every
detail of okay, but I'm not. But I'm very inconspicuous. Okay, maybe I do, but I'm like very inconspicuous about it.
Really? What? Yeah. Because all of us were able to instantly identify your checklist behavior, so it doesn't seem like it's fucking-conspicuous.
Yeah, even if you're pretending the checklist ain't there, the checklist is still there.
Well, that's the thing. I didn't even realize I was so much of a checklister. I mean, like, I don't know if I would say I'm like that's the thing that's constantly on my mind. I do try to chat things, and I try to find common ground, but I don't try to force it. I just try to go with the natural flow of the conversation. And surprisingly, that's not completely unsuccessful. That's what keeps people talking to you, and it works for me. But
everything for the most, you think you've learned about women from psychology, throw it out now.
How about I not yet do that?
Yeah, just talk to women. And when I say this, I'm not trying to insult you or diminish you or any shit like that. Just talk to women, relate to women, and see where it goes.
Yeah, that's sort of that's at least what I try to do.
I didn't want to sound like a dick saying. I'm just saying,
The best advice that I've ever gotten was from my dad, and good old Papa Roth said that if you hit 3 out of 10, then you're in the Hall of Fame. And so if you can just apply, and he said that with girls it's even better than what it is with baseball, because you just get 1 out of 10. You're golden, so get used to getting rejected.
That's actually pretty spot on, because that whole more fish in the sea thing, that's even more apt now than it was when it first came out, because there's so many
Are you fucking kidding me?
Yeah, there's so many fucking people now. It's like, okay, you didn't hit it off with this hot chick that you met in this class? Oh, by the way, there's a million other fucking hot chicks that you can meet in your life.
Yeah, you also go to Arizona State University. Like, it's mecca for some hot chicks.
I'm going to be and if you can't find a hot chick in your own local place, you could actually find hot chicks while you're traveling abroad in some foreign country. Develop a long-distance relationship and hit it off there. There's literally a world full of these women.
I just want to say, Sam, I know I've been to Arizona State for 3 years now, and I'm going to be honest. Through my experience, they're just really, to me, I'm not really interested in many of the dumb chicks. Okay,
be interested in them. You have to, have your penis be interested.
That's the thing. It's like the only way is I actually want. If I'm going to meet a woman, I kind of want her to either be of equal or maybe slightly less or slightly more intelligence than me. Like I can't do dumb, man. I'm sorry, but like dumb is
you can do dumb, believe me.
I honestly can't. Dumb chicks are annoying, okay? I can only take so much really from dumb. I at least want someone who at least has half of a fucking brain, okay?
She touches your penis the right way, you'll do dumb, believe me.
No. No.
I used to have a saying, actually. I kind of agree with Pruden. If you're in bed next to a hot girl after, you've done it, and you ask her, well, what are you thinking? And she says, oh, nothing, and she means it. That's it. That's the end of the relationship. Okay,
well, there's a
right
difference
there.
between a relationship and...
Yeah. No, I agree, but I kind of am on board with Pruden, at least with like going out with a girl,
Yeah, absolutely. Because the thing is this: if I'm gonna go for a woman, I actually want, before I would even ask a woman out, I wouldn't ask any woman out unless if I actually believed that I actually had a chance to make it a very long-term relationship. That is
okay. So you're looking for relationships. So okay.
Oh, absolutely. Like I'm just not looking for any random chick. Because I mean, what's special about that? In my opinion.
Okay. I'm not trying to disrespect the fact that you want to have a relationship with a chick. I'm just saying, not all relationships have to be special.
Oh, I know that. Oh,
Sex does not have to be special. It just has to be sex.
Actually,
he's really kind of like a Christian conservative when it comes to his.
I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me in that regard. I kind of am, but I mean.
That's that Catholic guilt.
All I gotta say, Pruden, is once you have sex 3 or 4 times, you will probably change your opinion on.
I might, but that's the thing about me. Like, I am a very opinionated person, and I'm very stubborn, and I'm really.
No. Wow.
Yeah, everybody already knew that I was a stubborn person. That's pretty obvious.
No, that's fine. I already gave you the best piece of advice, and you said
I tend to be such a dick about like my opinion sometimes in public. Like if someone like tries to challenge me like on a political stance that I hold, like I'm very like, how do I put it this way? Yeah, I'm very stubborn. I hold very ironclad to it until like someone makes the most fucking convincing argument. Although I can change my opinion only when I realize that there's an inconsistency. Like I sort of did change my mind on the marijuana thing. On whether it was legal or not, and only because it was inconsistent with my libertarian views. Like, I used to be against pot being legal, but then I realized, like, oh, wait, libertarian, not compatible. Whoop, gotta change it.
Wait. Are you saying you changed a position to fit your preconceived ideology?
That's what to me. Absolutely. I didn't even go through a cognitive dissonance period when I realized that there was an inconsistency of my beliefs. I just said, oh, inconsistency, better modify it.
No, but why did you ditch the whole marijuana thing and why didn't you just keep your marijuana stance and ditch being a libertarian?
That's how cognitive dissonance works. Technically, cognitive dissonance works like this. If you realize that there's a tension in your beliefs and there's an inconsistency, eventually, if you're someone who's a really good thinker, eventually one of those beliefs is gonna be thrown under the bus, as long as you're stably cognitive about it.
I'm perfectly capable of holding absolutely 2 contrary positions in my mind at the same time. I'm not happy about it, but.
Oh yeah, that's
more than 2. I win.
Oh, that's the other thing. Maybe
27.
That's gonna be the other barrier women might have to work around with me. I tend to be like a very firm, like very pro-gun person, and I kind of want to have a house full of firearms when I'm living on my own. And I'm kind of hoping, because I'm not sure many women would be comfortable with that. But
Pruden,
what? You really reinforce the stereotype that pro-gun people just. I'm not. I'll let you fill in the blank. You guys are smart.
So this would be like imagine Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho, directed by Quentin Tarantino. That's how I kind of picture this whole thing going down.
Norman,
I love waking up to you guys. I just have to say, by the way, morning coffee with you guys is really awesome. There you go.
Hold on, Sam. How do I fit the pro-gun profile? I mean.
You don't fit the pro-gun profile from everything I've ever fucking heard. You sound like you're gonna get killed.
That's the reason why I want to defend myself.
I'm not sure if anyone. I'm not sure if anybody's thinking this, but I'm thinking like, remember the old Wile E. Coyote Roadrunner cartoons? I'm thinking like when Wile E. Coyote tried to fire up the Roadrunner, and then the firearm pushed back and he fell off the cliff. That's what I'm kind of thinking of with Prudent a firearm.
Oh man, have you fired many firearms, Prudent?
That's the thing. I haven't yet, but I do wish to soon.
Oh God,
I have, and it's a noisy and smelly and dirty affair. Because if you're in the military, you have to keep them oiled, and it sucks. I really don't like firearms.
I do have
having carried an assault rifle, I can tell you that with certainty that they can really honestly suck if you're a sane person.
Maybe we'll see what happens. I mean, I do have a buddy of mine that actually does have a firearm, and he's of age, and we might take it to the range sometime soon. I'll probably have a lot more fun with it than you probably will.
No, but I mean, I used to.
Right now.
What? No, as in because I consider that it'll be I hope that it would be something like I can use as a stress relief exercise. Get a gun, take it to the range.
Oh God!
It is.
Yeah,
It
I
actually
just
works.
find some horribly degrading porn and just yank one out while I cry.
I don't know, man.
Porn is also a great way to relieve tension. That's absolutely right.
It is.
No, it's true. It does actually. Really
That or I hit the whiskey bottle pretty hard, and
But
I'm
yeah,
trying to
Sam,
not hit
say
the
no
whiskey
more.
bottle as hard. So
Say no more.
that's why hopefully in this new year I will date less crazy girls and hopefully lock one of them down.
I just hope to. I just hope to fire a lot of rounds at a local range near me soon.
So do I, but I don't. Mine's more metaphorical than literal. Rounds, I mean,
Wait, Sam, I have to ask you a question. When you said the pro-gun stereotype, is that the small penis stereotype, if I'm not...
Yes.
Yeah.
And to be constantly fearful and paranoid about things that don't exist.
Although,
you, Sam, I am 5.5 inches long, and I am more than a thumb wide, and
what did I tell you about actually...
Prudent, shut the fuck up.
Prudent, I don't want to know your penis size.
Yeah, although, like...
Social contract. Remember, we discussed this.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, 13, but man, when someone starts questioning myself down there, I gotta defend myself.
This is being recorded live.
I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I honestly don't give a fuck. Guess what?
You know how you respond to someone questioning your penis size? You don't acknowledge it and you move the fuck on. Addressing it makes you look defensive and stupid.
That's. I am, but Epi, I am defensive and stupid.
Yeah, we know.
Those aren't virtues. Those are not virtues.
I never said they were, but I acknowledge my weaknesses and my insecurities, Epi.
Then fix them.
Don't go to the gun range. Just masturbate.
Yeah, just
rub one out. I suggest he does go to the gun range and seek some professional advice there. That's what
Well, here's the thing. It sounds like he wants to shoot a machine gun down the range.
Yeah, I've done it. It's kind of fun for a bit, but
oh no, I mean I agree. It's fun because I used to shoot guns and shit too. But I mean,
yeah, I don't own a gun anymore. Not since 20 years. I had a gun in Washington D.C., but that was during a very bad time in Washington D.C. when you literally couldn't rely on the police for anything. They were broke and they were taking the metro to get to certain crime scenes actually. So it was in the 90s. It was pretty bad. So my brother and I, we had a .22 under my bed, and that was basically our safeguarding of the house, but that was it,
DC is the worst when it comes to gun violence, especially on the gun deaths. I mean, there's, if you actually count them, among the 50 states, and you include DC, it's an amazing outlier on the gun ownership versus gun death ratio or scale, because
it only started our ownership of quote unquote ownership. It was illegal, but we lived in Georgetown, a very nice area in Georgetown, but our next door neighbor had gotten robbed twice, and once violently. He wasn't shot or anything, but he was beaten up pretty bad, and we just realized, it's just better safe than sorry, and so that's. But we gave the gun back to our friend when we left, So I never really technically owned it, and I don't really enjoy having guns, to be quite honest.
No, that's the thing. Once I finally own my gun, I am going to probably enjoy the living fuck out of it. Maybe a little too much. I really don't care if people think I'm weird for that.
Hey, it's America. You can do whatever the fuck you want.
Absolutely, man.
Hey, man. It's going to be like Charles Bronson in Death Wish. You're going to turn into this ultra-liberal into this conservative vigilante, and you're going to start killing drug dealers.
Yeah.
No, I'm not that. I actually used to be a progressive. Now I've kind of transitions to a more libertarian state. They always say that going to college makes people more liberal. Bullshit. I think
that is actually true. When I went to university, I was actually a new atheist. Like, I read Dawkins and Hitchens and all those guys. Then I became a Christian in my third year, first semester.
Yeah, but Epi, you're a kid. You still got a long way to go.
Yep.
I mean, come on.
No, but we're challenging the notion that going to university makes you more liberal. Like,
yeah.
That was
I think you're right, Epi. I think you're right. It does make most people, not all, but most people, it does make them more liberal. They're exposed much more than they've ever been exposed to in their lives.
At the very least, it makes them more open-minded to shit.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I was already kind of open-minded because I mean, I was a progressive going into university, and I mean, to be fair, I only consider myself at this point just left-leaning libertarian because there might be some parts of my progressivism that I haven't completely abandoned yet. I mean, I'm not gonna go against Social Security. I'm not gonna, say we privatize that yet. That just seems like a very risky step to take.
Shooting up a kindergarten still on the fucking table.
No.
Yep.
Oh, that's just because I hold a pro-gun stance. That doesn't mean that.
I know. I'm just fucking with you, dude.
I know. The thing is, I used to be for gun control, and I was pretty adamant about it. But
the problem is, you seem a little too hyped up, enthusiastic in terms of. I want to shoot.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a little bit like, calm down, dude.
I know, but it seems like a fun experience though, because it's like, man, like it feels like you can get the power. Like people want to mess with you. If someone tries to rob you, or if someone tries to, mug you in that situation, it's like, oh man, if you have a gun.
Stop right there. There. You should not own a gun.
Yeah. What the fuck do you think? Does being a gun owner automatically make you Dirty Harry?
No, but it at least gives me that perception
like
of
Iron
being.
Man with him.
It gives me more that perception of being stronger because I don't have any self-defense skills. I'm not like Sam, who actually does jujitsu.
They have a solution for that.
What?
There are all these different classes you can take and stuff.
They're expensive as fuck, and I don't have much money.
All I gotta say is. Taste the vagina before you taste the fucking handgun.
Okay, all right.
In another philosophical way of putting it, taste the creation of life before you taste the taking of it. There you go.
Okay.
And if that's not your taste, then you can taste the rainbow, right?
Taste the rainbow.
But I mean, like, I wouldn't say like there are definitely some areas of guns like I should know the safety better of. I mean, will I take the gun safety classes? Absolutely. Should I make sure that I've done all the requirements before and follow all the important regulations and protocol? Sure. I mean, like, I'm not going to just be loose about this. I understand that if I want to own a firearm, it's not a toy. It is something that requires a lot of adult responsibility, and I should know the ins and outs of it, and I should take the classes that teach me all of that, and I will do that.
I got a question for you, though. Why don't you, instead of, taking gun classes and owning a gun, why don't you start with martial arts? It's a very good form of self-discipline and self-defense. And
I did take martial arts as like a preteen. I was only into it for a couple of years before it just kind of irritated me. So I've kind of already gone down. I've already gone down that route.
Sort of the same mentality, like with martial arts, teaches you to be more confident about yourself and not necessarily fucking worried about self-defense and being attacked and shit like that. Yeah. That's one of the big things about martial arts. I'm not saying that's a problem with you, Prudent, or anything like that. But I mean, if you're into guns, you want to do guns, and you want to do it responsibly, whatever, more power to you.
Yeah.
I still think that martial arts is the way to go first.
Yeah.
Well, martial arts is more healthy.
Especially if you have a temper. That's all I'm saying. You know.
Well, martial arts is definitely the more healthy avenue. Yeah. Just exercise wise, you know, keep yourself fit, keep yourself limber, live longer, perhaps if you're lucky.
Typically, it will put that temper under control, and guns tends to exacerbate the temper rather than the opposite.
And hey, Prudent, you get into the old jiu-jitsu and get yourself more flexible. You can take the old Kama Sutra and, you know.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. Be a real man. There you go.
Yeah.
There was actually, oh crap, it was going to be, the gun thing. It's not like I don't think I would get too carried away with it. I'd probably only have 1, 2, maybe 3 at the most. It's not like it'll turn into this thing where my house becomes a bunker. It's like, well, this rack of guns is for when intruders break in. This rack of guns is for when we fight the government when they try to take away the guns. Let me finish. And this third rack of guns is for zombie invasion, because you never know if there won't be I can't be too sure there won't be a zombie attack.
The thing that disturbs me about you, Prudent, is that you don't say if an intruder breaks in, you say when.
Yeah.
If an intruder breaks in, or if the government comes.
I'm kidding. When the bombs fall, when the government comes, when the zombies attack.
Yeah.
I really hope
for a zombie. I'll give them that.
Yeah, you gotta be prepared for the zombie invasion, man.
Notice though, when I told you my story about the gun, I said I owned a .22. That was enough for me. Okay, that was for if there was going to be a break-in, and that was more than enough for me. It was a .22. I didn't want to kill anybody.
Yeah.
I just wanted to basically either scare them off or, at the very worst, wound them so they get the fuck out of there.
Oh yeah,
That was my intention. That's why I only owned a .22. I mean, that was, as I said, more than enough.
Oh, yeah, you weren't looking to become Dirty Prudy.
I know. At most, I will probably go to 45. Okay, at most.
That's all. That's all. I see.
So you just try the Desert Eagle then. Okay, that's good.
Yeah,
I fired it. So yeah.
I actually had an uncle who fired a shotgun at people who were coming after his grapes. So don't go. Yeah, so I know what that's like.
Yeah. But Nathaniel, you're probably right. It might turn into here's my thing, the gateway gun theory. Is where people start off with the 22s and the 45s. Then the next thing you know, after a few years, they just keep getting something stronger and stronger until, bam, they got the full-on subatomic machine gun.
First of all, we had the gun for, I think it was 3 or 4 years, and it pretty much never moved from under my bed. The second thing is, were you thinking of getting something bigger to start?
No. Like I said, at most I'll go to 45.
Some people do it.
45 is a lot bigger than a 22.
I'll go to the biggest fucking thing out there that's probably going to break my fucking wrist.
Okay. Yeah, like some people do it, but like those are the really fucked up people that are like looking to like shoot Bambi with an AK-47 and shit, right?
Yeah.
But you know. Most people they end up they're enthusiasts. They're interested in the history of guns. They're interested in trying different guns and shit like that. Like my dad and my brother are deep into fucking like historical fucking guns. They're not even interested in modern guns for the most part. But
yeah, I had a teacher who was into like flintlocks and stuff, and that that's a different thing altogether. I have nothing against that. That's so. It's so cumbersome to load and to fire.
It's a whole different mentality. It's like my brother and my dad don't have that anti-government mentality where we're gonna have to start a militia and fight off the government if they ever decide to start taking our guns and shit.
Right.
Hang on, wait, relax. I mean, Prudent already said he would at most would want an Abrams M1 battle tank. He'll stop right after that.
And you know, when he's got that tank sitting there, all the women are gonna jump up on it and start just like coming all over his tank. They're gonna be
his
so
bitches, right?
I mean, you know that you'll have one grinding on the barrel and all.
Yeah, they're just gonna shower that tank in pussy juice.
Oh man, like I said, you guys are great waking up in the morning with coffee. That's all I can say.
Pruden, your Abrams is so big.
Well, the punchline is I've been running them from 10:30 to 12:30 lately.
Okay. Well, I tend to get more. Yeah, lately I've seen more of the invite things. So.
Oh. Yeah, but they've been done well before you get up, unfortunately, lately, because I'm not running them as long these days. But
yeah.
I remember when we'd pull 8-hour all-nighters.
Yeah, we stopped doing that for a little bit of a while, but I've been trying to be more structured now that I have the new channel going.
Well, I like your icon for it, by the way. See, that's the coffee thing. You know.
More appropriate anyway around it.
Yeah, I like it.
So anyway, to be
So any New Year's resolutions out there or not?
Hang on, just be a total prat. Since I'm Daniel, and I know you have your share of experience, as do I, when it comes to the ladies.
Okay.
So, do you think somebody should sit there and pretty much throw away everything they think they've learned about women from psychology when they start trying to date?
No.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, no, because I think that's just part of your life experience. How can you truly throw it away or dismiss it or disregard it?
No, I mean from formal psychology.
Oh, I never took formal psychology, so yeah.
I just want to say one thing though to 13. I really like you stop at an Abrams tank. I mean, I think the furthest I can go is B-2 bomber.
A nuclear missile, man! Don't hold back. You want a nuclear missile?
I got a nuclear missile right now.
Don't be a pussy.
Yeah, you want a Patriot nuclear missile. That's what you want, my friend.
Oh, I already got it. How about that?
Oh, there you go. There's building up self-confidence. We're doing something for you right now.
The problem is it might be overinflated.
I've never studied psychology, so it's not something that comes to mind with me. It's just like
the problem is if a woman thinks that you're analyzing her, immediate fucking turn off.
Yeah, I can definitely see that. I just the way I do it is I talk to people. I just if I'm interested in the girl, I'm gonna talk to her. I don't treat her like a piece of shit.
But do you treat her? But how much different do you treat her because she's a woman, so you must treat her a certain way, or you expect her to react a certain way because she's female as opposed to just a person?
Oh, there might be a degree of that.
Oh, but I don't. But I do realize that. Yeah, but I realize that people are individuals. I mean, I don't try to completely psychoanalyze one single person.
What I'm saying, though, is if you sit there and you have these psychological models in your head and start anticipating responses, you're gonna fuck up.
Well, wait, just a second. However, how do you account for the amount of psychiatrists and psychologists that just happen to go out with really hot girls all the time? I guess they know how to do it right,
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah, no, but what I'm saying is, typically, a lot of them tend to pick up really hot chicks.
Oh, they do. They do.
No. Do you want to know? You honestly want to know why?
Yeah.
Because they're good listeners.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, that is.
Yeah.
That's honestly most of it.
That is actually something. I just want to say something. That is one of I do consider that at least somewhat of a quality of mine. I do try to listen as much as I can. Really, if I ever talk to a girl or anything like.
Hey, why are you still talking?
Because I'm trying to clarify a point. Dipshit.
There's no girls in here right now.
Oh,
no.
Yeah, I don't personally I don't approach women with expectations. It's more like okay, I'm attracted to you, you're attracted to me, let's see where it fucking goes. And if shit comes up afterwards, okay, maybe it's not going to work out or whatever, but I don't necessarily go in with preconceived notions, at least not that I'm conscious of.
Yeah.
So I mean,
by the time that you can sit there and you can basically start judging a response and this kind of stuff, you've been around and dealt with enough women that you know what you're doing, and I'll tell you, it's not in a fucking book.
Yeah.
Psychology book or dating guide or any of this shit. It's just fucking instinct.
Yeah, and I mean, you talk to people and you know, and I mean, you get to a point where you're talking to a person that you just met and you kind of know what you like and what you're compatible with, and I mean, if they get past the initial fucking test, it's like, okay, let's see what happens. I mean, but I mean, if you're talking to a crazy fucking person right off the bat, it's like, okay, I'm gonna move on.
Yeah.
Yeah, like if she's a conspiracy theorist right then and there, you're like, okay, well, yeah, I can look for the motivations all I want, but it's probably not going to work, you know.
See, that goes back to what Prudent was saying before. It's like he wants to interact with intelligent women who are not, you know, fucking morons and shit. It's like, you know, if you talk to a woman and the second thing she says is like, all the Jews control the government and shit, it's like, okay, I'm probably not going to talk to you. I'm probably not going to want to fuck you. I'm just going to move on. Thanks.
Exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
I'm sorry, bitch. You do not deserve the privilege of my penis.
Here's sort of my thing.
Wait. I have to address that specific situation. If you have that specific situation, what you do is you take your index finger and you place it behind your ear, look over to the side, and you say, "I'm sorry, I have to answer my RFID chip. I'll be right back."
That's a good one. But yeah, that's true.
No, the answer is just to stare at her and say, "We know who you are."
That'll work too. Yes.
I mean, there are many things I can probably look at. I mean, it's like, you're right. Like, I could honestly give a shit, like, whoever I end up with, what their political or religious views are, because I really don't give a shit about that. Although, I mean, like, there's obviously, I mean, as long as they've really thought it out well. I mean, because I would just assume that if you find someone they think that the world is like 6,000 years old, I would say, well, you obviously haven't thought this well out. Or if they're a fucking conspiracy theorist, I would just say, well, again, they really haven't thought it out well. So it's like, yeah, if you end up with a pretty religious person, it's like, well, again, if they've thought about it pretty well, then I'm pretty sure it's not a big deal.
Mm-hmm. What if they're Catholic and they'll only have sex with you the confines of marriage and without a condom?
Oh man, that is again, it depends how really far they. I mean, if there's someone like you, Epi, who really has thought these things out, then oh god, a female version of Epi.
The correct.
Wait. Why do you need? Why do you need the female? Why do you need the female version of me?
Because you're a man. Because you're a man with a penis. That's why.
That's so weird. That is really weird, disturbing.
I think it makes for a great coffee conversation.
I'm not sure why.
That, Prudent, you really took us to a disturbing place, sir.
The female. Oh, I can picture.
Speak for yourself, Lee. I'm flattered.
You know what?
Well, I'm glad you're flattered, but I'm still incredibly disturbed.
You know, I'll at least say it. Epi, for a guy, he's an okay-looking gentleman. So if there's a female version of Epi, especially in Arab, because Arab chicks are hot, especially Lebanese chicks. Okay, I mean, come on, like if there's a female version of Epi, I mean, like you have to think it can't be bad. She can't be bad looking.
Yeah, she could.
She's fucking Lebanese, man. Like that. Okay. There are no ugly Lebanese.
There are no bad-looking Lebanese women. Want me to do a Google search?
That's a terrible truth claim there, Prudent.
Yeah. I'm kidding around. Relax.
No, I am relaxed, sir. I am joking with you, motherfucker. You relax.
Okay. That's the weird thing, and I hate to at least say this, but this has just been my experience. It seems that a lot of the theists that I tend to be better looking than the atheists. I don't understand that, because I went to like a Secular Student Alliance meeting one time back in November. Holy fuck, everyone in there was fucking ugly. Like, it was not... Oh god, what is wrong with you?
I can totally explain that. They look at themselves in the mirror and think to themselves, there is no God.
Oh, maybe that's it. I mean, like.
That's horrible. That is horrible.
It's very funny though.
That's just evil, man. That's just evil.
I could offer a possible explanation for some cases, but it's going to sound sexist as shit.
Like a Hugh Jackman right there.
Yeah, well, I just wanted to leave that up there a little bit for prudence, so he can gaze and admire at his.
Just don't. Ew. That's a man with a beard and a penis. Come on.
I'm a man with a beard and a penis.
But that's Effie. That's Effie right there.
Yeah, but she's not. But it's not a he's not a female. That's
Did you just say? Did you say she's not?
It was an accident. It was an accident. It was an accident.
Yeah, but I think it was more a Freudian slip there, my friend.
By the way, a Freudian slip, for those of you who don't know, is when you say one thing and mean your mother.
And really, Prudent, you're kind of shortchanging Epi here. Like, can he not be tender? Can he not be soft?
Yeah. The thing is, I don't do dick. Okay, that's just my thing.
How do you know?
Because let me think. Because I never arouse myself thinking of men.
Let me ask you a question. When you look at George Clooney,
no,
aren't you just a little bit gay for George Clooney?
No, that's the thing. I'm not. Scott Clifton. I don't know, man. Like, he is maybe one of the few people who might have made me question my heterosexuality, but not enough. Clifton is
come on, George Clooney. You don't like that salt and pepper in his hair? Come on. Now.
If you don't feel a little funny looking at George Clooney, that means you're in the closet.
Yeah, I think it's true. I think it absolutely is true. The guy is fucking perfect. All right, man.
Yeah, hey, come on, Prue. Don't you want to bum Daniel Craig?
No, ew, no, God, no.
Come on now. Come on, he's.
It doesn't even have to be. It doesn't. Look, don't you just want to be held by George Clooney? And just have those big perfect hands.
He's gonna tell you it's okay.
Nuzzle his perfect chest while he just.
That is weirdly disturbing and weirdly descriptive.
I've got to interrupt this for a second, and I'm just gonna say, the one thing I appreciate about having you guys in a shuffle is that it never gets weird.
It hasn't got weird enough yet, dear Hunter.
If I had to say there's one thing I would go for, and I think it's because most other people would if they were given the chance to, maybe Leonardo DiCaprio, and it's the same Titanic scene where you're hanging over the railing and he holds you over. Like, that is like the only thing I might consider if I was paid money.
Are a girl.
That fucking rat-faced weasel.
Yeah, that's it. You are a girl.
Really? Leonardo DiCaprio? He is the most rat-faced motherfucking leading man in Hollywood.
I don't know, man. He's not that rat-faced. I consider DiCaprio, at least compared to most other Hollywood actors, generally well-looking.
Oh, no.
I think take this offline before he says any more.
No, it's fine. I'm not embarrassed with. I stand by that position. That is something that's like the thing I'd consider at least the most in that scenario. Leonardo DiCaprio. What?
He's a boy. He's not a man. He's a boy.
He's got a fucking beard.
But you don't like it.
It's a boy beard, Yeah.
He's got a boy beard.
Yeah, Clooney's a man.
Clooney's a man. He's got salt and pepper in his hair, and he beats people up. Come on.
And he's dating a Lebanese chick. Who's pretty hot.
Right.
Yeah. Well, he married her.
Oh, yeah, he married a Lebanese chick who's pretty hot.
Yeah, they got married.
Also, Clooney makes good movies.
Yeah. So does DiCaprio, man. Pretty much every.
He's made like 2 good movies.
No, he's made at least 5. He's made at least 5 good movies I can think of.
I don't know.
Okay, I'll do it. I'll take that challenge. 5 good movies he's been in off the bat. Titanic was a good movie.
No.
Yes, it was. Yes, it was.
No.
Catch Me If You Can, the one with Tom Hanks, that was a good movie.
No.
That was also Django Unchained. That was a good movie.
That was a good movie.
That was a good movie.
Wolf of Wall Street. That was a weird movie, but I liked it.
That was a good movie. That's number 2, and that's it.
Never seen it.
Never seen
it's
it.
good.
Either.
It's good.
Wolf of Wall Street was actually really fucking good.
Okay, I might check that out.
Yeah, Wolf of Wall Street. I think it broke a record for most times the F-bomb was said in the movie, which is fucking awesome.
Yeah, I think it actually does. The only other DiCaprio movie I could say is legitimately fucking great would maybe be Blood Diamonds, and he dies in that one, so that's...
he dies in Django as well.
I have that one. That's a good movie, actually.
That's why Django is good.
Yeah, Django's good.
Yeah, he dies in Django, though.
Something?
Yep.
Exactly.
Shuffles are generally changed to an adult age. Once they're done, you don't have to say F-bomb here. You can say fuck. It's okay.
Yeah, whatever. I don't care. I just go with
fuck. Motherfucking fuck.
Motherfucking fuck. Oh, and J. Edgar. He also was in J. Edgar. That was another really good movie.
No.
J. Edgar. Oh fuck no. J. Edgar, surprisingly, very historically accurate, and he nailed the position well.
I will actually give that to Burton. That was a good movie.
Yeah, thank you, Epi. He's the amateur historian. Okay.
I question your subjectivity on that.
Okay, and I will say this right off the bat. I don't think he's a bad actor. I'm just saying he's been in a lot of shitty movies.
In all fairness, he got popular during the boy band phase of the '90s.
Yeah.
Correlation there.
And if that time period didn't happen, do you think he'd have a career?
I'll say the Departed was actually pretty good.
I haven't actually seen The Departed yet.
I haven't seen it either.
But that is basically a remake of a Hong Kong film. What the fuck's it called? Internal Affairs or Infernal Affairs or some shit like that, which is much better. But yeah, The Departed's actually pretty good. Like I'm not saying he's not a bad actor. I'm just saying he's been in a lot of shit.
All right.
Like Titanic.
In all fairness,
Titanic was a good movie. Okay, I will defend that position.
Wait. I'll name someone else who's been in a lot of shitty movies. Samuel L. Jackson.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, well, he's a guy who'll sell himself to any fucking movie. So.
Yeah, he's a good. Yeah, no, but that's exactly what I'm saying. He's been in a lot of shit.
He's always the best thing in any fucking movie.
Yeah, but Michael Caine too. Michael Caine's been in a hell of a lot of crappy movies.
Jaws: The Revenge.
Yeah.
And he admitted that paid for his fucking house.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, God. Well, my favorite line in Epic Rap Battles of History when all the directors were rap battling one another was when Tarantino said to Steven Spielberg, when somebody asks what's your favorite Sam Jackson part, no one's going to say what's his name from Jurassic Park.
Okay, to everybody else, let's just, everybody around, what is the worst movie you have ever seen, period?
And by worst, I mean seriously worst, not like, it's not something you could ironically like The Room.
All right.
Actually, I've seen a lot of bad movies just on a lark because I pretty much collect movies every now and then. I would say that the worst made movie ever was, as Mystery Science Theater 3000 acclaimed, would be Manos Hands of Fate, which I actually own the MST3K version and the original version as well.
That is a bad movie.
For me.
But there are various kinds of bad movies. So you have like low-budget production movies that are actually pretty good, but you have low-budget production movies that basically are crap because the story goes nowhere. And it's not just the effects; it's everything. It doesn't come together. It's really like, for example, Mega Shark versus whatever it was, Giant Squid or something like that. That was not only so bad because of the technical aspect, but the story was not only so stupid, but the characters just it didn't come together.
But also there's some movies that try to be camp. There's also some movies that are campy by accident, but end up being great cult classics.
But what I'm going to say is, I don't think movies that are deliberately made to be bad in hopes that they'll become cult classics should count.
Yeah.
The
Sharknado ones.
Oh, you're the same thing.
For example, Jesus Christ, Vampire Slayer does not count.
Yeah.
Right.
Neither does Abraham Lincoln, Vampire Slayer, or any historical figure, Vampire Slayer.
No, but you see what I'm saying? There are various categories because some of them are so bad just because you're watching them and you're so incredibly bored. And there's another one I just recently saw, Age of Ice, which was so bad because it was so frigging boring. So it's kind of like the Ice Age apocalyptic movie from a few years ago. Like the Last Day or whatever it was, where the world freezes over instantly type of thing. But this one was like a remake, but it was so bad because it was so frigging boring. The characters were boring, and the special effects were bad, etc. So there are varying degrees of bad movie, or different kinds of bad movies. So you can't really say one is truly worse than the other, because are one of those worse than Hands of Fate? I don't know.
Well, it's highly subjective, because then there's a lot of people who love Hands of Fate. They think it's the best thing fucking ever because it's so goddamn bad. I mean, I own over 1,000 fucking films. For me, probably the most insulting one I own is one called Dead Eyes Open. That is just some fucking crappy German zombie film. That the reason it fucking pisses me off so much is because they basically stole footage of George Romero from some fucking festival somewhere and stuck him in the fucking movie without his permission, and then dubbed over German fucking vocals saying shit that he did not actually fucking say for the fucking movie. I'm not even aware if George Romero knows that shit actually happened, because if he knew, he'd probably fucking sue those motherfuckers.
You could probably report, draw his attention to it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just like I have a high tolerance for bad movies because I like a lot of shitty B movies and shit like that. Like I'm the sort of person who looks for the good in really bad movies. Like
and you have people that make movies.
So you're tasting
ever, and then send all a bunch of followers or whatever out to sit there and try and give it rave fucking reviews to make sure that it's a huge success. And it's still, and actually I'm not talking Kirk Cameron's movie in this case. I'm talking Battlefield Earth.
Yeah.
Oh God. You're right. Right there, you win hands down.
Oh, Battlefield Earth was shit.
And you see the real sin for movies is it's not so much that they're a badly made movie. The real sin is if it's boring. Or if it's insulting to your intelligence. That's the real sin of a fucking movie. Like, if a movie's bad but it's entertaining, okay, I'm gonna watch it. But,
yeah.
But if it's so fucking insulting, if it's just so fucking insipidly stupid, and it's trying to tell you something that, this movie's good, when you're like, no, this is actively fucking bad.
So here's my objective criterion for judging if a movie's good or bad. Try to decipher what the director's objective was and see if they've met it. So this is why I can never call Michael Bay a failure, because I honestly think his directive is to always make money, and he succeeds at that.
Well, no, he said that. He said his movies are directed towards fucking teenage boys. Like he's actually said that. That's what his movies are for. And you know what? Okay, you've met your goal, but your movies still fucking suck. Your movies are terrible.
My test, though. Here's my test. It's really simple. If you're going to have a bad movie night, nobody says, let's watch Battlefield Earth. Right then and there, that means that's one of the worst movies ever made.
Because that movie's boring as fuck.
Although I will say, I don't know, John Travolta's acting is pretty funny.
It is funny, but that movie overall is like really slow and boring as fuck for the most part. Like, so bad. I mean, if it was like 20 minutes long and you saw John Travolta killed in the first 15 minutes, it would probably be a great movie. But otherwise, it's retarded. It's like I'm watching John Travolta talk to fucking Forrest Whitaker about some weird shit, and it's like
in platform shoes.
Yeah, and it's like dreadlocks and shit. Get on with it.
You're intended.
Before you even spoke, I was conquering galaxies. Yeah, it's very hammy, over the top acting.
Okay, wait. Let's go to another movie. A movie that had a lot of work, a lot of thought, a lot of production, was based upon a good, well-known, well-liked book that They made an 8-hour fucking movie and then said, oh shit, we need to cut it back to 2. And by the time they were done, it was so fucked up and so bad that they actually had to give people an entire sheet of paper to memorize for all the terms used in the fucking movie before people actually saw it.
Wow.
Which movie was this?
Dune.
Yeah.
I saw that when it came out. When I was what, 15 at the time when it came out, and I watched it in the theaters, and that was just a horrific. And that was one of my favorite books at that time.
Yeah.
That movie was so plagued with production problems and shit. It's like David Lynch directing Dune, really? Well, like, what the fuck were they thinking in the first place to put a guy like David Lynch on that? It's like, that's not his kind of movie. I was talking to a friend of mine, and we were talking about Dune, and we both agreed that if that movie had never been made, and they only decided to option the property at this point in this era, it would be that movie alone would be a fucking trilogy, and it would probably be a whole lot fucking better, because the book itself is split in, like, just the first book of Dune is split into, like, what, 3 or 4 parts, something like that?
Yeah.
Like, so that would actually work as a fucking trilogy, unlike the fucking Hobbit.
Yeah.
You know, but I think the problem is really that there are some books you cannot make into movies. You cannot make Dune into a movie because most of it happens inside the head, and there's just no way of conveying that on screen.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It's mostly literal internal dialogue, or you know, the psychic kind of speaking between head, skull to skull, just doesn't fucking work.
Yeah, I agree.
Nobody's been able to pull it off yet, at least. I should qualify with that. No one's pulled it off yet.
Let's see.
from Dune, though? I've seen the 4-hour version, and I've seen the 6-hour version.
Yeah,
the 4-hour version has a bunch of stuff that the 2 doesn't. The 6-hour has 4 hours of it is content that is not in the 4-hour version and not in the 2-hour version.
Yeah.
So between these, I've effectively seen the 8-hour version, and the 8-hour wasn't horrible. It was actually passable.
I agree with you.
But I still think you can't do it in a respectable way overall, because it like you said, it's all internal dialogue. It's all in the head. And that's the most important part of it is the thought process.
Yeah.
So it's just I agree. I don't see a way of doing it. It's really a book, one of those books you cannot make into a decent movie overall.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And I mean, you know, at about 6 hours, you know, stinging a loincloth all of a sudden doesn't sink the fucking movie.
Yeah.
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 Okay, one of my least favorite movies of all time, because I love the first two, is Terminator 3.
Oh, well, that is shit. That is, Terminator 2 is where it should have ended, because that was perfection.
But do you know why they made a third one? Because Kirk Cameron's wife got the rights and she sold them off. I honestly think she did that just to piss off her husband. They were supposed to end after 2, but the apocalypse stunned.
Yeah, well, 2 was great. 3 fucking retconned so much shit, and it was just like bullshit. It's like 2 was the perfect fucking ending. 2 was so fucking good it made me like a Guns N' Roses song, for fuck's sakes. It's like, holy shit.
In terms of butchering of an movie property, though, I really have a hard time coming up with anything that's worse than Alien Resurrection.
Yeah. Okay, I agree with you there. That's a bad movie.
Yeah, I have it as well, and that is a pretty bad movie. Yeah.
But
I saw that as well. Yeah.
I couldn't sleep. You bastards are still in the hangout. What's the deal?
We're talking movies now.
Bad movie.
No. Wait. The show ended like hours and hours ago. It ends at the 2-hour mark. Since then, we've just been bullshitting. I even put the link up. Anyone that's catches it can fucking join if they want. I don't give a shit.
It's live though.
So screw it.
Yeah, we're talking movies now, Carson.
But it's after hours. You can get naked. Alex, you can get naked. It's okay, man.
That's right. Take the shirt right off, baby.
Bring on one of your girls and put on the show.
Shadow. Say
with their fans.
Shadow.
Really off that.
Yo, Shadow, with your soft, silky voice, can you just introduce this as the Midnight Hour?
As long as I can be DJ Booty Snatcher, he has to do the thing.
Yes.
But then, no, actually, Mouty is DJ Booty Snatcher. I got to be someone else.
Welcome to the Midnight Hour with DJ Booty Snatcher and the.
Unwind your mind and rethread your head.
Let me see if I can.
And Lee, you sound like the disc jockey from Reservoir Dogs just now.
Oh, really? Stephen Wright?
Okay. Let me see if I can do this. Welcome, and you're listening to the Midnight Hour on the Insomnia.
Oh my God.
Yes.
Yeah, you should be on radio, bitch.
Yeah.
You should.
We have one of those microphones, I think, right?
Yeah. I will say this. Shadow does have the voice and the face for radio.
Yeah.
That was kind of backhanded.
Nah.
That was both a compliment and an insult.
It's called my complisalt.
It's all good. I'm in my 40s now.
just to pick up what Shadow was dropping there. Yeah, Alien Resurrection, terrible. Honestly, I'm not even a big fan of fucking Aliens. I'm pretty much just an Alien guy. Like, I love that fucking movie totally, and Aliens, I mean, it's okay, but it's like totally a fucking night and day kind of thing as far as I'm concerned compared to the original.
Game over, man. Game over.
By the way, is there a shitty movie everyone else thinks is shitty, but you specifically like? So, for example, one of my favorite movies is actually Rocky V.
I never saw it.
Wicker Man.
I don't. The Nicolas Cage Wicker Man?
Wicker Man, the fucking bear costume. Wearing the bear costume, going up.
Spectacular.
Don't get me started. Don't even get me started, man.
You bitches, you did it all for the honey! Oh, the bees! The bees!
Yeah.
The original Wicker Man's fucking awesome. The remake is awesome in its own fucking way because it's just so fucking ridiculous. But
I have the original. I never saw the remake. So
yeah, the original with fucking Christopher Lee and fucking the dude who what was it? He had that TV series, The Enforcer, in the 80s or whatever. But you know.
Yeah, I forget the names of the people in it. I know Christopher Lee, but I forget the rest of the names. But yeah. I've seen it twice or 3 times, something like that.
Ingrid Pitt was in it, in the fucking bathtub naked, and yeah, I remember that part.
But I never saw the remake. Maybe I should.
It's very, very funny. It's a funny remake because it's so goddamn bad. It's good.
But I think Epi has a good question there. Is there a movie that, like, one of us likes and the others think is just horrible?
I was pretty surprised Rocky V didn't get a reaction because.
Well, I never saw it.
I know.
For me, Rocky V is just like sort of, it's there. I don't hate it. I mean, I'm just like, okay, it's not as good as the first couple ones, but it's like. Okay, I watched Rocky V. It was mildly entertaining. It didn't piss me off. It didn't offend me or anything like that. So it's like, okay, Rocky V, I'm done.
I'll like all Rocky movies. You know why? Philadelphia, because I grew up in Philadelphia. That's why. So there you go.
Tom Hanks movie.
For me, I think it's legitimately good because it was kind of like a retelling of the first Rocky. Except instead of a nobody who becomes a famous boxer doing the whole American dream thing, he's actually a boxer who has to learn to cope with tragedy, losing all his possessions and learning to be comfortable with where he is at in society. Like, to me, that was actually a pretty interesting take on the whole matter, and that's why I enjoyed it.
Didn't it get a lot of good reviews? Actually, I thought
Rocky V was panned universally by the critics.
Oh, yeah. Maybe it was Rocky IV that got good reviews then.
I think people were just tired of the fucking series. I think that was a big part of it. I mean, it's not a terrible movie or anything. It's just, and I agree with Epi. There's good themes in it. It's like, it's interesting because you don't usually hear about boxers on the downside of their fucking career, except for like Raging Bull. Other than that, it's like, you don't really hear about it. And yeah, it wasn't terrible. It definitely wasn't a terrible film, but it's like, I think at that point people were like, oh, Rocky 5, fuck that shit. You know,
well, the corollary to go ahead.
I have 2 horrible films that I actually like. Now, one of them, it's enough of a cult classic that I'm going to have to disqualify it, and that would be Nightbreed.
They just released a version of Nightbreed that is Clive Barker's cut as well on DVD and Blu-ray. So that is up for contention if it's a terrible movie or not.
Hey, 13.
It's a cult classic. I have to disqualify that. The other one, I'm willing to bet none of you motherfuckers have heard of it. Now, here's the question. Are any of you guys role players at all?
Yeah, of course.
You might know this one then.
It depends on what you mean.
Mazes and Monsters.
With Tom Hanks, Mazes and Monsters.
I've heard of it. I've never seen it, actually.
I like that movie. It's not a bad movie at all. It's actually
a fucking ridiculous, stupid fucking movie with so many problems with it, but it's so bad, especially if you're a role player, that it's fucking amusing because it's a slice of the time of how fucking weird people were getting over role-playing games.
How the general public viewed the role-playing phenomenon, yes. But, I mean, at the same time, it's not an actively bad movie for what it is. I mean, it gets a lot of shit wrong, but it's not an actively bad movie.
No, it's I have to contend. No, I'd say that one is actively a bad movie.
I'm going to download that and check it out. Thanks for mentioning it, by the way. But here's my question, though.
The entire thing really, the slice of society that it really kind of hones in on, without meaning to, is the Satanic Panic, that time period.
Well, yeah, that was big in the 80s.
Is there a classic movie out there that everyone likes, but that you don't? And I don't count Titanic because that's a crap movie and nobody liked that movie.
Citizen Kane, I always found that fucking slow and boring.
I just rewatched it. I just rewatched it like 3 weeks ago. Really good movie.
I actually have to agree with you on that one, Lee. But I do understand why people love it because it was a very innovative film. Like it was at the time one of the first few popular films that went instead from A, B, C. It went from like this. It didn't go in chronological order. It was all over the place, and it didn't feature a linear plot, but it was really good in that sense.
No, it was a revolutionary film for its time, but I mean, and I'm a big Orson Welles fan. I never thought Citizen Kane lived up to his later work. As far as
I just want to point something out. Guess what I found?
What? Oh shit! He's got some shit.
And I took one of these and I filled it up with some special stuff, and it's.
What do you got?
Okay, let's stay on topic.
White Rhino. White Rhino.
Nice.
I want to go hang out without talking about dicks or drugs. Come on.
All right. Okay, so we're at Citizen Kane. Let's move on.
Is another movie, classic movie that somebody doesn't like that everybody else does like?
Strung up.
Let's see. For me, it would be. I really hated Beautiful Woman. If that's anything.
That's not a classic movie.
No.
I know. But sorry. I guess it's because that's my mom's favorite movie. Dad.
The classic would be My Fair Lady on that one.
What are we considering classic? Are we going back to the first half of the last century, or
it doesn't have to be old?
Oh, I got one. I did not like Forrest Gump. I don't like Forrest Gump.
I don't like Forrest Gump either. I agree. I think it sucks.
Actually, I'm kind of ambivalent about Forrest Gump. I saw it in the theaters and it was okay, but I just didn't.
I think it paints a bullshit narrative of America and the American dream. I think it really does. I think it sucks.
Oh, the classic that I hate that a lot of people like. I typed on the right because I refuse to say it because I don't want to get like hate mail or anything.
What?
Actually, I really loved that movie. I disagree. I really loved that movie.
Oh, 1984, Robert Duvall.
Wait, he didn't want you to say it.
I'm doomed.
Well, fuck that. 1984, Robert. That was a decent adaptation. It wasn't perfect. I think Brazil's probably a better adaptation in a way, but
Brazil was brilliant.
Yeah.
One of my favorite movies. But one movie that I really didn't like that everybody else likes was Silence of the Lambs. I thought that movie was utter crap, to be quite honest.
Really?
Yeah, I thought it was utter crap. I never enjoyed it, and everybody else seems to have loved it, but I never enjoyed it.
Oh, I actually got mine. The Breakfast Club.
Oh, well, I never liked The Breakfast Club. That was just a trendy 80s fucking film with a bunch of rising stars, and a lot of the rising stars in that film were stars I didn't give a fuck about.
And don't give a fuck about today, because most of them are basically just gone from the popular narrative at this point.
Yeah, I never liked The Breakfast Club. I couldn't identify with that film at all.
Yeah, but that came out when I was in high school, so I identify with it. You know.
I'm good.
Oh shit! You didn't like Silence of the Lambs? Interesting.
No, I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
Yeah.
Wow.
Cool.
Let's see.
What exactly did you not like about it? I'm interested in hearing what didn't turn you on for it.
Well, that's a really in-depth discussion. I don't know if
I can tell you why I didn't like it.
You didn't like it either. High five, man.
Nope. Yep. Jodie Foster.
Yeah,
Jodie Foster.
You didn't buy her in the lead?
Nope, not at all. Not in the least. I thought she was cold, and she was not very convincing in that role. I think they could have given that to a better actress.
Okay.
But that's just one part of it. Like, you didn't think Hannibal Lecter character more than made up for it?
Well, I love it. Anthony Hopkins pretty much carried that film. If it wasn't for Anthony Hopkins, that would not be a movie, at least a decent film. But I think it's like generally, I think it's an okay film. But here's the thing. It's tainted with Jodie. Jodie Foster taints the film for me.
Here's the thing for me. I know Anthony Hopkins is the iconic version of Hannibal Lecter. He's the one everyone reveres and talks about. I personally like Brian Cox's Hannibal Lecter from Manhunter in the 80s. I personally like his better. Because he's so much more believable. He's a believable fucking psychopath. Because he seems like a real human fucking being. Anthony Hopkins one, he's a fucking weirdo, fucking unbelievable serial killer, and especially when he gets into Hannibal, where he just becomes another fucking slasher fucking killer, like just total bullshit. I didn't like that at all. I like Brian Cox's one where it's more down to earth, where he's a very cunning, believable maniac who could actually actively be in real society and fool people. Anthony Hopkins, when you first see him in Silence of the Lambs, is like, there's no way I buy that motherfucker ever existed in society. Like that guy, everyone would have been like, that guy's a fucking maniac. I'm not going to interact with him or hang out with him or anything.
Worse is he was a psychologist.
Yeah.
Like, you would think a psychologist would be far more subtle, but no, he was not. And with regards to Brian Cox's character, I actually fully agree with you. I do think Manhunter is a very underrated movie.
He's so calm. He is so fucking calm and rational in fucking Manhunter, and just the brief scenes he has in that movie, he's very menacing because just the way he manipulates shit, and it's just so fucking
be the case.
Yeah, and in Silence of the Lambs, remember that scene where Anthony Hopkins cannibalizes his way to freedom?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that I would not believe anyone would be that stupid as to let that happen.
But that was not shocking to me. I sort of predicted that the moment it happened. I was not surprised by it. In fact, my brother and I watched it together, and we both looked at each other, and we both said the same thing at the same time. So it was just not. I don't know. I was completely unfazed by the movie. I have to say.
Completely disagree with everyone, but that's okay.
Yeah.
well, put your disagreement on board. Come on, let's do it.
Yeah, actually, after this, I will say this: I still love Silence of the Lambs, but yeah, after this conversation, I will agree it's overrated as a movie.
Yeah, I like Silence of the Lambs as well. I mean, I'm just saying, like,
I'm not saying it's a bad movie. I'm just saying I really wasn't into it and I didn't enjoy it.
Actually, it's a criticism of Anthony Hopkins as the Hannibal character that I'm disagreeing with.
No, I think Anthony Hopkins was brilliant, frankly. But as Alex said, he carried the entire movie.
No, I personally think he was good in Silence of the Lambs. I think when they did fucking Hannibal, where he gets loose, I think he just becomes another fucking stereotypical slasher villain.
Yeah,
where
I never saw that.
he's no longer interesting or anything. He's just making quips and killing people. And it's like, okay, I saw Freddy Krueger do that shit for like fucking 7 movies, and I don't need to see it again. But he's much more dangerous in Silence of the Lambs, where he's actually caged.
I may tend to agree that Hannibal was the weaker of them. I still did enjoy the character. I still got, I got the character.
Yeah.
I think he was fairly consistent with it. Now they're showing a different element of the character, and I think that was kind of the point. And I don't really see it as a slasher. I mean, there was more motive than you'd have with a slasher.
I don't know. When I was watching Hannibal, for me personally, I don't know about anybody else, but where I've seen so many fucking Italian giallo movies and the slasher movies from the 70s and 80s, it really felt like one of those movies, and he just felt like a subpar version of one of those killers to me.
Well, that's the thing, is he wasn't really intended to be a slasher kind of character.
Yeah.
He kills people for offending him, basically, is the core of it,
Yeah.
But if you're viewing it as a slasher, of course you're not going to like it, because it's not a slasher.
Well, no.
It doesn't work as a slasher villain.
That wasn't it for me. The thing was that the most scary, interesting thing about that character was because he was locked up, and the shit he was doing while he was locked up, manipulating people. Once he got out, he wasn't scary anymore to me. He was just another killer. But when he was locked up, and he was manipulating people, and to the degree he could manipulate people, that was really fucking frightening. Like, the degree
says the man with a Friday the 13th poster behind him.
Hey now, I also have a fucking Nosferatu and Dawn of the Dead poster there, and a Fear and Loathing Las Vegas poster there.
I just had to point it out for the benefit of
all. I have to say one more thing in response to Lee, though. Hello, Clarice.
Just one more thing. Just one more thing I want to add. Like, one of the scenes that I see how the serial killer thing comes up, because they did turn him from a master manipulator into someone who got his way through serial killer tactics. Like I said, he cannibalized his way out of the mental institution. I would have thought that he would have manipulated people into getting him out. Like, that would have been far greater, and would have spoken to his character. Like, take an insensitive guard, and he gradually just breaks him down scene by scene until that guard assists him in getting out of the mental institution by sneaking out. To me, that would have been far greater.
That is a great idea. I like that. I like that.
I didn't have.
Honestly, it's a horrible idea.
I didn't have a big problem with how he got out. I mean, I didn't have a big problem with how he got out. I mean, but at the same time, it's like once he's out, it's like, okay, he's just going to start killing people. He was much more interesting when he was manipulating people. That's just my argument. It's like, that's why I liked him so much, and that's why I like the Brian Cox Hannibal Lecter better, because he was a guy who was he had no chance of escaping. Like, that character presenting in Manhunter, there was no way he was going to get out, and that made him so much more scary, because he could actually reach out of his cell and touch people and manipulate people.
I don't think there's anything scary about it, though. The actor, I'm sorry, just no.
I disagree. I found Brian Cox so much more effective because he was so much more believable as a real person who could.
I'll have to check that movie out. I've never seen it, so I'll have to check it out.
It's really good.
I just found him as more of a believable serial killer because he was the sort of person who could integrate into society and pretend to be a real person and surprise you that way. With Hannibal Lecter, the Anthony Hopkins version, it's like, yeah, that guy's a fucking killer. That guy's a maniac. You look at him right away and it's like, that guy's a fucking nutcase. But with the Brian Cox one, it's like, that guy looks like a fucking history teacher somewhere. You know, and you wouldn't think he's going to start murdering people, but when the movie goes on, it's like, okay, that guy's
Okay, how about this? How about this for a bad movie that I like? Reform Schoolgirls, 1980. Big hair. Oh man, classic movie. I'm saying this for Prudent's benefit, but he hasn't been around for a while now, and I think he probably found some porn online at this point.
Hey, Kevin! Hey, Kevin's here. Look who stopped by between fucks to give us a fuck.
Oh, shut up!
There's both of them. Oh, this is so cute. This is so cute.
Nathaniel, Earth Girl Easy.
Oh, I've never seen that one.
Oh man, it is fucking horrible.
Hold on, wait. Jackie's getting high right now. This is interesting. Apparently, Kevin is finally.
Shut the fuck up, retard. Oh God,
I just want to say I am I was the saddest dude. Like seriously, I can't come see you guys
and get high with you.
Yeah. I love you guys. I love you guys too.
I love you this summer though, because I'm gonna be here in Iowa.
Yeah, she wants to come here after she graduates to help me close stuff out here and move.
Yeah, for sure, man. I will definitely be there. You know, this time it was kind of last minute thing, and something happened, and it pretty much forced me to just.
We understand. There's this annoying four-letter word, L-I-F-E. We won't even say it aloud. It happens though.
Shadow, I'm going to grab that movie. I just have to tell you, I have to watch that. You know,
Girls are easy. Yeah, it's so fucking bad. A lot of people say it's so bad it's good, but it's oh my gosh.
I'll have to check it out. Thank you for mentioning. That's the second one. I've got two now from you. I've got to check out. Thanks.
Hold on. Look, I saved this much left. I gotta cherish this.
So I don't know. You know, there's this thing called walking away from the brink of the beat community for a few days.
It's fun. You should try
it. It's wonderful.
Shuffles don't count.
Shuffles don't count. But I am not worried a single bit about freaking Rand or Rand Campbell's fine. I like Rand Campbell, but some other nut jobs don't care.
Hey Fiona, if you're watching this, highly recommended. You should try it.
Well, actually, guys, I gotta point out, Shani for Christ had a great hangout earlier.
She actually did. She did, and you know what? For some reason, I was able to agree with her at least 95% of the time. I could not believe it.
You got it.
Yeah, neither could I. That woman is fucking insane.
Almost everyone got along. The only one that went in there was really actually argumentative was Christian IG, good old Inventor Gorilla. Why? Because we tried to defend Brett. It was a roast of Brett.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
It was a roast of Brett. Oh, I might actually.
I want to say I commend Shani for doing that. She did her thing. I could not believe that I was able to agree with her for the most part. And the fact that I had to agree with her still blows me away. Like, I can't even fathom that right now.
The Skype message sent to G-Man that partially facilitated this, I'm putting on the right. You can read it at your leisure.
Okay, I see.
I said that earlier.
No, I didn't.
I have I actually screenshot that. I was the one who pointed that message out first. I screenshot that shit just in case, just to remind, and I will still have it just in case I need to remind G-Man that is what he's doing.
Man, bus.
Yep. Oh yeah.
You know what I'm really happy with?
So actually,
Jackie has. No, sorry, go on.
I just wanted to finish this off really quick before we move on and say, so basically, in our united despise of Brett Keane and everything he's done to both fucking communities, both sides actually did briefly unite today. So, other than that, whatever.
Is there hope? Is that what you're saying? There's hope.
I honestly have hope.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter who it is, whether it's Shani or Alex Botten or G-Man, whoever you don't like. If there's one thing they can all agree on, yeah, Brett Keane's a fucking tool.
Yeah. Yep.
I saw the video today where some guy named Star recorded.
Yep.
Brett
Star
Keane.
Splitter.
Yeah.
He had Bandicam.
After that, okay, I've had this thing where I don't block people. I haven't even blocked I've blocked no one. Sorry, I didn't even block Annabelle Pfeiffer. Sorry. But after seeing that video, I understand Brett Keane is the scum of the earth. Yep. And I'm gonna block his fucking ass as soon as I get on the
My block list on G+ is
I'm clapping for you, Jackie.
It's half Brett Keane and they don't sock accounts. Whenever I find one of that slimy little shit sock accounts, it's great for the block list.
Jay Jones has treated me alright. I know he has a reputation, but he hasn't done anything to hurt me.
He's still a dipshit.
I'll admit it's a little bit guilt by association.
Yeah, I haven't talked to him though since he was doing the whole Benny thing. It seems like he's kind of dropped that. But when I found out that Benny was Jay Jones, I kind of stopped talking to him.
I was actually going to make the crappy ass joke and say, see, you guys stop paying attention to the debate community for a few days and we start getting along. It must have something to do with you guys.
Hold on, I just want to make sure, because I actually missed pretty much the second half of the Shani Hangout. What exactly happened in the...
Don't worry about it, but it's a roast. We can move on back to more...
Hold on, 13, you have to share what you said in the Skype group about what you would do in a Hangout where people are turning cameras on without permission.
Okay, this is my recommendation to everyone in here and everyone watching. If you're planning on being off camera, and you're worried, and you are going into Hangout where somebody you suspect may turn on your camera, or that you know it's somebody like Brett that tends to, what you do is you get a program like XSplit, and you look and you do a search for donkey porn, and you put that up as your virtual camera with donkey porn. So if they turn on your fucking camera, up comes someone being raped by a donkey.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I gotta go. That was an awesome way to end my. Thank you, Shadow. I will remember that for next time.
It's good to
have a good night, guys.
Have a good one.
Oh God, you guys want to go back to discussing the movies or?
Oh, let's talk to something else because movies tend to annoy Kevin after a while.
All right, that's fair enough.
Man, we've done food, we've done science, we've done, ragging on certain people in the community, we've done our little Brett thing, we've done movies, we've done science, I think I already said. Holy crap, we've had a hell of a night.
Movie.
Yeah, man. We had a progressive and a very productive Insomnia Shuffle going on here.
Yeah. If we kept on movies, that would just, keep Kevin right out of the fucking discussion.
He gets bored with it.
Does Kevin not watch movies?
No, he doesn't. So
he gets bored. A lot of time when we get into movies, it's like me and Liddy arguing about Superman being crap or not.
Yeah. From what I understand, from what Kevin has said, that when he sees a movie that's even the slightest bit illogical, he can't watch it.
No, not necessarily. It's harder. I don't know. It's harder for me to appreciate movies that have extremely corny plots.
Yeah, same here.
I have a question. for Jackie. Jackie, have you partake in the greenery and how was your first time?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Put my hands on some. I'm sure someone will probably bring some tomorrow. Otherwise, it'll happen. I'll make sure it happens by the end of the week.
Yeah.
I'll make sure that for sure.
Just a standard hookah, prudent.
All right.
I didn't catch that. What did you just say?
Or in other words, it is just a standard hookah with happy. Actually, what scent are you using? What flavor technically?
Fruit cocktail shisha.
Oh, okay. So it's just a standard hookah. It is not anything from Colorado.
No.
No.
So let's stop doing the Asume thing.
All right.
I'm gonna probably head out pretty soon, guys. So.
Hell, I should probably call it soon. Christ, the morning crew's already come and gone. I was not planning on running it this long. It started at the normal hour too.
So I'm in Colorado right now. So what I'm gonna do is eat chips and watch Law and Order. So I will see you all in a few hours, I guess.
Hey man, thanks for joining us.
Thanks.
Peace out, people.
Bye, Carson.
So yeah, during the second hour of the shuffle, because you weren't here, and hell, the audience wasn't here. I actually queued up this. It's like this 2.5 hour freaking thing, and we watched just little snips here and there, and did a little bit of commentary. And this Woo movie thing that I did put a little link in, because at least through the
movie.
And it's this Woo Who's-a-Majig thing, and it is such a pile of rubbish that it actually almost makes spirit science sound rational.
Oh God.
Wait, you're not talking about The Secret, are you?
No, that's on the list though. This might be worse.
But The Secret was sort of part of it, though. It's like it was pretty much the same shit.
It's like sequel 2 with less meat. They were talking about how you could. It gets to the point in it, and unfortunately, Prudent kind of ruined this part because he looks up the bio of one of these doctors, and he's like, "Oh, this guy says that you can change your genetics by thinking about it." I'm like, "You asshole! We hadn't gotten to the punchline yet."
I'm sorry, okay, but I was pretty good up until that point. I pointed out that this guy, apparently he's a PhD biologist.
Watching it to get to that part, Prudent.
You know what, 13? I'm sorry I ruined the live pony.
Shadow.
Well, Shadow, I'm sorry I ruined the live pony. I usually do good in these kind of events.
Watch it, I'll make you watch some more of it.
What?
Watch it, I'll rock your brain and make you watch more of it.
Surprisingly, I'm up for the challenge, man.
Okay, here I'll put the link in here. Then you're welcome to watch the horrific 2.5 hours of hell.
Oh, I don't have that.
Yeah, it's 2.5. How much did we go through? Like what, 15 minutes of it?
Well, we went through about 15 minutes and jumped ahead and went through about another 5.
Yeah, that was more than enough.
Yeah, that was.
Okay, so the first thing it says when I click on it is quantum communication. Great, I'm already really have high hopes for that. Not.
Well,
that's right. How should I put this? Imagine if Lyrical Orion and Johanna Ratz had a baby.
And
this video. And imagine if Johanna Ratz and Lyrical Orion had a baby. It would be this video.
Oh.
Yeah, you watch this and you think it's pretty on the fucking level, then you probably think the Thundercats are real and shit. Yeah.
Hang on for a second. Hang on.
Did you hear that?
I heard that.
She just asked me, "Does it have sad-looking boobs in it?"
I wish, Jackie. I so wish.
Hang on. I'll see if I can find you the answer. Hang on.
It depends on what you define as boobs. There are some sad-looking people in there.
And there are boobs.
There are boobs. They look like we've been paid to anchors.
Oh, stop it.
I'm so bad tonight. I just like tonight. I just don't feel fun.
Kevin, it looks like
signature of our knowledge, experiences, desires, feelings, true intentions, and deepest thoughts. His signature will be met with a response, whether we are conscious of it or not.
So fucking falsifiable.
Yeah. Total shit. Anyway.
Total shit.
But I'm sitting there, I'm like, I'm going to be going after this shit. Okay, well, we know Spirit Science. I'm going to be going after Big Trap and him. Oh, here's this thing. I'll take a look at it. I'm like, oh my gosh. I fell asleep during it last night, and I woke up still with it going.
Oh, I still want to touch on Spirit Science.
I mean, debunking stuff like that is just, like, if anyone's seen Mortimer's debunk of Spirit Science, it's just facepalm this, facepalm that.
Yeah.
Even if you just...
Wait a minute.
Well, I basically, initially, I was going, because, Spirit Science, I can go after and do little videos here and there, but going after this shit, I'm going to have to go through, basically grab the highlights, so to speak, or technically the lowlights out of them, and just basically sit there, play a little bit, laugh, comment, blah, 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 that kind of thing. And I'm thinking I'm going to have company for it, so at least one of them I may be inviting you, Kevin. I'm just warning you now.
Okay, that's...
Because I'm going to be mixing up who I invite, so you're probably going to be on the list at some point. Because, yeah, holy shit, I did not know what I was getting myself into. I'm looking at this stuff going, oh, this is going to suck. I feel like I'm going to have I'm not going to have a furrow in my forehead from this and that. I'm going to have a hand permanently, grafted to it from the face palming.
Oh, God.
Anyway, on that note, I am going to technically call the live part of it. I think the viewers are starting to drop, which means that the Euro crowd is either about to start showing up or they're getting their asses going in the morning. So
we've been going a long fucking time.
I usually don't. I've been keeping them to 2 hours, maybe 2.5, 3 if I go into overtime. This one's kind of the exception. We just kept going.
And going.
It was better than last night, wasn't it?
Oh, last night was a fucking disaster.
What happened last night?
I went in with a bunch of a topic. We kind of ranted about G-Man for a little bit. Fucking Ed Brayton comes in. We go all this time without ever referencing G-Man. The one time we reference him again, fucking Ed comes in. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake. Because he only comes in at moments when we're discussing G-Man.
And he doesn't want to hear about it.
Yeah, I'm well aware of Ed.
So then after that, after we finally broke out of that, we couldn't get into the groove of discussing much of anything. So Jade just kind of took over and started prattling on, and we're like, fuck, we can't think of a topic.
Okay.
So she's just going on and on, talking about, instruments that she's made and shit. Kevin's laughing. He's heard this exact conversation 4 times by now.
It didn't miss much last night, then?
No, nothing. Absolutely nothing. Just don't even bother. Last night, I was tempted to fucking delete it. It was that bunch of it. But nope. They stay on the channel now. That's the new rule. So they're just like the first.
One shows tits.
Well, yeah, unless Lenny goes and says, no, Lucy Lawless's tits are fine. Here, thump. Oh, God.
I remember that.
I still don't believe he did that. Look, porn on your channel. You can get flagged now. Oops.
Wait, what is considered porn? If I have a gif of women in bikinis jumping up and down, is that technically pornographic?
No.
You can get flagged for anything, though.
But Lenny put up an actual naked photo of Lucy Lawless from some show.
Yeah, but, I mean, there have been recent flagging campaigns from certain people where if your thumbnail for your fucking video has big tits on it, they can flag you and YouTube will they'll capitulate with that shit.
Yeah.
To the point, even if the big tits have something to do with your actual video, the content of your actual video, they go on the basis that your thumbnail is misleading or whatever. That's the sort of flag thing.
Yep.
Yeah, I heard that my friend who made me go into the G-Man hangout, the back in August, he still walked in the drunken peasants, like, religiously, and he said, like, that channel is down because of a thumbnail.
Yeah.
They were recently flagged. Yeah, they fell under a flagging campaign because they had a picture of a chick with big tits, even though they actually talked about her in the actual video, but it was ruled deceptive thumbnail.
Yeah.
You know.
That's stupid.
It can be fought against. It just takes a lot of effort.
Yeah, and you can't talk to YouTube because there's no real recourse for it. It's like you can't talk to YouTube and get it fixed because there's no one on the other side of YouTube.
Not if it's a community guidelines thing. If it's a DMCA, that's a little bit of a different story because that's a legal thing. But YouTube can pull whatever the fuck they want.
Yeah, there's no like a friend of mine who runs a channel in my sector of YouTube with beer reviews and shit. His channel got took away, and he didn't break any copyright violations at all. Someone just false flagged him, and he was gone, and he's still fucking gone. I mean, that's all there is to it. Like, this was a guy who didn't use thumbnails or music or anything in his videos from anyone else. He just made his fucking videos and put them up there. Someone flagged him on some bullshit. He was gone. So.
God, you know what? I actually think that this would be a brilliant idea for YouTube. Anytime you declare a false flag, then there should be a strike against you, and 3 strikes and you're out of here. Your channel gets a strike. Your channel gets banned. How about that?
Yeah, actually, that is actionable on YouTube.
That's done?
Yeah, but a lot of people use fake accounts for flagging campaigns.
That's why.
He's a master of that.
Yeah, it's like you see real, like, legitimate people with accounts get falsely flagged and disappear forever, and then you see Brett Keane show up again, and it's like, holy fuck, there's no justice in YouTube at all.
Yeah,
no justice in YouTube lands.
Nope.
How did Brett Keane get back on again? I remember one time he and
J-Dubs
gave it.
Yeah, J-Dubs gave him a fucking account.
Yeah.
He keeps giving him new accounts every time. That's just how it's going to keep happening. But I think now, hopefully people, especially people like G-Man, see Brett Keane for what he really is, because at this point he's been provided the evidence at this point, like to the point where there really isn't much denying it.
I don't think G-Man's gonna fucking see it. I think he's just gonna keep doing the same shit.
Hang on a second. I just noticed because I went to check the video on the watch page, and it's showing negative numbers, which means it'll start truncating the beginning of the video. So I'm gonna have to take it offline and end the broadcast. So those that watch, thanks for joining us. Have a good one.